Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2801 Cesspool. Dr. Leonardo Brixton was not the ideal recruit to VS. He was older and more set in his ways. This meant that Goldie wouldn't be able to inspire as much loyalty and devotion to the Larkinson clan. Cyborg mech sounded interesting, but VS wasn't convinced that it was worth the trouble to bother with fully or semi-organic mechs at all. All of the fleshy bits reminded VS too much of Dr. Jutland's shenanigans. Yet the value of recruiting a cyborg mech designer whose expertise straddled both classical mechs and biomechs was unquestionably high. There was no way that Master Brixton withheld too many of his core trade secrets when instructing his blood descendant. VS may not have reached this level as of yet, but even he had no intentions of passing any of his closest secrets to anyone aside from worthy offspring. Others simply didn't deserve to know. Not even his wife was privy to all of his secrets. The only people he truly trusted were those who he was able to shape himself. The more he was able to manipulate them, the more he was willing to pull them into his inner circle. So far, a handful of people such as General Verl, Venerable Joshua, and Dr. Rania was starting to earn his appreciation. They were much less stubborn and high-minded than his own wife and were much more pliable as a result. It also helped that they didn't seem to pursue any great agendas. With Gloriana, VS always had to keep her advocacy in mind. She did not see any contradiction between helping the Larkinsons and helping the Hexers. VS thought differently, and that was the cause of most of their disputes. He still loved her, though. Even though it wasn't entirely logical for him to feel this way, his heart never made sense in the first place. He just wanted to maintain a certain degree of separation from her on business matters. As VS thought about implications, he finally took a brief rest and woke up just before the start of the second phase. Rosen Arena attracted a lot more attention these days. The amount of spectators had increased as many lifers wanted to witness Dr. Navarro's impending victory for themselves. Expectations were still high even though the current record wasn't optimistic. It was impossible for many fans to drop their confidence after suffering a modest setback. Dr. Navarro shall prevail! He will prove to the entire star sector that our biomechs are competitive. LRA! 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 We should kick every metal mech out of our state. Groups of people wearing green clothing and banners all passed through the entry gates and moved up to their respective viewing platforms. The crown of trees surrounding the main dueling ring became more and more populated as many of them wanted to witness a turning point in the LRA's history. A lot of lifers came in order to obtain the answer to a simple question. Were their biomechs competitive enough? Today, the lifers deeply wanted Dr. Navarro to succeed. His biomechs not only had to make up for his disappointing score, but also win the hearts of the mech pilots who participated in the duel. The latter part had become a lot more contentious than before. If they know what is good for them, then the mech pilots won't betray their own states. They're trained in piloting biomechs. Why should they ever prefer to pilot dead machines when they can pilot living mechs instead? Our offerings are far superior. The partiality of the 10 mech pilots who would be issuing their verdict at the end of the second phase was crucial. The locals all wanted the mech pilots to favor their own state, while many foreign observers watched carefully in order to see whether the lifers were about to cheat. VS wasn't too worried about that. Even if his hosts couldn't resist the temptation to cheat, both VS and Dr. Navarro knew the actual score. There was no way to lie about the results when both of them were mech designers. That said, the Larkinsons were fully prepared for trouble this time. The clan didn't even bother to open their new recruitment hall this time. Plenty of Larkinsons had already left the surface, and those who remained behind were fortified inside Gentle Lotus Base. The Infinity Guards had become more active as well. They not only put their available mechs on high alert, but also prepared several evacuation routes. Though a part of VS didn't want to show up at all, another part of him felt more alive. Old instincts and habits were starting to wake up. The complacency and lethargy that had settled over his mind started to shake off from all of the excitement running through his veins. His blood was pumping faster. His attention became sharper. His competitive streak rose. He wanted to win. More precisely, he wanted to defy the lifers for hoping that he would lose. As a proud mech designer, how could he tolerate any doubt in his own ability? While Dr. Navarro was a formidable opponent and a capable mech designer in his own right, his life experiences were much duller. Out of safety concerns, fewer people accompanied VS this time. More bodyguards accompanied him this time, though all of them had to stay outside the entrance of the VIP platform. Only a couple of people kept him company this time. Aside from Lucky, he only brought a single expert pilot and consultant. Damn, the stakes are higher than ever, VS. Do you think they'll get mad if they lose? Vincent cheerfully asked as his hoverchair floated forward. Venerable Janzi slapped the side of the floating device. Watch your words. Do you even realize what you are saying? You'll make a lot of people upset towards us if they hear your words. Show some care. She's right, Vincent. I didn't bring you here to brag on my behalf. As pathetic as it sounds, I still find your insights useful. He enjoyed the commentary he received during the first phase of the design duel. He cared about Riella, though, so he decided to leave her behind. Vincent was a different matter. VS didn't care at all whether the bastard lived or died. It didn't matter whether the wounded Larkinson was an expert candidate. In fact, if Vincent happened to meet an unfortunate accident today, then VS would have one less future expert mech design to worry about. Not that he actually expected something to happen. VS only had to look around to spot hundreds of biomechs in the air and on the ground. Each of them were marked in the colors of the Planetary Guard and other government institutions. A lot more security guards on foot appeared as well. The authorities must have shipped in an entire security division to Rusin Arena on short notice because there were guards posted around every group of fans. Their odd combat armor was organic in nature, and so were their rifles. It made them look like infested humans, but strangely enough their monstrous appearance didn't inspire any fear or revulsion from the locals. I heard you made a deal with Master Brixton. The old master went straight to the point. I did. So what? He offered me a reward for doing something that I already planned to accomplish. I see no reason to refuse a free deal. You should have refused his offer. The two of you share a connection now. No matter how benign it seems, you cannot deny that you are a bystander now. I was never a bystander to begin with. VS pushed back, heedless of the fact that he was talking to an esteemed master. I didn't ask to get involved, but since someone pushed me into this cesspit, I might as well go for a swim. Master Klein looked exasperated. I had hoped you would show more prudence, but I did not sufficiently account for your youth. It is rare to hear a master admitting a fault. We are still human, Mr. Larkinson. We may stand at a greater height than you, but we are still plagued by the same flaws that afflict any individual. In fact, some theorists claim that our faults are magnified. VS definitely believed in that theory. No mech designer achieved success by going through the motions. Being abnormal was practically a necessity. Can you tell me what's in store for me once I advance to senior? Heh. Master Klein smirked as a hint of amuse.e.m.e.nt shoved aside his irritation. You must have asked this question to many high-ranking mech designers, correct? It's worth a try. Well, I will give you the same answer that my other colleagues have told you. Don't worry about it. Becoming a senior is a major threshold. While it is not considered to be a significant transformation, your approach to mech design will undergo a major transition. You will have to look beyond your immediate mech designs and start to consider the bigger picture. I see. Ves looked disappointed. I'll look forward to that then. Do biomech designers have a harder time advancing than classical mech designers? This is not a simple question to answer. The threshold to become a biomech designer is higher because there is much more knowledge involved. While this means that our numbers are not as great, each of us are more brilliant on average. This is not a boast, but a fact that is backed up by plenty of studies. I believe you. The logic holds up. Even I'm a bit intimidated by having to learn so many biotechnology-related subjects. It's a different discipline, Ves replied. Correct. It's a different discipline, though there are many ignorant critics who think differently. The fact of the matter is that mech design and biotechnology require different skill sets and aptitudes to excel at. While there is a lot of overlap between the two fields, it still takes a genuine talent to marry the two together. What about cyborg mechs? Ves curiously asked. From my shallow understanding, Master Brixton is a very renowned mech designer in this state. What makes his kind of products so special? You should ask this question to someone else. As much as I oppose his stances, I still respect his work. Master Klein didn't stick around for long. After he gained whatever he sought from Ves, he quickly bid goodbye and returned to his seat. Just like before, 6 master mech designers had showed up. Perhaps a few of the faces had changed, but Master Klein and Master Brixton were both suddenly on the opposite ends of the row of plushy seats. Master Brixton even turned around and nodded at Ves. It seemed that the leader of the combinants was quite optimistic about V's chances. Why? Did Master Brixton get a sneak peek at the mechs prepared by both sides? That shouldn't be the case. Their dueling mechs were under strict guard. Masters weren't even allowed to get close because there were a million different ways they could strengthen or weaken any given mech. At this time, a familiar bombastic voice boomed over everyone's heads. Welcome everybody to the second phase of the design duel between Ves Larkinson and Dr. Federico Navarro. After pitting 5 pairs of mechs and mech pilots against each other, we will be performing the matches again. This time, the mech pilots have swapped their seats. Each of them are now expected to do their best to achieve victory for the mech they previously fought against. The second phase was a lot more strategic than the one that came before. Both the mech designers and mech pilots knew what they were up against now. This not only allowed them to plan in advance, but also leverage the information they gathered to their own advantage. The next set of matches would surely be a lot more dynamic than before. Chapter 2802 Feeling the Difference. The second phase of the design duel wasn't accompanied by song and dance this time. The atmosphere in Prosperous Hill 6 was too tense for any festivities to have any effect. The lifers simply wanted the matches to start as soon as possible in order to know once and for all whether biomechs were strong enough to compete against classical mechs. In fact, an increasing number of lifers already admitted in their hearts that biomechs weren't superior anymore. At best, they stood on equal grounds against regular mechs. What they didn't want to see was biomechs getting beat up left and right. Such an outcome would induce major doubt in the minds of both lifers and foreigners who were tuning in to the broadcast. Will Dr. Navarro's biomechs prevail? Or will Mr. Larkinson prove that the most ordinary mechs are actually stronger? The original point of the design duel had almost been drowned by all of these questions. Hardly anyone recalled that its original purpose was to prove which mechs were more worthy to be called alive. This was why the judgment of the mech pilots was crucial to this design duel. Only those who piloted the mechs in battle were the most qualified to determine which form of living mech was better. After a brief introduction, the announcers quickly moved on to the first match. Captain Eleazar Ipsic and Kelly Geedon will be squaring off against each other yet again. This time, they are sitting in the seats their opponents previously occupied. Having gained much experience in piloting the mech that they must overcome this time, these mech pilots will surely put their knowledge to good use. Two mechs stepped into the dueling ring. Jeers immediately rang out from the audience. "Ha! Look at that shabby mech! Trash can indeed! The mech doesn't even boast any proper armor coverage anymore. Even my 12-year-old son can repair a mech by slapping some random plates across some holes. There is no contest in this match. Just look at the difference. This metal mech is covered with scars while our fine biomech looks completely healed." Ves glowered a bit. These laymen didn't possess an inkling of understanding of the complex engineering challenges he faced with repairing his sword-wielding bright warrior. What gave them the qualifications to criticize his repair job? While the mech looked as if it had healed from all of its injuries in the last 3 days, Ves wasn't fooled. One of its limbs was abnormally weak. Its frontal flesh was too new and weak. Its entire flight system looked shaky. The mech suffered from a lack of balance due to the unevenness of the mech. In short, it was impossible for the Epsilon Moser to exhibit the same degree of battle effectiveness as before. This was mostly the fault of Captain Ipsic. Back when he piloted the sword-wielding bright warrior, he did his best to thrash the Epsilon Moser, and thereby achieve the first victory in the design duel. Now, he was forced to pilot the consequences of his own actions. The Epsilon Moser may look fine on the surface, but piloting it was a vastly different experience than before. As the sensors of his injured biomech trained on the bright warrior, feelings of envy and desire bubbled up inside him. He would much rather pilot the mech he managed to achieve victory with again. The experience of piloting it and interacting with it had kept haunting his dreams every night. He often wondered what it would be like to pilot the bright warrior on a regular basis instead of just a single time. "I'm sorry," he softly spoke. He knew he was doing a disservice to the Epsilon Moser. Objectively speaking, it was quite a well-designed biomech. If Captain Ipsic overlooked its injuries, then it was a fine swordsman mech that was highly maneuverable in the air. Yet Captain Ipsic still yearned to pilot the bright warrior instead. He didn't mind its boring design at all. The mech was much more exciting when he interfaced it. He truly felt the difference of what truly constituted a living mech now that he was forced to pilot the Epsilon Moser. Despite its organic nature, Captain Ipsic did not sense any dynamic responses from his current mech. The mech was as robotic and formulaic as any mech he piloted. The Epsilon Moser was strictly programmed not to show any initiative. It was too controlled. Ipswich missed the relationship he developed with the mech that currently stood on the other side of the dueling ring. Even though he had to put some effort into growing this relationship, it was completely worth it in his eyes. Now, he had been denied this chance. Piloting a biomech that was no different from a bacterium in terms of responsiveness was such a big letdown to Captain Ipsic that he suddenly lost all of his eagerness to fight this match. "What's the point?" he whispered to himself. He thought he was better than this. He was a consummate professional and a mercenary who always abided by his contract. He had been hired to do a job, and that was to pilot both mechs to the best of his ability, and issue a fair judgment about which one he liked the most at the end. Yet Captain Ipsic felt as if they could skip all of the remaining steps right away. He kept trying to search for something greater in the Epsilon Moser. Yet the qualities that caused him to fall in love with the bright warrior was completely absent in his current steed. "I can't do this, though." He slightly shook his head. I still need to complete the job no matter how much I wish to turn away. It wasn't just his professionalism asserting himself. While he had been prohibited from following the news, the Epsilon Moser still registered the loud chants from the viewing platforms high up in the air. Too many eyes were pointed in his direction right now. How could he possibly continue to hold his head high if he breached his contract and issued his surrender straight away? How would he ever be able to call himself a lifer if he purposely sabotaged the chances of Dr. Navarro? I need to put up a good fight. Captain Ipsic tried to focus on the upcoming fight. He roughly knew what the Epsilon Moser was capable of already. Its changes were a bit interesting as well. Commence the match. The sixth match started off with a bang. Both mechs jumped into the air and quickly gained altitude. Even though it was much simpler to fight in the air, both mechs were much more adept in the air. In fact, Captain Ipsic already knew that the Bright Warrior was even better in space. I really want to know what it's like to pilot it in orbit. He sighed as he quickly withdrew the new main armament of his biomech. In the last match, the Epsilon Moser wielded a pair of biometal swords. They were quite fast and were also quite useful in blocking enemy attacks by crossing them. Yet now that one of the biomecha's limbs hadn't been restored yet, wielding a second weapon was not advisable. The biomech now wielded a long dagger. As soon as the Epsilon Moser flew towards its opponent, it exhibited less speed than in the previous match. Its flight system incurred heavy damage when the mech collapsed onto its back 3 days ago, so Captain Ipsic had to be careful not to exert too much strain on its wings. The Bright Warrior was obviously in better condition. Its acceleration profile already showed that it held an edge in mobility. There was no way the Epsilon Moser could outrun its opponent. At least this will be quick, Ipswich roared. Just before the two mechs closed in on each other, the Epsilon Moser's legs suddenly split up into several different tentacles. The flesh and bone that used to comprise its lower limbs had rapidly split off from each other in order to form strange fleshy warehouse I.P.S that immediately stretched out in an attempt to entangle the Bright Warrior. What? Ves uttered in shock. He never imagined that Dr. Navarro was capable of changing the legs of his biomech into ominous-looking tendrils. Right now, it looked as if the two mechs were mounting each other in mid-air. The sight looked comical, but it invigorated a lot of lifers. Hulu! You go mech! Vincent enthusiastically yelled. At point-blank range, a dagger was much more useful than a sword. While the Bright Warrior struggled to pull itself away from the tentacles and slash its sword against the mech that had mounted its lower torso, the Epsilon Moser rapidly started to stab its dagger into the obvious weak points of the opposing mech. The filler material used to hastily plug the gaps across the frame of the Bright Warrior served as excellent targets. With precise strikes, Captain Ipsic managed to chip through one of them. However, just before he stuck the weapon through the exposed gap, the Bright Warrior finally launched an effective counterattack. Its miniature shoulder-mounted missile launchers fired all of their payloads all at once. Kelly Geedon deliberately disabled the proximity safeguards of the miniature missiles that surged from the entangled mech. They flew around the target right in front, circled around and struck the Epsilon Moser straight into its rear. Several explosions rumbled against the biomecha's rear. Not just its rear armor, but also its fragile flight system incurred moderate damage straight away. The crowd became shocked. What a despicable move! Attack it from the front if you dare! Missiles are cheating! The Epsilon Moser sputtered from the rear impacts. While flight systems for mechs were designed to resist damage, there was only so much they could take, especially when they were still not restored to their peak. The mech suddenly had to exert more effort into keeping it aloft. Its maneuverability had suffered, and the distraction also caused Captain Ipsic to ease up on his assault. This was all Kelly Geaton needed to turn the tide. The bright warrior dropped its sword, allowing it to fall and clank into the ground below. Instead, it utilized the strength of its own limbs along with activating nearly every booster at full power to tear at the tentacles. The bright warrior even managed to unsheath its backup knife, which it subsequently used to cut at the tentacles. Due to the Epsilon Moser's deteriorating maneuverability, the bright warrior gained enough distance to pull up its leg and place their sawls against the abdomen of the Epsilon Moser. The classical mech suddenly pushed its legs, forcing the tendrils to endure much more force. They can't hold. The tentacle legs were either cut or failed to maintain their grip on the bright warrior's frame. Eventually, the Epsilon Moser lost its prey. No! The biomech looked in awful shape now that it lost its prey. Its tentacles were covered with a copious amount of purple blood. Some of them didn't even show any responses anymore. With just a single dagger, the Epsilon Moser looked like an alien monstrosity that was already on the verge of defeat. The bright warrior pulled out a pistol and began to fire at the Epsilon Moser. At the same time, it dove in an attempt to retrieve its dropped sword. "Oh no, you don't!" The Epsilon Moser attempted to intercept the bright warrior. If the latter was allowed to regain its main weapon, then Captain Ipsic would have a much harder time. He still needed to put up a good fight. It wouldn't do to lose so quickly, even if he felt in his heart that his defeat was already assured. Chapter 2803 Uneven Matches. The Epsilon Moser's tentacle trap failed. After the biomech suffered a defeat during the first phase, it was in bad condition. Even accounting for the automatic healing process by dumping it into a feeder pool, major restoration still required a lot of attention and effort. It was too impractical to restore a biomech to full strength in so little time. Even badly injured human bodies required meticulous care to get back to health. While biomechs were much simpler in some aspects, their huge size along with numerous complicated systems meant that even an extremely skilled biomech designer had to invest a lot of work to fix everything. This was why the second bout between the swordsman mech configuration of the Bright Warrior and the Epsilon Moser was so unequal from the beginning. The latter had to overcome much more hurdles in order to climb back to strength. In addition, just like Ves, Dr. Navarro had to ration his time carefully. Perhaps he already judged that his Epsilon Moser was already a lost cause and only performed a single major modification by turning its legs into tentacles. If the attempt to entangle the Bright Warrior with its tentacle legs succeeded, then the Epsilon Moser might be able to achieve an upset despite the long odds. It was a pity that this didn't happen. Instead, the Bright Warrior succeeded freeing itself from this surprising trap. Now that Kelly Geaton had become aware of the threat, she never allowed her mech to be caught in such a compromising position again. The rest of the match actually took several minutes longer to finish due to the caution she exhibited. As someone who piloted the Epsilon Moser before, she was quite familiar with its strengths and weaknesses. With a good mech like the Bright Warrior at her disposal, she expertly dismantled the damaged and bleeding biomech without giving her opponent any chance to make a comeback. "This mech is quite good," she exulted. The Bright Warrior did not exhibit the aggressive glow it showed before, but it didn't need to. Kelly Geaton was already doing fine by herself. The Golden Cat's welcoming influence was warm and gentle without being too overbearing. It was the perfect glow for both strangers and Larkinsons alike since it helped with acclimatizing them to both their mechs and the Larkinson clan. Even a lifer like Geaton felt a yearning to become a Larkinson. "If I get to pilot mechs like these all day, then sign me up." She quickly shoved aside this impulse, though. Although a part of her truly wanted to join the Larkinson and pilot a completely different style of mechs, she was too rooted in her current state. She would have to abandon her family, her friends, her familiar environment, and everything she valued. It wasn't worth it to leave everything behind. That did not mean she resented the Larkinson clan, though. "This mech is definitely better than any biomech I've piloted so far," she whispered to herself. She piloted numerous biomechs as both a mech athlete and a member of a security company, but none of them possessed the fantastic experience that she was experiencing at the moment. She even wanted to prolong the fight in order to bask in her mech a little longer. Still, she had a duty to uphold. Any form of sandbagging would reflect poorly on her. With so many eyes upon her, Gideon could not afford to ruin her reputation. This was not an unexpected result. The battle had constantly been going downhill for the biomech. Yet his constantly unfolding disaster pressed a heavy weight on the hearts of the lifer. The Epsilon Moser had no chance. How come so little of it has been healed? Dr. Navarro is incompetent. Instead of wasting time on turning its legs into a gimmick, he should have reinforced its flight system instead. Discontent quickly rose up as the lifers processed the ugly defeat. Even though the deck was stacked against the Epsilon Moser from the beginning, the overly optimistic spectators still hoped for a miracle. Even Dr. Navarro himself shook his head. This was one of the negative consequences for holding a design duel in public, especially one that adopted unusual rules. Sometimes, the public isn't your friend. Remember that, Yelkin. The teenage student nodded. Got it. Is this what you had to deal with all your life? It's more nuanced than that, Federico Navarro said. Public opinion can be both a boon and a weapon. It all depends on the circumstances. Mr. Larkinson has much more experience with generating publicity, so we should be asking him for tips. The 6 masters who attended the second phase of the design duel in person did not say anything as usual. If they communicated at all, then they wouldn't let anyone else eavesdrop on their conversation. The concepts and theories they exchanged with each other were probably so profound that any lesser mech designer would probably be led astray. As the second match was being prepared, Ves took the time to check the local security condition. The spectators may look rowdy, but the armed and armored guards in their midst ensured their behavior remained firmly within the limits. The aerial biomechs of the planetary guards continued to sweep the surroundings for any heavy threats. Their presence continued to act as a powerful deterrence. Nothing less than a full-blown invasion would be able to shake so many mechs on guard. So far, the situation looked fine, but Ves did not dare to base his conclusions on mere observations. He turned to Venerable Janzi, who had kept quiet throughout this period. Do you feel safe here? Not really, she gruffly answered as she crossed her arms. I feel antsy. While I haven't spotted anything fishy, there are too many unknowns around us. Those masters over there are all strong in their own way. I wouldn't provoke them if I were you. We're also surrounded by lots of biotechnology. Who knows what they can do? My judgment is considerably more limited in this kind of place. That was a bummer. Ves originally brought Venerable Janzi along because he wanted to use her as an early warning system. What do your instincts tell you? Ves carefully asked. She steadily looked into his eyes. I don't feel safe in your company. Does that answer your question? You have to admit that you're kind of a trouble magnet, Vincent said as he stuffed his face with a snack that a flying beetle had delivered to him. All of this stuff wouldn't have happened if you didn't visit this star system. Ves snorted. I didn't ask for this. A real man doesn't complain. What did that have to do with the situation? Fortunately, the next match was already about to start. Please welcome back Trip Oxen and Xenon Diabavros for their second duel. The two elite graduates will be piloting substantially altered night mechs that they faced off against before. The Dragon Scale Warrior was in a much better shape. Strangely enough, its thinner flesh and skinnier frame caused it to look as if it was on a diet. The drain the biomech experienced in the previous match wasn't so easy to restore, apparently. Yet despite its diminished appearance, the partially restored biomech still boasted a complete cover of reptilian scales. It doesn't look as if the Dragon Scale Warrior can regenerate its spent scales anymore, Ves quietly guessed. Even so, its protection is still good enough to resist most blows. His bright warrior looked much worse off in comparison. Ves affixed many ugly and uneven plates in the areas where its armor was breached. This led to a patchwork appearance that made many people regard it as a junkyard mech. So ugly! I bet it smells. Beat this trash can mech up. Wash away the shame of the first defeat. Both mech pilots could hear the words of the audience clearly through their mechs. Xenon Diabavros knew he had a hard time ahead of him. He should know, since he defeated the Bright Warrior just 3 days ago. I don't have a lot of tricks at my disposal, but the strength of my mech should still be intact. The Dragon Scale Warrior looks depleted, though. I can use this. My enemy probably has the edge in speed, but night mechs never rely on it in the first place. One of the reassurances he possessed was that the Bright Warrior gained another tower shield. This was an essential defense tool that would definitely be able to blunt a lot of attacks. As Bavros tried to formulate a strategy, the match finally began in earnest. Begin the fight. Just like before, the two mechs quickly closed in on each other. Though both mechs flew slower than before due to the damage they sustained in the previous match, they still possessed enough mobility to collide against each other with their shields. Bang! The reactions of the two mechs il.u.s. had their conditions. The Bright Warrior bounced back roughly as if it was a billiard ball. Bavros had to expend a bit more effort into stabilizing its flight. The Dragon Scale Warrior fared a lot better. Its flight characteristics were still working fine. Even though it bounced back further due to its decreased mass, its flight system was much more assertive. That's not good. Ves frowned. The Dragon Scale Warrior's components are all working fine while the Bright Warrior is still dealing with damaged and incomplete internals. Now that Trip Oxen knew how strong his biomech was relative to the Bright Warrior, he knew what to do. As much as he felt sorry about the Bright Warrior he previously piloted, he had to take it down. Let's make this quick. The Dragon Scale Warrior burst forward and utilized its advantage of speed and acceleration to good effect. The biomech constantly circled around the Bright Warrior and struck its sword at the weaker sections that hadn't adequately been fixed. Many times, Bavros utilized the tower shield of the Bright Warrior to block the Dragon Scale Warrior's attacks, but this obstacle steadily fell apart from all of the blows it endured. Bavros knew he had to go on the attack. I can't let Oxen beat up my mech without retaliating. I'll just lose if this continues. Yet every time the Bright Warrior attempted to make a move, the Dragon Scale Warrior either dashed backwards or easily blocked the incoming attack. In desperation, the Bright Warrior threw out its battered shield, causing it to collide against the Dragon Scale Warrior and unbalancing the biomech for a moment. Take this! Freed from carrying a hefty shield, the Bright Warrior quickly burst forth and utilized its much lighter burden to slash at the Dragon Scale Warrior's side. More than a dozen biomech scales tore or cut apart as the Dragon Scale Warrior suffered a wound. Oxen grew annoyed. Do you think you're fast? I'm faster! The Dragon Scale Warrior decided to abandon its shield as well. Once it began to wield its sword with two hands, its mobility rose by an even greater proportion. Both knight mechs seemed to have turned into swordsman mechs as both of them engaged in a rough and violent sword duel. Wounds started to appear on their frames as their swords frequently managed to land good hits. While the dragon scale armor was losing a steady amount of scales, the other mech fared substantially worse. The gaps in the armor weren't adequately protected, and it took less effort to pry away the hastily affixed armor plating. In fact, the dragon scale armor even managed to pierce right through them as their defensive capabilities weren't good enough. Chapter 2804 Predicted Solution. The second Bright Warrior put up a stiffer fight than the first one. Having discarded its Siumbursum shield, the defensive mech was able to maneuver more freely, allowing it to evade many attacks while launching more sophisticated counterattacks in return. Yet all was not well with the metallic mech. The scaled biomech that pushed it back was faster and retained more of its original performance. While it didn't display any drastic tricks like turning its legs into creepy tentacles, the Dragon Scale Warrior's base performance was already good enough to suppress the Bright Warrior. The performance disparity was too great. Even when Ves switched the Bright Warrior's design spirit from Goldie to Kalanxo, there was only so much Bavros could do to keep his mech together. Venerable Janzi reacted with surprise at this change. Can you do this with every mech? Yes, but it's not as easy as it looks, Ves quietly answered. And as you can see, a change in glow isn't a panacea. There was no suspense to this battle in his eyes. The only way the Dragon Scale Warrior would lose was if Trip Oxen made a very big mistake, or if Bavros suddenly became twice as good. That latter part made Ves think for a bit. Theoretically, he might be able to turn this outlandish claim into reality. Yet Ves quickly discarded the notion. Performing ancestral possession in front of so many eyes would surely cause a lot of powerful people to grow suspicious at Bavros' suddenly jump in piloting skill. This wasn't a controlled lab situation either. There was no other Bright Warrior nearby that was piloted by a suitable expert candidate who could donate his or her skills while the match proceeded. Besides, one of the preconditions for activating this special ability was that both the source and the recipient were connected to the Larkinson network. Therefore, when the Bright Warrior finally fell after the Dragon Scale Warrior simply opened up all of its old wounds, Ves did not express any dismay. We won! Huzzah! Biomechs aren't useless after all. The Epsilon Moser was simply too awful. The other biomechs should be better. The swing in public opinion was drastic. The crowd seemingly forgot their discontent and avidly cheered the fact that Dr. Navarro finally achieved a victory in the second stage. The Dragon Scale Warrior piloted by Trip Oxen has won. So far, the score is 4-3 in favor of Mr. Larkinson. With only 3 matches left, Dr. Navarro has fewer chances left to end the second phase on a positive balance. Will his mech succeed in reversing their previous outcome, or will they fall just like they did in the first phase? This question loomed over many people's shoulders. Only 2 matches had taken place, but a pattern already became apparent. Both winning mechs had also achieved victory in the previous phase. Regardless of their unique qualities, the conditions they were in when they participated in their second fights were quite terrible. The format of the design duel made it difficult for either mech designer to deliver a pristine mech. If they had 2 weeks' time to fix up the mechs that had been savaged during the first phase, then the mechs that stepped into the dueling ring would have looked much better. It's kind of funny, Ves briefly chuckled. This rule was originally meant to benefit Dr. Navarro. After all, biomechs are known for their regeneration ability. The problem is that 3 days is too short of an interval. Our mechs would probably look drastically different if we had 6 days to fix them up. Passive regeneration is a lot more effective if it has time to work its magic. This was how biomechs were supposed to be used. Any force that deployed organic machines required less crew to operate and maintain them. If they incurred any damage, then the maintenance crews could simply submerge them into feeder pools and come back a month later. The biomechs would likely be back in tip-top shape as long as they weren't missing any limbs or something. The third match started pretty soon. The happy crowd quickly lost their cheer when one of the most dreaded mechs of the design duel stepped into the field. The ferocious Piranha Mark I version B made an appearance once again. The second-class version of the infamous mech line had achieved an overwhelming victory the last time. Its disorientation aura was so hard to deal with that even a mentally strong mech pilot like Katerina Valsamar wasn't able to maintain her concentration when subjected to its influence. Now that she was piloting the mech herself, she reveled in what she could do with her former boogeyman. The corrosive damage it previously suffered had only been partially fixed, but that didn't matter too much since the ferocious piranha still presented an extreme threat at close range. "Now it's my turn to terrorize you!" she exclaimed. In contrast, Res Killigan did not look forward to this match at all. The fairy stinger may have received lots of attention from Dr. Navarro, but his impression of the previous match was still too strong. Up above, Ves became a lot more attentive. He glanced frequently at Dr. Navarro. "There is no way the fairy stinger is the same as before. Its original incarnation is woefully inadequate," he guessed. Vincent nodded. "I wouldn't want to fight the ferocious piranha up close at all. I'd rather keep my distance and take potshots at it. There's no other way to defeat it in my opinion." As soon as the match started, it became clear that Dr. Navarro had the same thought. The fairy stinger did not pull out any daggers. In fact, it didn't carry any melee weapons at all in order to reduce its mass. Instead of resorting to blades, the mech wielded a slim carbine that was able to fire laser beams. The biomech was already flying away from the dreaded ferocious piranha. Its carbine was slim enough to be fired with a single hand, which the organic light skirmisher took advantage of by rotating its weapon arm to an unnatural degree until it pointed straight backwards. Laser beam after laser beam began to strike ferocious piranha's surface in quick succession. While the relatively light beams weren't capable of punching through the light mech's armor straight away, that would eventually change if this pattern continued. The fairy stinger should have been wielding a ranged weapon to begin with. "Come on, fairy stinger! Keep your distance. Don't let that flimsy metal mech trap you into a corner." Ves noted that the fairy stinger featured a substantially more powerful flight system. Dr. Navarro not only invested a lot of effort to restore it, but also expanded upon it so that his biomech was able to exert considerably more thrust than before. The difference became evident as the fairy stinger constantly outpaced the ferocious piranha. Yet the current conditions didn't allow her to do so. Her mech was incurring more and more damage as laser beams continued to rain on her mech. All the while, the fairy stinger always remained a step ahead. Even though Valsamar attempted to cut her opponent off by passing through the center of the dueling ring, Killigan wasn't stupid. As soon as she took this route, Killigan halted his mech and changed his direction. Since he personally channeled the ferocious piranha's power in the previous phase, he developed a healthy respect for its capabilities. He paid extra attention to the fairy stinger's positioning in order to avoid any possibility of getting close. The only way the ferocious piranha was able to retaliate at all was by firing its pistol, but the weapon was so weak that the fairy stinger could easily hold on for a while. Ves frowned as he observed the proceedings. He could tell that Dr. Navarro optimized the fairy stinger for short-duration fights. Its energy expenditure was quite high right now, and that was evident from the rising heat levels of the biomech. Perhaps the biomech might run out of juice 10 minutes later, but that was enough time for its laser carbine to finish off another light skirmisher. Would this be the match where Dr. Navarro's work managed to overturn its previous result? Not necessarily. The ferocious piranha was not without its own means. If the public could guess that the fairy stinger would opt to use a kiting tactic to avoid getting caught in the LMC mech's absurd glow, then so could Ves. He had always known that the ferocious piranha model was susceptible to ranged attacks. Normally, light mechs were able to utilize their superior mobility to evade most attacks. Yet this was not viable in the current situation. First, the range between the two mechs was too short. Second, the ferocious piranha was forced to fly in a direction that brought it closer to its target. Performing any form of evasive maneuvers merely extended the distance between the two. This was counterproductive and removed most chances of victory. Therefore, playing the waiting game was not viable. It would have been a different story if the ferocious piranha was a night mech, but since it was a mobility-oriented mech, the solution had to come from this direction as well. Katerina Valsamar knew this as well. She knew that the ferocious piranha came with an extra option that she had been reluctant to utilize up until now. I can only activate it once, she grimly reminded herself. There was only so much Ves could do to augment the ferocious piranha. If he had more time, he could have implemented a more reasonable solution, but since he only had a few hours to modify his light skirmisher, he resorted to a slapdash solution instead. The new option was so extreme that it befitted its designer's nature. Ves rarely held back when it came to matters like these. Since the ferocious piranha would definitely lose if it encountered a ranged mech like the reworked fairy stinger, it was worth it to implement an extreme solution. After hesitating a few more seconds, Valsamar winced as a laser beam struck a hisnect IV place on her mech. She couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Let's do this, then. She mentally pulled the trigger. Almost immediately, the flight system of the ferocious piranha blazed into life. The light and energy it emanated suddenly rose by 70%. Such an abrupt boost of thrust put an immense strain on its flight system. In fact, the more vulnerable parts already started to melt or fall apart due to the extreme stresses it endured. Yet the abrupt increase in thrust also provided the ferocious piranha with a powerful boost forward. It's gaining on the fairy stinger! No, it's already catching up! Someone alarmingly exclaimed. Killigan panicked. He quickly instructed his fairy stinger to dive in order to delay the interception, but the ferocious piranha raced after it with much greater speed even as its flight system finally exploded, causing the LMC mech to lose its main form of aerial propulsion. Yet even as the mech suffered this disaster, it came close enough to hug and entangle the fairy stinger with its limbs. Ha! I've caught you! Valsamar laughed. Take this! The ferocious piranha's glow slowed down Killigan's response, but that was of little consequence because the fragile fairy stinger had no defense against the daggers that stabbed into its flesh. Before the pair of entangled mechs impacted the ground, emergency shield generators and heavy-duty anti-grav modules quickly cushioned their fall and separated them from each other. The 8 match ended in yet another victory for Ves. Chapter 2805 Disgusting Weapons. No! You had a chance. Why didn't you dodge the ferocious piranha? Are we really losing? Someone please kick this dummy Navarro out of our state. He's a disgrace to our biomech industry. The lifers reacted especially vehemently this time. The process and outcome of the 8th match was much more agonizing than the 6th match. The Epsilon Moser was at an obvious disadvantage shortly after the beginning. The mech was in such a poor condition that everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it lost. This was different. The second bout between the ferocious piranha and the fairy stinger proceeded much more optimistically at first. With the modifications that Dr. Navarro made it to the biomech, the ferocious piranha was constantly forced to trail behind. The difference in mobility was too significant to allow the slightly heavier LMC mech to overtake its target. Yet all of that changed in an instant when the ferocious piranha overloaded its flight system to such an extent that it exploded less than a dozen seconds later. The lifers watched on in disbelief as the ferocious piranha suddenly turned into a supermech due to its extreme acceleration. From the moment it collided against the fairy stinger and began to stab its dagger into the fleshy frame with wild abandon, much of the onlookers still hadn't processed the rapid turn of events. Only when the entangled mech started losing altitude while lots of blood sprayed out from the fairy stinger did the locals finally realize what had happened. Dr. Navarro lost again. Even though Res Killigan piloted the fairy stinger exactly how it was supposed to be utilized, a single modification in the ferocious piranha precisely countered the new mode of combat in a single, devastating move. Since the transition from winning to utter defeat happened too quickly and without warning, the lifers were truly angry this time. The score is 5-3 now. We lost 5 times. There's no way for us to win more matches now. We can only go even at our best. This design duel is crap. Why are the rules so slanted in favor of the foreigner? Dr. Navarro is forced to fight with one hand tied behind his back. We're embarrassing ourselves in front of the rest of the star sector. Majestic Teal must be laughing at us and our pathetic biomechs right now. Just when VS thought the anger couldn't get any worse, VS briefly saw a plume of smoke rising from the distance. What is that? VS noticed that the master mech designer sitting not too far away no longer held a casual posture. All 6 of them had adopted a serious demeanor. Master Werther Klein looked especially concerned. Master Lehigh Brixton sent a challenging glance towards the conservative mech designer. The other masters each held ambiguous expressions. Venerable Janzi activated her comm and quickly accessed the news. A small ammunition depot in the outskirts of Violin blew up. The details are scarce, but it's likely that someone deliberately triggered it. No lives have been lost, thankfully. Unfortunately, this was not the only incident that occurred after the 8th match. The news portals rapidly reported numerous different incidents. From mobs of angry lifers wrecking everything nearby to trying to intrude in places where they weren't supposed to be, the locals were very upset with this situation right now. Fortunately, the instability was largely confined to Prosperous Hill 6. The local planetary guard had already brought in reinforcements beforehand. Emergency response mechs quickly flew out and quickly suppressed the rampaging groups of people by firing sticky webs that FRCIBLY stuck them into place. The 9th match had to be delayed because of the outbreak of incidents. An official even stepped forward in an attempt to calm the lifers. We know you care about the outcome of this design duel, but please calm down. All of Majestic Teal is watching us right now. We must present ourselves in a good light, and while we understand your passion, please do not lose control. For centuries, the Life Research Association has been a beacon of peace and knowledge. Let us continue to project ourselves according to our values. We are thinkers, not brawlers. Meow! Lucky responded with a disgusted expression. Yeah, I don't want to get webbed by this substance either. Law enforcement units deliberately utilize disgusting substances to quell fights. Just the threat of getting covered in stinky slime or awful webs was enough to convince many people to behave. Once spectators in the arena calmed down, the preparations for the 9th match finally resumed. 2 familiar mechs stepped into the field. The Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken met each other yet again. VS paid close attention to the Froken. The Marauder mech genuinely took him by surprise last time. Who could have guessed that the mech was able to grow a lot of hair and utilized it as a shield and grappling tool? The Valkyrie Redeemer lost unjustly in his opinion. Now that his mech had a second chance of facing off against the mech that humiliated it, VS hoped that his changes would have the desired effect. Commence the match. This time, the Hexer mech did not wield a pulse submachine gun. While it was moderately effective against lightly armored targets, it was woefully inadequate against any form of strong protection. In the last match, the pulsed particles fired by the Valkyrie Redeemer turned out to be incredibly useless. The Froken's hair blocked every attack before any of it reached the flesh layer. If the Valkyrie Redeemer ever encountered this situation again, VS thought of two potential solutions. The first one was to arm his mech with a weapon that could punch through the Froken's hair cover. A Gauss rifle would do, but that weapon was too cumbersome for a mobility-oriented machine like the Valkyrie Redeemer. VS opted to go for a laser rifle instead. He beefed it up a bit, but it was still relatively weak compared to a positron rifle. Its requirements were lower though, so he was easily able to pair it up with his mech. Right now, Mirella Linschoten didn't even wait for the Froken to grow out its hair. Having piloted the biomech to great effect in her previous match, she knew how insane it could be. She did not want to be on the receiving end of all of that hair. Burn! 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 The Valkyrie Redeemer quickly began to shine a beam of light from its third eye onto the opposing mech. Carter Day soon felt trapped and uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and continued to pilot his mech forward. It was not because Carter Day wanted to hold it back. The problem was that the Froken wasn't able to grow out any hair anymore. While a biomech designer could easily design a mech that was able to grow out hair follicles, it was useless most of the time. Normal hair was too fragile to be utilized in combat. In order for the Froken to generate hair that was tough enough to withstand the rigors of combat, it had to grow them out through an intensive, energy-draining process that weakened the rest of the frame. While this was a major contributor to the Froken's decisive victory in its previous match, the mech wasn't able to repeat this trick. VS and many onlookers quickly realized this fact. As the Valkyrie Redeemer employed a kiting tactic to pelt the Froken with damaging laser beams, the biomech did not form any special countermeasure to block the attacks. What is it up to? VS wondered. The Valkyrie Redeemer wasn't able to outpace the Froken for long. The LMC mech had incurred substantial damage in the previous match, so its performance wasn't even close to its peak. When the Froken drew near, the mech finally showed what it was capable of. All this time, it held an unusual rifle that had not opened from the start. It was only when it drew close enough that Carter Day finally pulled the trigger. What? The net was apparently made from the same substance of the hair that the Froken previously grew. The only difference was that the hair was not under the mech pilot's control. The hair net acted under its programmed instructions and tightened around the Valkyrie Redeemer. Even though the LMC mech was already succeeding in breaking or cutting through the strands of hair, it was still incapacitated by the time the Froken drew close. The blade of a biometal axe slammed into the head of the Valkyrie Redeemer. The stricken mech's third eye along with the rest of its head had split apart. Linschoten was briefly disoriented as she was forced to switch to another set of visual sensors to observe her surroundings. Before the axe managed to strike the Valkyrie Redeemer a second time, the trapped mech quickly dropped altitude. At the same time, the mech activated its shock and awe pulse while at the same time detonating a starburst grenade. Ah! The sharp and deadly axe that was aimed straight at the chest of the Valkyrie Redeemer missed. It turned out that Mirella Linschoten had also deactivated the flight system for a moment, causing the Valkyrie Redeemer to drop altitude just enough to evade the attack. Break! The Valkyrie Redeemer stretched, allowing it to finally break out of the strange net. Yet just as it had freed itself, the Froken pointed its projector weapon at its target and fired another hairnet. "Oh no, you don't!" The Valkyrie Redeemer managed to dodge just enough to spare most of its body from the creepy net. Only its left leg got entangled, but the mech managed to cut away the net easily enough this time. The Froken dropped its projector. Apparently, it had already exhausted its charges. The biomech only clung onto its biometal axe this time. Seeing that the Valkyrie Redeemer didn't have to worry about getting netted yet again, Linschoten ordered her mech to put away its laser rifle. The mech instead readied its spear and shield. The feminine mech could have looked quite valiant if not for its ruined head. As it was, the Valkyrie Redeemer did not stay still for long. It charged. Even if the mech lost its third eye, its glow and other spiritual properties were not affected. Carter Day still experienced a significant amount of pressure as his Froken began to exchange blows against the Valkyrie Redeemer. The two mechs were even for the moment. The Valkyrie Redeemer technically performed, but its marked for death ability ensured that the enemy mech pilot wasn't able to fight at full strength. Why isn't the Froken winning? It's being piloted just as bad as the last match. Come on! Finish that woman mech already! The crowd grew frustrated again. According to the results of the previous phase, the Froken should have beaten the Valkyrie Redeemer handedly. Instead, it just fired a few strange nets before confronting the spear-wielding mech head-on with a simple axe. Even Ves looked a bit perplexed. Had the Froken expended too many resources previously? Why didn't it pull out another rabbit out of his hat? Could it be? There isn't anything special about it anymore? Chapter 2806 Helpful. The match between the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken was close. Both mechs circled around in the air and clashed against each other, attempting to slam their weapons into each other's frames. Each time they closed in, the audience clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They cheered whenever the Valkyrie Redeemer incurred a serious blow. They groaned or shouted their dismay any time the Froken received a serious wound. Overall, the energy of the crowd seesawed so frequently that it was as if they were all affected by the ferocious piranha's glow. Even Ves felt a bit nervous about the outcome of this battle. The Valkyrie Redeemer was one of his great successes and the mech that best represented his mother. It lost a bit unjustly in the first phase, so he hoped it would be able to make a comeback in the second phase. It's close, Vincent commented as he became engaged at how the mechs were fighting each other. I don't know too much about the mechs, but I can tell the mech pilots are treating this like a high-stakes match. They don't want to lose, so they don't dare to pull off any daring moves. They just want to grind each other down. It won't end until one of the mechs falters. This was an approach that removed many variables from play. Instead of using their wits and the special capabilities of their mechs to outmaneuver each other, Mirella Linschoten and Carter Day both chose to fight each other in one of the simplest and most straightforward methods. The only variables that mattered was their skill along with the resilience of their mechs. Their skill was roughly even. Both of them were experienced mercenary mech pilots. While neither Mirella nor Carter received any elite training, they invested decades into polishing their fundamental skills, allowing them to perform quite well even if they piloted relatively unfamiliar mechs. That left the mechs. This was where the real differences lay. The Valkyrie Redeemer lost badly the last time and still suffered the consequences for it. Its reduced performance and patched armor left it in a relatively dire state. Mirella constantly had to employ caution in order to prevent a single strike from damaging a critical component. Yet the mech was still putting up a good fight regardless. Its spear granted the mech a longer reach than its opponent, thereby granting the metallic mech an inherent advantage in performing its attack runs. Second, Mirella constantly became more in tune with her mech. Unlike Carter Day, who only formed a shallow relationship with the Valkyrie Redeemer, Mirella became increasingly more in tune with the mech. She was not a hexer. Far from it. She was loyal to the Life Research Association and had no intentions of changing that. Yet that did not prevent her from getting charmed by the mech she piloted. No mech has made me feel as strong as this one. Even in a damaged condition, the Valkyrie Redeemer could still beat the mech she utilized before. She never piloted a mech this good outside simulations. The power she wielded and the additional systems at her disposal caused her to become more and more enamored with piloting the Valkyrie Redeemer. What was even more fascinating to her was how the mech responded so well to her. The Valkyrie Redeemer seemed to possess a mind of its own. In fact, she felt as if there were two minds. One of them allowed her to forge a closer connection to her mech, while the other one was vastly more profound than anything she had felt before. When she tentatively deepened her bond with the latter, she became more and more in awe. The more she reached out, the more she came in touch with. There was an endless depth to this indescribable bond that completely fascinated her but miraculously did not distract her from the battle. Is this what it is like to be a hexer? She asked herself. She felt as if she was caught up by an enormous wave of hexerness, for a lack of a better description. Whenever she reached out with her mind, she felt as if she became more inured with values associated with strong and assertive women. Women are better. Women must take the lead. Women cannot lose. Why should she lose this battle? She won with the Froken before. Was she destined to lose because she hit the Valkyrie Redeemer a little too hard the previous match? It's not fair. She was a winner. She refused to concede against Carter Day. Even though he respected her opponent, it did not change the fact that she thought she was better. If my Valkyrie Redeemer was in the same condition as the Froken, then I would have won by now. This was not an idle boast. The performance of her current mech fell below that of the Froken, yet she was holding her ground just fine so far. Her skill expression slowly rose over time as she became increasingly more familiar with the Valkyrie Redeemer in multiple ways. Clang! The Froken managed to chop apart the shield held by the Valkyrie Redeemer. Axes were highly suited to destroy shields to begin with, and Carter Day already knew that he had to get rid of this obstacle in order to launch a fatal blow against the Valkyrie Redeemer. However, Mirella Lynchoten wasn't stupid. She always knew that the shield wouldn't be able to last the fight. It was not a thick and sturdy tower shield that was designed to withstand immense bombardment. It was more of a delaying tool that could be utilized to make favorable trades. A spout of purple blood sprayed from the wound as the spear retracted from the flesh. Scabs hastily formed over the nasty wound, preventing the organic machine from leaking out more blood, but the damage was already done. The Froken became a bit less responsive. Although the wound hadn't struck anything critical, it still interfered with the functioning of the biomech. Dr. Navarro began to look quite concerned as he observed the match. The successful blow inflated Mirella Lynchoten's confidence. Her momentum increased and her fit with her mech increased even further. This allowed the superior mother to exert even more influence over the mech. When Ves prepared this specific machine, he already tweaked its spiritual design and warned the design spirit that the mech pilot deserved extra care. As a maternal spirit, the superior mother excelled at giving care, especially towards those that helped out her son. Ves could see what she was doing. His spiritual senses noticed the increased activity from the Valkyrie Redeemer. His face grew a little grave when he noticed what was happening. He hadn't prompted the superior mother to do anything throughout the entire match, but his helpful mother took the initiative to intervene on her own accord. The difference became increasingly more telling. The strength of the Valkyrie Redeemer's glow grew stronger. Even with its ruined head, the Hexer mech was still radiating a sharp glow onto the Froken, which exerted more and more psychological pressure on its mech pilot. No wonder the Friday men all hate this mech. The Valkyrie Redeemer is truly difficult to fight against. His responses became less tight and his mech began to incur more stab wounds. Even though the difference was relatively minor, he felt increasingly more pressed to keep up his performance. "Get down already!" Linschoten shouted as her spear seemed to possess a touch of brilliance as it whipped past the Froken's axe and punctured a shoulder. Though the wound inflicted by the Valkyrie Redeemer was fairly shallow, it was nonetheless a concerning attack because a follow-up strike might very well be able to knock out one of the Froken's arms. The biomech was not harmless, however. Even as Carter Day came under increasing pressure, he became more determined to end the match before his mech reached the point of failure. "I can't let you grow any further!" The match suddenly heated up as Carter recognized that time would only make the Valkyrie Redeemer stronger instead of the opposite. He had to cut this strange growth process short by attempting to chop down the Valkyrie Redeemer sooner. The Froken no longer made any sparing attack runs. Instead, it flew forward and attempted to stick close to the Valkyrie Redeemer. Its weapon might have a shorter reach, but that meant it would definitely be able to savage the Valkyrie Redeemer up close. More puncture wounds adorned the Froken's surface as it tried and failed to get past the guard of the spear-wielding mech. The spear held in the Valkyrie Redeemer's hand was like a wall that blocked the biomecha's path. The Froken had no choice but to face the spear attacks head-on in an attempt to get closer, and that made it extremely difficult for it to get past this challenge. Eventually, Carter Day decided to throw caution to the wind. "I'll accept any blow as long as I can get close enough to hack at you with my axe." The Froken fearlessly dashed forward. It held its axe in a blocking manner in an attempt to guard its CHST, but the spear that SN.A.K.E.D forward keenly avoided every obstacle and stabbed deep in the already wounded abdomen of the biomech. Yet no matter how serious this injury appeared, the Froken succeeded in getting close. Its biometal axe is already chopped down like a descending moon. The air whipped as the sharp and resilient axe blade hungered to split apart the CHST plating of the Valkyrie Redeemer. Yet just before the axe was close to doing so, the Valkyrie Redeemer abruptly detonated its last starburst grenade while simultaneously activating its strongest shock and awe pulse yet. More raw power had been pumped into the latter than ever before, causing Carter Day to be blanked for a small moment before he regained his wits. The Valkyrie Redeemer's spear was still thrust into the abdomen of the Froken, but the mech that previously held the weapon was gone from its place. "Where?" Carter became alarmed. The Froken's axe cut through empty air, signaling that its opponent was truly gone. "Wait a second." The sense of doom that was directed towards him no longer came from the front. Instead, it came from below. It turned out that the Valkyrie Redeemer cut off its propulsion at the same time it activated its close-range countermeasures. This caused the mech to lose altitude for just a moment until its flight system came online again. Miralala Linschoten pumped more power into the flight system than ever before, causing it to rise up just enough to empower her next blow. "This is the end!" she yelled as her will seemed to echo with her mech and the spirit that was supporting her from behind. The Valkyrie Redeemer's backup knife rapidly rose up from between the legs of the Froken before sinking straight into the crotch of the biomech. More purple blood leaked out from the mech than ever before as the spear dug deep into the flesh and internals in its way. The Froken suffered a terrible blow. Carter screamed, and so did much of the audience. Chapter 2807 Stripped Facade. The Frokins suffered a blow no one wanted to suffer. Men especially reacted with horror at the final blow of the Valkyrie Redeemer. A knife had been struck straight through the underside of the crotch of the Frokin. It would have been worse if Dr. Navarro equipped this particular mech with organs, but even in its bare and smooth form, it was still a place where no mech wanted to get hurt. The Frokin obviously lacked an independent consciousness, but Carter Day's instinctual behavior caused the mech to bend in a manner that was very characteristic of mech who got hurt in this fashion. More blood poured from the biomech than ever before as the Valkyrie Redeemer cruelly twisted the knife before pulling it out. It was as if the Hexer mech delighted in paying back the suffering it endured at the hands of the formerly hairy mech. It was the female mech's turn to torment its opponent. As an experienced mech pilot, Mirella Lynchoten was not stupid enough to let down her guard. While the Frokin belatedly recovered and attempted to put up a guard, the Valkyrie Redeemer was already a step ahead. Even though the Frokin descended from the air in an attempt to generate some distance from its opponent, the Valkyrie Redeemer was already a step ahead. The metallic mech dove and maneuvered around until it was able to stab its knife straight into the flight system of the organic machine. The Valkyrie Redeemer acted as if it had gone psychotic as it repeatedly stabbed the rear of the Frokin in rapid tempo. In order to make sure the bleeding mech wasn't able to escape, the feminine mech SN.A.K.E.D its legs around the Frokin's torso and rode the biomecha's backside as if it was a mount. Stab! 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 Over a dozen different stabs pierced the Frokin's inadequately protected rear. The flesh and bone that made up its rear hardly posed an obstacle against the Valkyrie Redeemer's repeat strikes. Mirella Lynchoten had piloted the Frokin just before. She still remembered much of its properties when she interfaced with her mech, including where all of the critical parts were located and how she could damage them from the rear. This knowledge came in very handy at this time as her seemingly thoughtless attacks were actually premeditated. Each stab struck a critical component or cut through some vital connections. The sheer amount of purple blood flooding through the stab wounds was indicative of how much suffering the Frokin must be going through. In desperation, the biomech attempted to swing its biometal axe over its head so that its blade was able to chop into the mech that had glued itself onto its back. But the Valkyrie Redeemer merely reared its torso back, causing the attempt to fail. After suffering so many small but critical blows, the Frokin already lost a lot of strength. Its flight system had already been knocked offline, so the two entangled mechs were rapidly approaching the surface. Everyone looked at the victorious Valkyrie Redeemer. Wielding a modest blade that was covered in blood, the damaged mech looked as if it wasn't done yet. The Hexer mech looked as if it was eager to emasculate another organic machine. This is why mechs need codpieces. Vincent winced as he moved his hands over his LAP. The 9th match has concluded. The announcer stated in a neutral voice. Mr. Larkinson has achieved an upset. The Valkyrie Redeemer's unanticipated success brings the score to 6-3 in favor of our foreign guest. The response to this result was graver than the previous one. It took a long time for the audience to process what had happened, but once they did, they became swept by denial and anger. This can't be. The Frokin was clearly in a better shape than the Valkyrie Redeemer, so why did our biomech lose? What the hell was Dr. Navarro doing? Why didn't he regrow the Frokin's hair? Did he actually think that stupid net launcher was going to work? Our current record looks awful. Our score has already gone negative, and it's not possible for us to recover anymore. At most, we can make our defeat more graceful if we manage to win the final match. What good will that do? And didn't you forget that we lost the previous heavy artillery mech bout? Dr. Navarro's last biomech will have to fight an uphill battle if it wants to win. It's hopeless. The people's faith in Dr. Navarro's abilities had sunk to a low point at this time. Previously, the lifers watching the matches were still able to believe that the biomech designer was putting up a decent fight. After all, the outcomes of the latest matches fell in line with the past. The mechs that won the previous time also achieved another victory today. The Valkyrie Redeemer broke this pattern. The Froken effectively countered the metallic mech in their first confrontation, but during the second one, the biomech was no longer able to grow out its hair for some reason. Without its absurdly effective hair, the Froken wasn't that impressive anymore. It fought like any other biomech, but that was not enough to prevail against the Valkyrie Redeemer. The most emotional and unstable lifers lashed out again as a result, while the people who were spectating the design duel in person remained calm under the suppression of the guards. Elsewhere, the citizens of the LRA vented their anger in many different ways. Some shouted in the air as if they tried to warp reality with their words. Others started to abuse maintenance beetles left and right in an attempt to channel their frustration. Lots of beetles got kicked, stabbed, or crushed as angry mobs of people descended upon these innocent creatures to get their taste of blood. The authorities largely allowed the mobs to do so. In fact, more beetles flooded from the tree buildings and conveniently turned themselves into targets. As long as the mobs were preoccupied with trashing cheap, disposable beetles, they weren't doing something worse. More fires started to break out. While automatic fire suppression measures quickly doused these potential hazards, there were some instances where creative fire starters managed to ignite a number of vehicles. Fortunately, no one launched any powerful attacks or detonated any explosives, but the authorities received worrying signals. The responses from all of the people on the VIP platform were mostly grave. The conservatives, such as Master Klein, all smelled trouble on the horizon. However, those who aligned themselves with the opposition did not seem too troubled by the latest turn of events. Master Brixton did not even bother to put on a facade. The taunting grin on his face rubbed a lot of adherents of the conservative faction the wrong way. "See what your complacency has led us to?" the old man passionately spoke. "Look at how fragile our people are. The false pride that you have instilled into their heads has kept them docile but also blind to reality. We were never as strong as we thought. Our biomech industry has stagnated for so long that not even our foremost professionals are able to pull themselves out of the pit they dug. Now look at us. Once we are stripped of our delusions, our true faces are revealed." Master Klein sent a very sharp glance towards the leader of the combinants. "Master Brixton, the design duel has yet to come to an end. Let us wait until the winner has been decided before we talk any further." "Hell, I hope you will make the correct choice by that time and shed all pretenses, my friend." After this public exchange ended, the masters no longer spoke to each other. "I don't know what is going on, but I feel less and less comfortable at the moment," Venerable Janzi quietly said. "We should leave." VS shook his head. "We can't leave. I'm one of the main stars of the show. My absence is inexcusable. I'm sure there will be people who will attempt to stop us if we try to get away. We have to wait until the final act has ended before we can exit the stage." The contradictions between the conservatives and the other factions had become more blatant. Though the conservatives dominated this viewing platform, those who held other viewpoints had grown bolder all of a sudden. Strangely enough, Dr. Navarro schooled his face into a neutral expression. Even though he previously showed different emotions, the fall of the Froken caused him to wall himself up. He did not reply to anyone attempting to speak with him, and even his student Yelkin seemed to disappear from his mind. VS didn't know what to make of it. It was Dr. Navarro who originally led them to this path. It was the biomech designer who took the initiative to propose a duel to determine which mechs were more alive. Any passionate mech designer who cared about his work and the principles behind them should feel despair at this point. Yet despite losing 6 out of 9 matches, Dr. Navarro did not exhibit any of the pessimism of his fellow conservatives. Strange. Ves didn't try to puzzle this situation out any further. He just wanted the final match to conclude as quickly as possible so that he could end this stupid show and leave this stupid planet as soon as possible. He had long lost his fascination for prosperous Hill 6. The people who lived on this planet were way too preoccupied with frivolous matters. A lot of people were fighting and dying in a neighboring star sector, but the citizens of the LRA were already starting to stir up trouble amongst themselves. After several announcements attempted to quell the unrest, the last match was about to start. Perhaps the conservatives wanted the design duel to end before it got any worse, but the opposition didn't want that to happen. At this time, 2 different heavy mechs stepped onto the field. The Transcendent Punisher looked like a bad second-hand mech. Its worn and patched exterior and its hastily repaired legs only partially restored the defensive strength of the heavy artillery mech. Its weapons looked fully intact though. Ves paid special attention to the armament systems. He knew that offense was its strongest trait, and the quality it needed to rely on to prevail once again. With 6 fully functional cannons, the Transcendent Punisher was able to hit just as hard as in its previous match. Now let's see what it has to face. The Swarm Monarch looked a bit different from before. Its exoskeleton adopted a slightly different shape as the areas that had been patched up looked a little incongruous. 6 cannons were mounted on its back this time. 2 of them looked like they were positron beam cannons, but the other 4 were mounted at the same angles as the drilling beetle cannons. Will the Swarm Monarch launch dangerous insects at the Transcendent Punisher once again? What if they fired conventional explosive shells? With how shaky the upper side of the Transcendent Punisher looked, Ves was worried that his mech might not be able to endure the bombardment. The final match is about to begin. The Swarm Monarch must fight to preserve Dr. Navarro's honor. Since the Valkyrie Redeemer was able to overcome its barriers, the Swarm Monarch might do the improbable as well. Even though the situation seemed bleak, winning the last match might do much to soothe the lifers. Many important figures hoped that Dr. Navarro invested enough time and effort into the Swarm Monarch to alter its strength. Begin. Chapter 2808 Beetle Mech. The 2 mechs tore into each other as soon as the match commenced. Explosions and other loud sounds rippled through the air as the 2 artillery mechs unleashed all of their weapons at the same time. Boom! 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 The partially healed Swarm Monarch immediately got blasted by positron beams and Gauss cannon rounds. The combination of pure kinetic force and energy damage caused the Swarm Monarch's tough exterior to weaken and deform. Compared to before, this process proceeded faster due to the Swarm Monarch's incomplete healing process. It incurred a lot of frontal damage last time, so the massive biomech was still full of structural weaknesses. Since Ilse Lieberman experienced those blows firsthand 3 days ago, she knew exactly where to aim her guns. She didn't even need to rely on any foresight from the Transcendent Punisher to dismantle the Swarm Monarch in the most efficient manner possible. However, Gwyneth Ulcer had the same thoughts in mind. She still recalled all of the areas where the Transcendent Punisher had almost been breached and adjusted her aim to target those sections. The 2 forward cannons both unleashed positron beams that were nearly identical in performance to the cannons mounted on the Transcendent Punisher. Its rear guns were different, though. Instead of lobbing living beetles at the enemy mech, they launched heavy shells that exploded in flames and heat upon impact. Incendiary shells! Ves leaned forward. This is troublesome. If the Ilvanan mech was in a pristine state, then its heat isolation capabilities should still be good. Even if a massive barbecue took place onto its frame, its internals should still be relatively cool for a time. Yet that wasn't the case anymore. All of the drilling and other damage incurred by the Transcendent Punisher permanently weakened its structure. Even if VS hastily patched it up with replacement armor or filler material, the mech's internals were much more susceptible to external influences. One example of that is lots of flames burning on its surface. The energy-dense propellant used to heat up the Transcendent Punisher was specially designed to release as much thermal energy as possible. Even though its armor plating wasn't about to melt into a puddle anytime soon, much of the heat generated on the surface still transferred inwards, causing the internals closest to the surface to experience difficulties. Not every component was designed to operate when subjected to excess heat. Many parts had different tolerances to heat, but there were always a few who were more vulnerable to it than others. Transcendent Punisher was already feeling the pressure. The mech didn't possess much countermeasures against incendiaries. The anti-beetle guns that VS had jury-rigged onto the mech were completely useless against this threat. The artillery mech on fire was on a timeline. Could it last long enough to take down its opponent, or would the metallic mech fall over after its internals were no longer able to function? The two mechs didn't sit still. Both of them were hexapods, and both utilized their legs as best as possible. They didn't circle around this time. Instead, the Transcendent Punisher slowly crawled forward. Ilse Lieberman knew it was a lot more troublesome to lob shells at an enemy at close range. In the worst-case scenario, the incendiary shells fired by the Swarm Monarch might land on top of its starting point. However, getting closer was not necessarily good in other ways. It became more difficult to concentrate attacks on a single point as the Swarm Monarch deliberately rotated its bulk in order to present a less damaged side to the incoming firepower. The Swarm Monarch employed the same strategy as the last match. Instead of utilizing drilling beetles, it instead utilized incendiary shells. The sight was drastic. The Transcendent Punisher looked terrible, as if it was constantly covered in flames. Its upper layers even started to glow red due to all of the heat they absorbed. Can we win? Maybe. It looks better than before. Why doesn't the Swarm Monarch keep its distance, though? The Transcendent Punisher slowly closed the distance, but the Swarm Monarch wasn't even attempting to stop that. It could have crawled backwards at roughly the same pace, but instead it was turning and weaving from side to spread the incoming firepower over the widest possible surface area. Ilse Lieberman became a bit suspicious of this. An artillery mech never allowed a hostile mech to get closer under normal circumstances. She didn't stop her current actions, though. Her mech constantly fired its guns at the Swarm Monarch, which slowly wore away its partially healed exoskeleton. Most notable, the protection at the top also broke down at a steady pace. This was where the Swarm Monarch had been breached the last time. If the Transcendent Punisher managed to open a gap here, it might be able to achieve victory in the same manner as last time. Yet as the two mechs came awfully close, the Swarm Monarch no longer pounded the Transcendent Punisher. The biomech incurred too many hits at this time. Its exoskeleton had already crumbled in multiple places. The Swarm Monarch already suffered some minor internal damage. Though none of it knocked out anything too critical, it had become clear that it might very well fall before the Transcendent Punisher finally sucked out bed from all of the heat. Yet the beetle mech was not down for the count just yet. Even though its frontal side looked battered beyond recognition, it still managed to keep standing. "If it's about to do something special, then this is the time," VS whispered. What he predicted came to pass just a few seconds later. Large portions of the Swarm Monarch's organic frame suddenly fell apart. Its huge exoskeleton parted and the damaged shells at the back split apart in order to reveal an opening. Everything that was made of flesh was being drained at the same time, causing the damaged exoskeleton to resemble fossilized remains. All of that energy and nutrients were being channeled to the rear side of the biomech. Underneath where the rear shells used to be, a strange shape gradually emerged from all of the dried flesh and other icky substances. Is that another mech? VS was stunned. What a crazy idea! The technical challenges involved with putting a mech within a mech was very complicated. He couldn't believe a journeyman was capable of implementing it without seriously compromising the battle effectiveness of both modes. It's so small though, Vincent remarked. It's like a child compared to other mechs. Even light mechs aren't as small. Venerable Janzi concurred with Vincent for once. The Coseek pit must be taking up a lot of space. That was undoubtedly true, but the beetle shape of the mini-mech made it a bit more tolerable. As soon as the ultralight biomech had charged itself, it jumped out of the husk of the swarm monarch and landed right behind the transcendent Punisher. Oh no! While the flames burning on the transcendent Punisher's surface was incredibly threatening, the danger wasn't acute. This was different. No artillery mech liked to be approached from the rear. The transcendent Punisher swiveled its guns as fast as possible, but it was not possible to train all of its cannons towards an enemy from the rear. Unfortunately, only its secondary pulse cannons were able to adopt the correct angle. The other guns weren't capable of firing straight backs. The transcendent Punisher had no choice but to turn around in order to put its other weapons to use, but it took many seconds to rotate a heavy mech. At this time, the slim beetle mech that emerged from the swarm monarch started to skitter forward. Unlike its progenitor, the downsized beetle mech moved remarkably quickly. The ultralight biomech reached the rear of the transcendent Punisher in no time. The secondary beetle mech already looked a bit beat up. The pulse cannons might be weak, but the ultralight biomech hardly boasted any protection. Unfortunately for the transcendent Punisher, its pulse cannons weren't able to target the beetle mech any longer now that it had gotten this close. After a few seconds, the beetle mech finally revealed its arsenal. Is that a drill? Vincent widened his eyes. A drill extended straight from the miniature beetle's mouth. Compared to the main weapons of the drilling beetles from the previous match, this one looked substantially more threatening. The ultralight beetle then proceeded to do something remarkable. It jumped and clamped its legs to the backside of the transcendent Punisher. Although the rear of the mech was covered in flames as well, it was not as intense as in the front. Perhaps Gwyneth also deliberately did this in order to prepare for this unorthodox move. The transcendent Punisher did not take kindly to the parasite that had climbed onto its butt. The mech lowered its main body to the ground, but the angle adopted by the beetle was just high enough to avoid getting crushed. Damn! VS cursed. He could already tell it was impossible to shake off the beetle mech in this fashion. The 6 legs of the transcendent Punishers weren't particularly long or versatile. The mech was never designed to traverse mountainous terrain or tilt its main body at extreme angles. This meant that it wasn't able to maneuver itself in a way that could threaten the beetle mech. The only real solution was to run up to the side of the dueling ring and attempt to squeeze the ultralight biomech against the surface of an energy shield. The transcendent Punisher attempted to do just that. It slowly scurried over to the edge of the dueling ring, but its opponent was already launching its attack. That's nasty! Vincent looked sick, and so did many other spectators. The beetle mech's mouth drill was spinning rapidly as it attempted to bore open a hole in the rear of the transcendent Punisher. The Ilvanan mech couldn't do anything to stop the beetle mech. The transcendent Punisher was like a warship. It could unleash devastating firepower at longer distances, but at point-blank range, none of the main armaments were able to turn their muzzles inward. They were physically unable to angle in a way that they were able to fire at themselves. This was both a safety precaution and an inherent design limitation. The theory was that artillery mechs should be able to rely on other mechs to get rid of threats at close range. While that mostly worked out in practice, this time was different. The Transcendent Punisher was all alone, and despite the ultralight beetle mech's fragility, none of its powerful cannons were able to target the cleverly positioned parasite. Ves didn't know how Dr. Navarro could implement such a powerful drill in a mech that was so small and weak, but it didn't take long before a cavity opened up in the rear of the Transcendent Punisher. The metallic mech was in big trouble at this time. The beetle mech retracted its drill and began to unleash its next weapon. Hundreds of tiny beetles poured out of the organic mech. They automatically crawled through the gap before proceeding to wreak havoc inside. The Transcendent Punisher may look relatively stable from the outside, but hundreds of infiltrators were slowly beginning to dismantle it from the inside. Ves could practically feel the pain of the mech as it was enduring enough torture to render a human mad. He sympathized with his mech, but nothing could be done about the situation. He jerked upwards a bit. Wait. That might not be the case. His eyes narrowed as he grew a bit thoughtful. He implemented various surprises in each of his mechs. Even though Ves hadn't felt inclined to activate them, seeing his mech in so much agony made him feel frustrated. No mech should undergo this level of torture, least of all one of his own. Chapter 2809 Spiritual Platform. The final match was a spectacle. After suffering multiple defeats, the last biomech to enter the arena finally showed a lot of fight. The Swarm Monarch was the heftiest biomech to take part in the design duel. Its mass, size, and other parameters granted it much greater capacity than any other mech. Usually, heavy artillery mechs utilized much of that capacity in favor of increasing its defenses, mounting bigger weapons, stuffing more energy cells and ammunition inside its frame, and so on. Heavy mechs were able to bear a lot of parts and supplies, but they needed it because they weren't able to fight without all of these goods. Heavy mechs largely eschewed mobility in order to raise their other strength at a level that was unattainable by medium mechs. They broke the size and mass ceilings of smaller machines in order to provide great value in a single unit. Some mech theorists predicted that heavy mechs would become the only viable weight class of humanity. This was because heavy mechs were capable of packing much more weapons and armor than other mechs. Yet reality proved otherwise. They were slow and lumbering, making them incapable of performing scouting functions and other roles that demanded speed. They were easy to bombard from a distance because of their inability to displace themselves fast enough. They were also easily exploited by swifter mechs that could quickly get close and attack their vulnerable rear. Heavy artillery mechs happened to be the most representative mech types of this weight class, just as how light skirmishers defined light mechs as a whole. That meant that any heavy artillery mech, including the Transcendent Punisher, suffered from all of the aforementioned weaknesses. Ves designed the Transcendent Punisher with the Larkinson clan in mind. He did not invest too much in its ability to fend off melee attackers or light skirmishers because that was not its role. Heavy artillery mechs excelled at unleashing devastating firepower at medium to long ranges, so their entire designs should strengthen this specialty. Perhaps such a mech would be better suited for the arena, but in a battlefield situation many mech forces would rather have a specialized model. This was why the Transcendent Punisher was suffering right now. Any escort mech could have easily dealt with the ultralight beetle mech that had emerged from the corpse of the Swarm Monarch and jumped onto the rear of the Ilvanan mech. In fact, even a third-class mech would have been able to defeat this tiny ultralight mech with ease. Yet due to the Transcendent Punisher's high degree of specialization, the mech was comically unable to fend off the parasite. With over 100 beetles crawling through the interior of the Transcendent Punisher, the Ilvanan mech was already starting to lose functionality. Its rear legs even started to stiffen up, signaling that the control or power transfer to this section was under serious threat. Nothing Ilse Lieberman could come up with would work. If she had a choice, she wanted to separate or blast apart the rear third of her hexapod mech, but the Transcendent Punisher simply didn't work that way. Implementing such a function would not only demand a drastic rework of the Transcendent Punisher design, but also take up needless capacity that could have been spent on thicker armor or stronger cannons. The mech was never designed to function as a self-sufficient unit, so it needed external help in order to solve its current predicament. Since this was a duel, that wasn't possible. Yet VS had other means. Spiritual means. While he was pretty sure that he was not supposed to intervene directly in the match, he didn't feel as if there was anything wrong with his choice. Just like in the previous case where he manually switched the glows of his bright warriors, he was only activating something his mech was already capable of doing. The design duel was still about pitting his work against the work of Dr. Navarro. VS merely stretched the definition a bit so that it encompassed a wider net of spiritual phenomena. By borrowing this warped logic, V's conscience remained fully intact. He wasn't cheating. Cheating was trying to do something extra that was not supposed to happen. What VS was doing instead was utilizing his existing work to a greater degree. When his mechs performed normally, they were actually holding back their potential. What VS was about to do would liberate them and allow them to perform to their fullest. The logic was simple. Since external influences such as design spirits were part of the strength of the Transcendent Punisher, what if another external influence came into play? VS just had a very interesting thought about Dr. Navarro's work. The Swarm Monarch relies on organic drones in order to enhance its performance, he muttered. Mechs like these were not common, but they were useful in many situations, particularly non-combat ones. Yet there was a good reason why drones hadn't dominated human warfare. Their dependence on algorithms and AIs made them vulnerable to subversion. It was a lot easier to hack a drone than to hack a mech pilot. Of course, this happened to be a scenario where Dr. Navarro felt extremely confident about deploying the Swarm Monarch. Perhaps he might have been forced to exhibit a lot more vigilance if he squared off against another biomech designer, but VS was different. He didn't know anything about biotechnology. For this reason, there was no way the Transcendent Punisher possessed any countermeasures against organic drones. The living beetles that were wreaking havoc inside the frame of the mech were merely able to go about their day because there was virtually no chance that the mech possessed some kind of organic hacking module that was capable of subverting their bioprogramming. In fact, the Transcendent Punisher didn't possess any virtual security countermeasures against mechanical drones either. Other mechs were supposed to solve this issue, but VS belatedly realized he had yet to design a mech that excelled at cyber warfare. Well, that's another mech I'll have to add to my list, he quietly promised. Hacker mechs existed under the category of auxiliary mechs. While they usually weren't armed, their frames were packed with auxiliary modules that were geared towards code breaking, jamming, communication, sabotage, and other cyber warfare functions. While most hacker mechs weren't capable of taking over control of drones on the battlefield, they were usually good enough to disable the small machines or at least debilitate them so that their threat was reduced. Most sh.I.P.S possessed numerous powerful security systems that made it hell for boarding parties to advance through their hulls. Hacker mechs could interfere with many of these defensive measures and increase the odds of capturing a ship intact. Of course, there were many other areas where hacker mechs could play a useful role. They were also useful in a defensive capacity. They could be employed to guard a unit against hostile hackers or assist in detecting sabotage. While hacker mechs weren't all that common in the Jena Star CLU.S.ter, VS knew they were much more common in the prosperous parts of human space. In any case, the Transcendent Punisher was not a hacker mech, but that didn't mean that it was helpless against the saboteur beetles. VS recently realized that the spiritual foundation of his mech served as a base that allowed it to channel the presence and abilities of other spiritual entities. Although this sounded rather obvious, the statement was actually a lot more broad than he initially realized. As VS concentrated his mind and reached out to the transcendent Punisher that was currently in great pain, he began to do something remarkable. He did not reach out to his other design spirits. While entities such as the Golden Cat, the Solemn Guardian, the Superior Mother, and Kalankso were all powerful, they excelled in different areas. What VS wanted to accomplish was something that no other design spirit was capable of doing. I'll have to do it myself this time. Although it sounded crazy, this time VS utilized himself as a design spirit. What he did to accomplish this was indescribable. He immersed himself into the spiritual foundation of the mech in the dueling arena and integrated with it to a degree. He didn't need to become a permanent part of it. He just wanted to get inside long enough to do his job. The process proceeded a lot more smoothly than he thought. He expected to encounter difficulties because he wasn't actually a design spirit, but it turned out that he was quite suited for this purpose. Makes sense. I've created this concept. Everything flows from me. As the progenitor, how can I lack control over my own creations? VS did not entangle himself over this question any further. By adopting a model where VS treated himself as a design spirit, he began to integrate with the transcendent Punisher on an unprecedented level. He began to receive all kinds of vague and profound spiritual input, but VS wasn't interested in all of this irrelevant data. He instantly filtered them all out and tried to focus on his only purpose. Using the transcendent Punisher as a platform, he extended his spiritual influence and sought out every form of life that was currently crawling inside the mech. Due to the very limited range, VS easily managed to sense the saboteur beetles chewing through power lines, drilling apart vulnerable components and performing other forms of mischief. Stop! VS spiritually boomed at these critters. The beetles didn't listen to his spiritual command. According to their bioprogramming, the beetles weren't supposed to listen to enemy commands. They were programmed to only obey signals that transmitted the right code at the right frequencies. VS didn't know all of that, but his manner of communication was a lot more direct and intimate. He assumed he'd be able to bypass most of the security measures programmed in the beetles, but it appeared the situation was a lot more complicated than he thought. This was his first time, after all. He was bound to make a mistake. After a quick examination, he figured out the fundamental problem. The beetles weren't sentient. This was a bit remarkable because the beetles were actually quite intelligent. This was by design because they needed to know how mechs worked and how to sabotage them in the most efficient manner possible. They had to learn how to recognize every mech part and be able to make a list of priorities that ranked important and more vulnerable parts higher than ones that were more difficult and not as vital to the functioning of the mech. This gave VS an opening. It would have been a lot more difficult to solve this problem if the saboteur beetles possessed tiny brain capacities and slow thought processes, but this was not the case. The beetles might look small relative to mechs, but they were actually quite sizable when compared to human bodies. Since they were comparable in size to humans, were they able to think like humans as well? Let's find out. VS had never done this before, but he was confident in his theories. He created numerous spiritual products throughout his career. He was familiar with creating life where none existed before. What VS intended to do in this instance was not that different from this process. Instead of creating a new sentient life form from scratch, he intended to impart sentience to life that already existed. How exciting! He tried his best to contain his enthusiasm. VS was actually thinking of performing a spontaneous experiment during an event that was not only viewed by hundreds of thousands of lifers, but also witnessed by an uncountable amount of other humans. He simply couldn't resist. Chapter 28:10 Imparting Thought. One of the most important ways to distinguish sentient life from non-sentient life was the ability to resist instinctual behavior. The main reason why humans were able to dominate old Earth and rule over every other form of life on their origin planet was because of their capability of higher thought. Since VS constantly worked with different forms of spirituality, he began to develop his own thoughts on sentience. According to his personal understanding, sentience was a higher quality of thinking that humans were able to defy their instincts. What did this mean? It meant that sentient life forms were able to resist their biological impulses. This allowed them to pursue greater purposes that instinctual creatures would never be able to perform. For example, Clixie did not automatically hunt down and eat every pet bird or mouse whenever she was hungry. Kilankso was able to get over the fact that the flagrant sword maidens killed her mate, upended her entire life, and basically initiated the events that led to the end of Aeon Corona VI's entire ecosystem. VS was able to hold on to his principles and remain honest even when he was presented by tempting offers. All of these examples and more signified how sentient beings were able to use their higher functioning to override the programming of their own species. Of course, that didn't mean that sentient thinking was able to override instinctual impulses entirely. Instead, the two usually maintained a balance. This was a very complicated discussion that was best left to exobiologists and other experts. What VS cared about was stopping the saboteur beetles from wrecking the transcendent Punisher. As long as the beetles no longer threatened his mech, the ultralight beetle mech lost its strongest offensive weapon. VS keenly recognized that this small backup biomech did not possess a lot of solutions. It was more of a glorified mech Seosic pit that was able to fight when the main mech was no longer able to fight. Let's see how I can do this. If VS wanted to impart sentience in creatures that were explicitly designed to act as drones, then he had to add something that they didn't originally possess. He had to inject them with spiritual energy. He considered various ideas and decided to try out the simplest solution first. His spirituality reached out and tried to affect the beetles. VS exerted himself a bit more in order to impart spiritual energy into their heads. VS had a feeling that most of his spiritual energy strayed away. Hardly any of it caught on to the beetles, which meant that this was an incredibly wasteful and inefficient process. However, VS didn't care too much. As long as at least a portion of his spiritual energy managed to sink into the nearly non-existent minds of the beetles, then he was able to proceed. Interestingly enough, his spiritual energy encountered remarkably little rejection. Even non-sentient creatures should have possessed the ability to resist foreign influences, but perhaps there was something about his own life domain, or his affinity with other lifeforms that caused the beetles to lower their resistance. It could also be that they were designed to obey specific instructions and that VS inadvertently took advantage of a loophole. Whatever the case, VS flooded the minds of the beetles with his spiritual energy. The moment any of his energy entered their minds, they immediately went to work. Perhaps other forms of spiritual energy would wreak havoc to the mental capacities of the organic products, but this was different. VS dedicated his entire career towards fostering synergy. He possessed a gentler domain than other mech designers, and he was able to achieve an unprecedented degree of cooperation with many forms of life, whether it was mechs or exobeasts. The saboteur beetles weren't all that different from the lifeforms that VS had cooperated with before. As his mind touched these simple creatures, he felt a rigid purpose in each of them. Their entire lives revolved around performing their narrow mission. How sad! There was hardly anything in their minds except how to best destroy mechs and other complicated machinery from within. The only other functions they possessed were all related to their primary mission in some way. They were able to procreate, but that was only because this made it easier to maintain a healthy stock of saboteur beetles. The beetles were able to fight against hostile organic creatures or bots if any of them hindered their mission. The disposable insects didn't live to old age. Instead, they died exactly 262 days after they were born, because that was the point where their organic functions began to deteriorate. Rather than waste precious space and resources, the older beetles might as well die off and make room for fresher replacements. Other than that, there was very little about them that signified that there was anything present. Even their eating times and bathroom breaks were regularized according to their biological clocks. The more VS learned about the beetles through exploring the essence of their lives, the more he became disgusted at what he saw. This was not life. This was a perversion of life. Even if they were humble beetles, these creatures of life were slaves to their own bioprogramming. Heartless beast designers discarded everything in their genes that conformed to nature and inserted artificial instructions that left no room for free will or independent expression. While VS understood the reasoning behind this approach, his heart was very conflicted. Not everything had to be sentient. Bots were tools that people used to perform specific jobs. There was no reason to impart them with any higher function. The organic products should be no different, but VS felt they should be treated differently than bots. It was a very odd feeling. As a classical mech designer who grew up in a relatively mundane state, he always grew up with the idea that machines should be lifeless. Living critters deserved to be treated with more respect, although no one minded if someone swatted a fly or crushed a bug. VS deviated from this orthodoxy by expanding his definition of life to include mechs. In the right circumstances, machines could become sentient as well, and that had the potential to make them a lot more useful than other products. Since mechanical machines could become alive, why not organic machines? It was an argument that VS hesitated to accept. He did not implicitly reject the notion, but he feared the consequences of embracing it. Continuing with this train of thought would lead to a slippery slope where VS might eventually consider every object to be alive. He shook his head. I don't need to deal with these questions. I need to hurry up before the saboteur beetles finish the job. VS did not hesitate any further and tried to impart sentience into the beetles. He actively encouraged his spiritual energy to contaminate the minds of the beetles. This went remarkably easy, but that was a given considering not much was there in the first place. While his spiritual energy originally wasn't able to root in the minds of the non-sentient creatures, the story was different once they became contaminated. Since his spiritual energy possessed a very strong life attribute, the minds of the beetles embraced this attribute, and everything else that came along with it. A mysterious process took place where VS felt as if the insects slowly elevated themselves. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his method, spiritual energy, and the mental capacity of the beetles, not that much had changed. The creatures only felt slightly smarter than before. This was enough. VS halted his current actions and issued his command once again. Stop. This time, the saboteur beetles responded. Each of them halted no matter what they were doing. While the beetles were technically required to continue their actions, they accepted the spiritual command that VS had issued. The beetles weren't supposed to harbor any feelings, but somehow they felt reverent towards the progenitor that had uplifted them to a higher degree of existence. No exobiologist or beast designer had ever heard of this. If they learned what VS had done, they would have captured him and taken him away in order to learn how to master this remarkable ability. Fortunately, all of this took place in a fairly subtle manner. The mechs in the arena were so far away that not even VS was able to pick up the spiritual fluctuations. He was only able to extend his senses by latching on to one of his own creations. Anyway, time was running out. Just because the beetles had stopped didn't mean that the Transcendent Punisher was in the clear. With the incendiaries continuing to inflict damage on the Elvanin mech, VS had to do something to defeat the opponent. Kill! He mentally commanded. He imparted an image of the ultralight beetle mech while he conveyed this command. For a moment, the saboteur beetles struggled. Their newly born sentience warred against their bioprogramming. They weren't supposed to attack their source. Several safeguards came to life in order to prevent the organic products from turning against their own side. VS merely repeated his actions. Kill. 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 The constant repetition seemed to help. Eventually, the beetles finally defeated a portion of their programmed instincts. Every impulse related to preventing them from attacking their own side had temporarily died, allowing the beetles to see their own allies as enemies, if only for a moment. Like mind-controlled beasts, the beetles all scurried out of the cavity of the Transcendent Punisher, and quickly began to attack the mech that originally carried them within its belly. What is happening? Have the beetles been hacked? This is impossible! VS quietly retracted his influence, and pretended as if he wasn't responsible. He tried to act as surprised as everyone else. Hundreds of saboteur beetles crawled over the frame of the secondary biomech. While the subverted attacker bugs weren't very big, their mandibles were surprisingly sharp and were easily capable of digging through the exterior of any ultralight mech. It only took a dozen seconds for the first beetle to chew through the thin and fragile exoskeleton of the beetle. The internal organs were not even reinforced, so they sucked out in bed in an instant as soon as the beetles tore into the vulnerable flesh. There was nothing the beetle mech could do to fend off the attacking creatures. None of the commands transmitted by the small mech succeeded in asserting control over the saboteur beetles. Even the command that forced the beetles to commit suicide failed to produce any effects. As the mech was rapidly being chewed apart, the officials couldn't hold back any longer. A strong gravitic wave emanated from the arena that pushed all of the out-of-control beetles away from their current target. Another forcefully doused the flames on top of the heavily damaged Transcendent Punisher. Energy shields came to life to prevent both sides from attacking each other any further. The final match of the second phase has ended. On account of what has happened, we have no choice but to declare the Transcendent Punisher to be the winner. If the match hadn't ended, the saboteur beetles could have easily breached into the tiny COC pit where Gwyneth Ulcer piloted the beetle mech. While many people were able to realize this, the drastic turn of events was too shocking for everyone to accept. Why did the saboteur beetles rebel? Weren't they close to defeating the Transcendent Punisher? The Elvanin mech was well on its way to losing before this happened. The audience couldn't accept this last-minute turnaround. He cheated. This design duel is a farce. We will not be humiliated. Chapter 28:11 Answering the question. The saboteur beetles didn't last very long. As the crowd began to utter their disbelief in a heated fashion, VS paid careful attention to the critters he endowed with life. He noticed that the arena was gently shoving them away. No doubt, the officials wanted to perform detailed examinations on them in order to figure out why they rebelled against their own programming. This was bad. While he didn't think the lifers were capable of figuring out that VS had tampered with them, he had no idea what might happen. He had to get rid of the evidence. Fortunately, due to various reasons, he was able to extend his mind towards the beetles he had recently gifted with the ability to think for themselves. The stupid bugs were just beginning to explore what that meant. They were so innocent and naive that Ves felt it wasn't right to ruin what he had made. It was too bad his safety came before any of his ideals. Sorry, little ones, but this is only a trial version. If you want the complete product, then pay me next time. As a giver of life, Ves was also able to take it away. Normally, this was quite difficult to accomplish because sentient life forms possessed various intrinsic methods to protect their spiritualities. This was a special moment, though. The beetles had just been changed and their newly expanded spirits were still in flux. This made it easy for Ves to yank away the spiritual energy that he had originally invested in their minds. Due to their weak and imm.a.t.u.r.e minds, the beetles were hardly able to prevent their benefactor from robbing them of what they had gained. The abrupt deprivation was so disruptive to the saboteur beetles that a quarter of them died. The other creatures had practically turned comatose. Their conditions were worse than before they turned sentient. The trauma of losing their spiritualities was so damaging that the other beetles would probably turn completely blank as their damaged minds were constantly deteriorating. Ves didn't care. He did what he had to do and got rid of the most incriminating evidence. It was highly unlikely for the lifer scientists to be able to figure out what had taken place out of the remains of the saboteur beetles. As Ves relaxed, everyone else became more emotional. The attendees in Rosen Arena still managed to restrain themselves to an extent. They shouted their anger and disbelief but did not cross the line. Any that did would quickly get paralyzed by a stun blast or blessed by a sticky web. There wasn't much they could do in their positions anyway. The viewing platforms didn't contain that much stuff to vandalize. The angry mobs would have to descend to ground level and head into the city to vent their frustrations, but they weren't even allowed to leave at the moment. This was because there were many other citizens who were expressing their rage. This is a travesty. How could we lose 7 matches? We should have won 5 at least. Any less is a mistake. Dr. Navarro is a donkey. He's the laziest and most incompetent journeyman in our state. He should be sued for deceiving us and pretending that he can win. Our biomech industry is rotten. The radicals are right. We were always behind. We just didn't see it. This match has made it clear that any random journeyman outside our borders can beat our biomech designers with ease. We were just too blind to recognize the truth. The lifers uttered a lot of nonsense in an attempt to explain Dr. Navarro's defeat, but there was no question that many of them took this outcome personally. The unrest in Villain and other cities in the LRA intensified. A lot of people got caught up in the mania that had descended over the public. The opposition was too strong for that to work. The fact that the opponents of the conservatives were able to force the broadcasts to continue was a sign that this was not a spontaneous operation. The Life Research Association had truly entered into one of the darkest moments of its history. The authorities were trying their best to quell all of the problem areas, but they were vastly overstretched. Too many people in too many different places had gone crazy, and it took far too much time for law enforcement to forcefully calm them all down. In a normal situation, the design duels should have been suspended a long time ago. Yet because of all of the interests working behind the scenes, Ves saw no sign of that. The lifers all acted as if letting the entire duel run its course was an unbreakable tradition. Master Werther Klein radiated concern at times, but at this moment he had carefully schooled his face. He stood up and left the company of the other masters in order to walk to the front of the VIP viewing platform. Dr. Navarro, Mr. Larkinson, please step forward. It is time to announce the results. The master issued his request as if he was announcing a disaster. Those who valued stability were desperately hoping that sanity would prevail, but there was no sign of that today. Ves tried to plaster a pleasant smile on his face. He knew that he was probably being watched by trillions of people. While he was used to attracting the public eye, he usually did it on his terms. Well, here goes nothing. The pair of journeymen stepped forward until they stopped right behind Master Klein. Both of them looked quite presentable in their formal clothes, but their presence was incomparable to that of a long-established master. Many lifers were familiar with Master Klein's appearance. The old man had been alive longer than almost any person in the star sector. Due to his high position, he had been in charge of various functions throughout his centuries-long life. His face practically symbolized the conservative faction, considering how often he acted on behalf of the government of the LRA. Yet now, the people looking up at him no longer held as much respect towards this sagely figure. With the help of agitators, the citizens of the state began to see Professor Klein's caution and restraint in a bad light. These old fogies at the top are far too slow. If younger folk were in charge, we wouldn't have ended up in this position. Professor Klein should have retired at least a century ago. In fact, all of those old masters should have made room for their heirs. Their minds are all stuck in the past, so all of their decisions are at least several centuries out of date. As the arena buzzed with insults and snide remarks, Master Klein raised his palm. The crowd silenced. No matter what they thought, they still respected the identity of a master. Peace, everyone. Please stay calm. We are aware of your complaints, but please maintain control of yourselves. We are not savages. We are lifers. This day has already sparked enough destruction. Do not shame ourselves any further. The entire star sector is watching us as I speak. Shame was a powerful motivator. The lifers were very willing to act out if they were solely trying to channel their rage. They were a lot less willing to go crazy if they turned into monkeys in front of foreigners. Master Klein was not an incompetent speaker. The riots that were taking place across Prosperous Hill 6 were slowing down. While people were still angry, they were a bit more willing to stop and listen. Our state is founded on furthering the development of biotechnology, the old Mech Designer explained. We live to support the brilliant researchers who do their best to push their respective fields forward. The development of biomechs falls within our core focus areas. Since the founding of our state, we have never stopped investing in our biomech industry. Many lifers already knew that, but it was helpful to give them all a reminder. Today, this industry has flourished. Yes, our market is mostly confined to our state, and yes, Dr. Navarro's products haven't fared too well against the works of Mr. Larkinson. Yet is this cause for us to determine that 4 centuries of effort into developing biomechs has been wasted? Be reasonable. Our biomech industry is much greater than any single biomech designer. Numerous master mech designers preside over our sector today, and there are many talented seniors who will carry on the torch tomorrow. We have not reached the peak of our growth. Ves didn't buy into the speech. It sounded overly vague and pointed towards an uncertain future. However, many lifers bought into it. Master Klein was easily able to lend weight to his reasonable-sounded words due to his high regard. His reputation and prestige were still high enough to make himself heard. Fortunately for Ves, Klein did not lecture the entire crowd forever. 10 people passed through the entrance of the VIP platform. They had all been moved to the top of this particular tree structure in order to issue their personal verdicts. The mech pilots still wore their piloting suits, as if to emphasize as if they had just fought a thrilling battle. Come! Master Klein beckoned to the mech pilots. Each of you have piloted 2 different mechs. There are no other mech pilots who have experienced the mechs of both these young mech designers. Since you have the rare pleasure of being able to compare your piloting experiences, you are well placed to determine which of them are more alive. This was indeed the case. Up until now, VS had not published any of his second-class mech designs to the public mech market. None of his mechs were for sale in the Life Research Association. While he did design a bunch of third-class mechs, none of them aroused any interest in this state. They were too fragile and weak to compete against actual second-class mechs. This meant that it was very likely that the 10 mech pilots standing before VS were truly the only ones who were qualified to issue a judgment on this matter. Before you speak, please remember that the central question is not about which mech is stronger or better, Master Klein reminded the mech pilots. Instead, you are being asked to determine which mech is more alive. You can interpret this word in any way you wish. Just be honest. Everyone directed their attention to the first pair of mech pilots. Captain Eleazar Ipsic and Kelly Geaton looked a lot more grizzled than VS expected. They looked a little tired but held up reasonably well considering how many people were paying attention to them at the moment. I will start. Captain Ipsic stepped forward. His eyes were solely directed at VS. I had already made my choice at the end of the first phase. I have piloted many biomechs. The Epsilon Moser designed by Dr. Navarro is a little different from what I have experienced before. While it brings a few novelties, it is familiar territory. A grim smile appeared on his face. The Bright Warrior is different. It is made of metal, yes, but it is anything but dead. Unlike a biomech, the Bright Warrior has a quality that immediately stood out to me. In fact, when you study what mech pilots say about Mr. Larkinson's mechs, you'll find out that what I've experienced is not unique. Let me say to you that all of those mech pilots aren't exaggerating. The hype is real. To me, the Bright Warrior is alive. It is more alive than the Epsilon Moser. In fact, now that I have experienced the former, I can never convince myself that any biomech can be an equal. Chapter 28:12 Misinterpreting. Captain Eleazar Ipsic's verdict was very clear. He spoke with such certainty and conviction that no one doubted that he was telling any falsehoods. The entire audience remained silent as they processed the mercenary captain's words. Many already speculated that Captain Ipsic would favor the sword-wielding Bright Warrior over the Epsilon Moser. After all, he won a glorious victory with the former but lost handedly when he was forced to pilot the latter. It didn't help that he piloted the Bright Warrior when the Larkinson mech was fresh and in its best condition. By the time he piloted the Epsilon Moser 3 days later, Dr. Navarro was only able to remedy a limited amount of issues. Aside from its odd tentacle legs, Epsilon Moser didn't have any property that conveyed an advantage to the half-fixed biomech. All of these factors meant that Captain Ipsic experienced a biased perspective on both mechs. If he was assigned to pilot the Epsilon Moser first, his opinion might have differed, although it may very well not if the Bright Warrior lost in the initial bout. While these circumstances did not sound fair to Dr. Navarro, there were other mech pilots who possessed the opposite perspective, so it all balanced out in the end, at least in theory. Of course, no one expected them to issue a completely impartial judgment. Aside from their nationality and their personal biases, their wins and losses most certainly colored their opinions. This was what the lifers were truly worried about. If the matches ended at a score of 5-5, then there were as many mech pilots who gained a positive experience with a given mech as those who gained a negative experience. Neither mech designer enjoyed an inherent advantage in this case. Yet because the final score was 7-3, the citizens of the LRA were deeply fearful of what the mech pilots might say. What if their positive experiences with Ves mechs clouded their judgment? What if the rush of victory was so overpowering that the mech pilots forgot about the charm of biomechs? Recency bias also played a factor. If a mech pilot won both matches with different mechs, the individual might favor the latter because the memories of piloting it were more fresh. What was important to note in this context was that the first phase ended with a score of 3-2 in favor of VS, while the second phase produced a score of 4-1 in favor of the same mech designer. This effectively meant that 8 mech pilots experienced these mechs in a good light, while only 2 mech pilots went through the opposite. All of this happened within an hour from this moment. The audience's worst fears seemed to be turning into a reality from the moment they heard Captain Ipsika's judgment. The lifer who possessed a wealth of experience in piloting biomechs did not just lean towards the living mechs designed by Ves, but he practically threw himself into this direction. The man looked so enthused about LMC mechs that he came across as a religious convert. Perhaps he might be one step away from kneeling in front of Ves. Such a sight would have dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the LRA's biomech industry. Master Klein maintained a stoic face. It was clear that he already expected this response. Not only was he aware of all of the factors that Ves just considered, but he was also familiar with what LMC mechs did to mech pilots. Out of every other kind of classical mech, the mechs designed by Ves were some of the best when it came to providing a fantastic user experience. While this did not directly make the mechs stronger, they were certainly more well received by their users. Captain Ipsika's case happened to be one of the most extreme cases where everything fell into place for Ves. It would have surprised many critics if the mercenary captain voiced his support for a mech he defeated during the first phase and lost with it in the second phase. Madam Kelly Geedon, you are next. Please voice your opinions without any reservations. Each of us deserves to know the truth. What Master Klein did not mention was what would happen if anyone was caught lying. In fact, there was no way for anyone to speak any falsehoods under these circumstances because second-class lie detectors were scarily effective. The LRA excelled in many aspects of biotechnology, and one of those areas happened to be human augmentation. Their understanding of human physiology, and so on, was so high that they probably developed the best lie detectors in the entire star CLU.S.ter. Even if Master Klein and the conservative faction wanted to pervert the results, the 5 masters belonging to the other factions wouldn't let that happen. Ves briefly turned his head. He noted that Master Brixton of the Combinants was paying very careful attention to the proceedings. The glowing pupils signified that the old but ambitious cyber-mech designer wasn't even hiding the fact that he was employing his most advanced methods to check whether the mech pilots were being influenced in any way. I struggled to make a choice. As you know, I piloted the Epsilon Moser first. Even though I lost with the mech, I don't believe it is the fault of the biomech at all. It's not the easiest mech to get into considering that it is optimized for dual wielding, which I do not excel at. Other than that, it is a fine biomech. As for the Bright Warrior, all I can say is that piloting it is a new adventure. While I did enjoy piloting it and winning with it, I think the novelty of piloting something different has caused me to think more positively about it than I should. If I try to detach myself from that glowing halo, I think I'm more inclined to go with what I am familiar with. To me, biomechs are my bread and butter and they continue to be dear to my heart. The audience all seemed to sigh in relief at the same time. Dr. Navarro wasn't getting steamrolled. Even though Kelly Geedon's experiences with Dr. Navarro's biomechs weren't positive, the Bright Warrior failed to overcome her inherent love of biomechs. The lifers all saw hope. If Geedon was able to remember her love for biomechs, then so could the other mech pilots. Perhaps the win-loss record was not as pivotal as everyone thought. Ves grimaced a bit. He took this outcome as a personal failure. He was so convinced by the attraction of his mechs that he was certain that he could have won over someone like Geedon. Besides that, Geedon's reasoning made it clear that she didn't strictly answer the central question. She adopted a different interpretation of the issue and merely told the audience which mech she liked more without any deep consideration of whether biomechs felt more alive. If Ves directly challenged her on this point, she might have issued a different answer. He refrained from doing so. He was confident he had won over a lot more mech pilots. He just hoped the rest wouldn't misinterpret the question as well. Mr. Trip Oxen, Please step forward and issue your verdict. The youngest mech pilot of the bunch responded. He looked stiffer and more formal than the others. His relative inexperience in these settings caused him to grow very nervous all of a sudden. It was one thing to pilot a mech in front of the entire star sector. As a mech pilot, he was trained to excel at it. Yet addressing trillions of people in a public broadcast was another matter. In my first match, I rode the night mech version of the Bright Warrior to defeat. Oxen slowly began. In my second match, I achieved the only victory of this phase with the help of the Dragon Scale Warrior. While I did not get to pilot the former at its best, I've witnessed enough to form an opinion about it. I can't say which one is better because both mechs have their merits. However, if I had to choose which one is more alive, I think that the Bright Warrior is really something special. It supported me from behind throughout the first match, and I never really felt as if the fight was doomed until my mech could no longer keep up. I never experienced that from any biomech, and I think this quality alone is remarkable enough for me to vote for Mr. Larkinson. Ves received his second enders.e.m.e.nt. Even though Oxen's arguments sounded a bit weird, it was undeniable that he had become another fan of LMC mechs. The crowd grew a little rowdy. Dr. Navarro failed to sustain his momentum from earlier. With Ves ahead by one vote, it became harder for the biomech designer to overtake his opponent. Xenon Diabavros spoke up next. As Oxen's opponent, his experiences were opposite. The Dragon Scale Warrior is a great mech. I love its scale regenerating ability. I lost when I piloted the Bright Warrior. While the mech makes me feel great, it's an illusion. What does it matter if I feel good if my mech is still behind in performance? I would rather pilot a mech that brings solid benefits to the table. To me, the mechs that are more alive are biomechs because my chances of surviving are greater if I pilot something more powerful. What kind of crappy argument was that? Ves couldn't believe that Bavros would utilize such twisted logic in order to hand over a victory to Dr. Navarro. The worst part about all of this was that it appeared that Bavros genuinely believed in what he said. While Ves had his misgivings, the rest of the audience didn't see any problems with Bavros' answers. The score evened up again. Res Killigan stepped up next. He looked much more presentable than the prior two mech pilots due to his military bearing. Just as Mr. Bavros has said, results matter. Performance matters. I had a great time with the Ferocious Piranha. This mech is so strong and special that it's a game changer for light mechs. Piloting it made me feel as if I was cheating, while fighting against it caused me to feel as if I was going through a nightmare. I don't have anything good to say about the Fairy Stinger. The Ferocious Piranha is the best out of the two mechs. No question. The military scout didn't even mention which one was more alive to him, but if he was forced to give an answer, he would probably favor the Ferocious Piranha. It couldn't be helped. The Ferocious Piranha fared so well that the Fairy Stinger didn't have a chance to show what it could do at its best. Katerina Valsamar quickly followed suit. I agree with Mr. Killigan. The Ferocious Piranha is something else. I don't think the Fairy Stinger is bad. I piloted it first, so I know that its performance is quite good. It's just that the Ferocious Piranha causes me to disregard everything I favor about the biomech because they can't do anything against glows. I feel as if the Fairy Stinger was more alive, it would have been able to protect me against the Ferocious Piranha's distracting effect. Since it didn't, I'll just vote for Mr. Larkinson. Ves gained 2 votes at once. This was a serious turn of events that prompted a shocked reaction from the crowd. Even though it was true that the Ferocious Piranha performed well, the 2 mech pilots who experienced it showed no hesitation in favoring it. The light mech was truly something special if it could win over 2 military specialists at once. Chapter 28:13 Downside of Living Mechs. The final score abruptly widened to 4-2 in favor of Ves. While the result was a bit predictable in hindsight, a lot of people still reacted negatively to this outcome. Are they even lifers? How could they choose a metal mech over a biomech? It's over for us if the mech pilots base their decisions on the win-loss records. Traitors! Why didn't they give the fairy Stinger a chance? It's clearly the better looking of the two mechs. I need to see what the fuss is all about. Are the ferocious piranhas truly special? The audience sounded more perplexed than angry for the moment. They never experienced the two mechs up close, so they found it very difficult to understand why the ferocious piranha merited so much praise. Only by coming close to the mech in question would they be able to learn why Res Killigan and Katerina Valsamar kicked the fairy Stinger to the curb. Once the discontent voices died down a bit, the show resumed. 6 mech pilots had issued their verdicts by now. 4 still had to voice their opinions. The likelihood of that happening seemed very bleak, but VS didn't rule out any possibility. An upset might very well happen if the remaining mech pilots all misinterpreted their orders and used flawed logic to come up with their answers. This was the problem with receiving any feedback from mech pilots. Their highly specialized mech academy training turned them into great mech pilots, but not much else. They didn't learn any advanced sciences, learned nothing about culture, and probably didn't even know how their own government worked. Many states believed that mech pilots had to be pure soldiers. Forcing them to learn non-combat subjects not only reduced the time they spent on developing their fighting skills, but also inserted their minds with potentially dangerous thoughts. If mech pilots became more political or assertive, then they might very well pose a threat to their states one day. Therefore, the overall consensus throughout human space was that mech pilots had to be raised as grunts. If they were subjected to any intellectual courses, then they should purely be geared towards turning them into qualified officers, not great scientists or other professions that required great thought. For this reason, many mech pilots weren't exactly clever outside of battle. Unlike scientists and engineers who studied the scientific method and learned how to anticipate and compensate for many different biases that were capable of skewing the results, mech pilots didn't bother with all of that. They simply spoke what was on their mind regardless of whether their answer was related to the original question. This was the accepted practice towards any study that involved mech pilots. Their initial answers were always the purest ones that best reflected their true feelings and thoughts. Any attempt at coaching them or guiding them to answer a question more correctly would put undue influence on their judgment. Therefore, despite all of the shortcomings related to the current approach, it was still considered better than the alternative. In my first match, I lost with Mr. Larkinson's mech. In the second match, I lost with Dr. Navarro's mech. My experiences with both the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken could have been better. I don't know if I'm the right judge for this, but what I have gone through while losing with both mechs is different. The recently graduated mech pilot looked quite bummed because of this. His 2 losses not only reflected poorly on his piloting skill, but also denied him the opportunity to experience the mechs at their best. At least there was a bright side to this outcome. Carter Day displayed a sheepish smile. Mechs are supposed to win, but not every fight ends in your favor. What I have just gone through has taught me that mechs can make a huge difference when you are on the losing end. In this regard, I did not feel as if the Froken had my back. It failed to perform as well as in the first match, and that was a big letdown to me. I know it was in a rather exhausted state when I got my hands on it, but I expected more. The male mech pilot shrugged. I heard a few stories about the Valkyrie Redeemer model. It's supposed to be a mech that is exclusive to Hexer women, though this particular mech was altered. I don't know how the original version is supposed to work, but I think I know why Hexers fell in love with it. The Valkyrie Redeemer is like a second partner to me. Even though I lost badly against the Froken while I piloted it, I always felt as if my mech supported me to the very end. It made me fight harder and always kept me company to the very end. Carter Day then proceeded to voice his most devastating words. When I piloted the Froken, I lacked all of that. The biomech was pretty much dead to me. I was left on my own, and I can't get over that. The only mech that is alive of the two is the Valkyrie Redeemer. Hexer mech or not, the version I piloted is a Peleus Yuri to use. I wish I was a woman, though. I could have gotten much more out of it if I wasn't a man. His answer depressed the crowd even further. Carter Day's arguments were much better thought out, and that left the lifers with little means to reject them. That left many people frustrated. It didn't help that the Froken hadn't performed up to expectation during the second phase. The recency bias must have amplified his negative experience. With 5 votes in total, it was impossible for him to lose the design duel at this point. The worst outcome that was possible at this moment would be to lose the next 3 votes, thereby resulting in a tie. There was no way that would happen. VS didn't believe that all of the remaining 3 mech pilots would choose to favor Dr. Navarro. Not when these mechs achieved more wins than losses. As Mr. Day's opponent, my time with the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken went differently. Mirella Lynchoten spoke when it was her turn to issue her verdict. I piloted the Froken when it was at its best, and I piloted the Valkyrie Redeemer in a less than ideal state. Ordinarily, that should have given me a better impression of the former. I do have to admit that I think highly of the Froken's combat ability. It is one of the finest biomechs I've ever piloted. The ability to grow out all of that hair and use it to entangle and frustrate other melee mechs is very useful. She sighed. The Valkyrie Redeemer is better though. While I wish I had piloted it when it was at its best, what I managed to get is still convincing enough for me to become a fan of this model. While I'm not a hexer, there's something about this mech that just brings out the best of me, not just as a mech pilot, but also as a woman. I think this is what a living mech should truly be like. No matter how powerful the Froken felt in my hands, the Valkyrie Redeemer actively worked with me to achieve victory, and I appreciate that. I think every mech pilot would feel better if their mech supported them in battle. Mirella Lynchoten dealt another heavy blow to Dr. Navarro and the lifers who rooted for him. With the 8 mech pilots speaking out, the total score turned to 6-2. With this kind of disparity, it was impossible for Dr. Navarro made a comeback, and everyone was aware of this reality. Is this a mistake? This can't be. Traitors! Hang them all! They're no lifers anymore. They're working for the enemy. Although this outcome was not an unanticipated one, VS noticed that Dr. Navarro mournfully lowered his head. The biomech designer's reaction showed that he had genuinely tried to achieve victory. He had just picked the wrong opponent. Of course, this wasn't enough for VS to drop his suspicions towards Federico Navarro. No matter how sincere he might have been, Navarro had to know that he was facing an uphill battle. The show wasn't over yet. Even though victory and defeat had basically been decided at this point, 2 more mech pilots were waiting to voice their opinions. What they were about to say could either widen the disparity between the 2 mech designers further or offer some redemption to Dr. Navarro. Gwyneth also slowly stepped forward. I think highly of both the Transcendent Punisher and the Swarm Monarch. Both have their good points. The Transcendent Punisher is a powerful heavy artillery mech, and I managed to win with it. However, there was just something about it that always rubbed me the wrong way. I felt as if I'm not the right mech pilot for it. I'm sure it's a great mech, but if it holds back because it doesn't like me, then I'm not sure if I want to condone this kind of machine. She smiled. The Swarm Monarch is a lot different. It's a biomech, and a multi-layered one at that. I think its features best represent the potential of biomechs. Even if those saboteur beetles got hacked for some reason, I don't hold it against the Swarm Monarch. In my opinion, a mech should be dependable and usable to every mech pilot with the right skills. If living mechs are capable of rejecting their own mech pilots, then I don't think that's good. I would rather pilot a silent mech like the Swarm Monarch that responds exactly according to my intentions. Her answer was confusing. On one hand, she acknowledged that the Transcendent Punisher was likely the one that was more qualified to be called a living mech. On the other hand, she explained her misgivings about V's interpretation of living mechs. Her concerns were valid. If Ves had designed more mechs, then he could have made use of more neutral mech models for this design duel, but because he was too young, he didn't have much choice. Adapting the Transcendent Punisher to a foreign mech pilot was the best he could do to fill up the 5th slot of his dueling mech roster. Since Gwyneth Ulcer's reply wasn't entirely clear, someone had to decide how to adjust the score. Master Klein broke the silence. I will interpret Madame Ulcer's answer as a vote in favor of Dr. Navarro. Everyone waited for the final mech pilot to issue her verdict. Ilse Lieberman had already listened to the answers of 9 mech pilots. That caused her to approach this issue from multiple angles. I think the mech pilots who spoke before me already touched upon many of the points I wanted to say. They all have a point. Mr. Larkinson's mechs are truly amazing. I can even see why they are called living mechs. While I agree with what Ulsa said about mechs, I don't see that as a reason to reject them. Mechs are our partners. As long as we treat them well, they will definitely return the favor when we need it most. Her eyes turned a little dreamy. I think that you need to develop a relationship with mechs like these. I really wish I had months to do so with the Transcendent Punisher. I would have probably fought a lot better if I did. As for the Swarm Monarch, I'm sorry, Dr. Navarro, but I don't see why it should be called alive. I know for certain that the mech will largely remain the same even if I invest months into developing a relationship with it. No matter if it's a biomech or a classical mech, nothing will come from befriending it as long as it's not designed by Mr. Larkinson. Her answer was loud and clear. She voiced her support for Ves, thereby changing the final score to 7-3 in favor of Ves. This score happened to mirror the outcome of all of the matches. Now that the mech pilots made their opinions known, the design duel had formally come to an end. As much as Master Klein wanted a different outcome, he had no choice but to recognize reality. Of the 10 mech pilots, 7 of them have voted in favor of Mr. Larkinson. 3 have offered their support for Dr. Navarro. The outcome is clear. Ves Larkinson is the winner of this design duel. A momentary silence ensued. The lifers already received a lot of forewarning, but when it finally happened, they were still stunned. Some of the conservative-leaning mech designers and officials immediately began to get angry. I object! Chapter 28:14 Culmination. In the end, Ves won the design duel. Even though a lot of important-sounding people began to voice their objections at the proceedings, Ves momentarily tuned them all out. After he received the backing of most mech pilots that took part in the design duel, both he and his competitor accepted the outcome in their hearts. The objections didn't matter. They could say what they wanted, but the mech pilots spoke honestly. The design duel was not supposed to be a tool for other forces, so everyone else's opinions were irrelevant. An air of doom and gloom enveloped Dr. Navarro's form. Right now, the biomech designer didn't think about the humiliation he suffered after losing the design duel. He didn't think about disappointing the expectations of the LRA. Whatever political considerations he had in mind did not come forward at this moment. Before all of that came into consideration, he first had to process the loss as a mech designer. The high-stakes design duel prompted both Ves and Dr. Navarro to put their beliefs on the line. The central question on which kind of mech was more alive played a central role in how they viewed their own products. Were biomechs truly alive? For a very long time, Dr. Navarro always assumed this was true. Unlike mechs made out of metal and other lifeless materials, biomechs were made out of the same building blocks as living organisms. Since biomechs shared so many similarities to other life forms such as humans and exobeasts, why shouldn't his products be considered alive as well? For a long time, he worked with the belief that the biomechs he designed and birthed were all alive in a sense. They might not be capable of independent thinking, but his mechs always bloomed when they were put to use. Yet now that he had finally challenged this assumption against someone who claimed to design better living mechs, Dr. Navarro suddenly experienced a crisis in his mind. The devastating outcome of the design duel not only caused him to recognize that his biomechs were inferior to that of other mechs, but also caused him to question the very foundations of his design philosophy. Are biomechs truly alive, or have I always lied to myself? He whispered to himself. Although he was afraid of answering this question, he couldn't avoid it. His head began to ache as he began to contemplate answers that he never wished to confront. What is true? What is false? While Dr. Navarro had to deal with an existential crisis, Ves went through a different ordeal. It was as if he entered a high. Something similar to an inspired state swept over his mind as he finally basked in the recognition that he had proved the superiority of his living mechs. Biomechs, which were often regarded as the ultimate representatives of living mechs, no longer had a leg to stand on when it came to this issue. From now on, Ves would be able to refute anyone who claimed that biomechs were the actual living mechs by referencing this design duel. In a well-developed second-rate state which actively supported a biomech industry and embraced biomechs on a wide scale, Ves managed to overcome numerous disadvantages and decisively defeat the lifers at their own game. Numerous talks with higher-ranking mech designers such as Master Willix and Master Klein caused him to make a few new realizations about his design philosophy. A strong and viable design philosophy should never be squirreled away. Mech designers constantly had to push themselves in order to improve. If Ves didn't publish his mechs or never put them into actual use, he would never be able to know where he stood relative to the competition. This was not confined to his mech designs. While it was important for his products to be adopted by others, the design approach and principles that tied them all together were also important. If no one recognized or appreciated his individual approach, then was he truly on the right track? Useless mech designers never made it far. Every successful mech designer had to be able to fulfill the core purpose of their profession, which was serving the mech pilots who utilized their products. While an individual mech design might flop for any kind of reason, that did not necessarily mean that Ves was a failure or that his approach was wrong. As long as his design philosophy is useful and desirable, then Ves would always be assured that he was heading in the right direction. Every mech designer craves recognition. Now that he received it in spades, his design philosophy seemed to undergo a minor sublimation process. While Ves couldn't describe what had changed, he felt so good at the moment that he was certain that he was one step closer to becoming a senior. When Ves finally pulled his attention back to the present, he noticed that the conservatives who objected to the outcome of the design duel had all been silenced. Master Klein might not like the result, but as an authority figure within the mech industry, he was obliged to maintain fairness. It was beneath a master to lie or manipulate the results of a fair design duel, and anyone who thought that he would be persuaded to rob Ves of his victory didn't understand what it meant to be a mech designer. The format of the design duel may not make sense to you, but this is what Mr. Larkinson and Dr. Navarro have decided upon. The master spoke in a definitive tone. While I agree that the rules could have been better, it is too late to request a change. The only way to conduct a better design duel is to start a new one. This particular event is over, and our institution has already registered the results. We will not tarnish our credibility by altering the outcome in full view of the entire star sector. Everyone recognized that this was the right decision to make, but that did not sit well with the most ardent supporters of the conservative cause. Finalizing this defeat meant that the Life Research Association officially suffered a humiliation on home grounds. Even if people disregarded the confusing question of which mechs were more qualified to be called alive, the record of the matches already spoke for themselves. As the defeat of Dr. Navarro sank in, the public largely responded with resignation and dismay. Hardly any of them were in the mood to lash out. They already did that a while ago when Dr. Navarro's mechs were performing badly. Enough time had passed for them to come to terms with the biomech designer's defeat. This was good. While Ves tried his best to defeat Dr. Navarro as convincingly as possible, he didn't want to drive the lifers into a frenzy. He wanted to be able to leave Rosanarina in peace. Both of them already attracted way more attention than they could handle. Now, they just wanted to leave and process what had happened. Dr. Navarro needed a long time to adjust his mentality. The foundation of his design philosophy suddenly turned shaky after his loss caused him to doubt the assumptions that were at the heart of his work. Ves had to go over his gains as well. His design seed became more vigorous than ever. While he was happy with his upgrades, he still had to figure his total gains. His design philosophy had definitely taken a step forward when it came to realizing the concept of a living mech. He was so excited that he almost missed what happened next. "Master Klein!" An old voice suddenly interrupted the conservative master's droning speech. "Will you continue to deceive our fellow lifers, or will you and your fellow conservatives finally disclose the truth?" "The truth is much more ambiguous, Master Brixton. The Life Research Association cannot afford to be affected by misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings? Huh? Who are you kidding?" Master Brixton boomed. "Look at what your caution has wrought. The outcome of this design duel is indicative of the stagnation that has settled on our biomech industry. This is not the time to hold this debate, old friend. On the contrary. If not now, then when? Our entire state is paying attention now. There is no better time than to announce the news that you have kept under wraps for all this time." Something about Master Brixton gave Ves a very bad feeling. He quickly reunited with Lucky, Janzi, and Vincent. "I don't know what's going on, but we better leave as soon as possible," he whispered. No one objected to his suggestion. They quietly left their places and moved to the exit. Unfortunately, the guards didn't let them pass. While all of this went on, Master Klein and Master Brixton were locked into a staring contest. The air between the two apex biomech designers grew tense. Sparks seemed to fly between the two. Even Ves experienced a bit of spiritual pressure from their invisible confrontation. "Don't do this, old friend," Master Klein whispered. "We have not reached the point of no return. Hope is still alive." "Hope is currently on life support," Master Brixton angrily spat back as he stepped closer to his rival. "Isn't that right? 1.5 years ago, the Supreme Sage and the leader of our state conducted a dangerous experiment and encountered an accident. Ever since then, you and your cabal have continually tried and failed to wake him from his awful condition. The truth is that he has not exhibited any brain activity for all this time, even activity that is necessary to sustain his life." The entire public was shocked? Ves was shocked as well. To hear that the most foremost scientist and leader of the Life Research Association was brain dead was so astonishing that many people couldn't wrap their heads around this news. For 4 continuous centuries, the Supreme Sage was the idol of every researcher and the patron of every citizen of the LRA. The man had been alive and well for such a long time that none of the lifers believed that he could ever die. With his extensive expertise in biotechnology, the brilliant visionary probably possessed at least a dozen ways to extend his life. This was what made Master Brixton's announcement so unbelievable. Yet when people turned their attention to Master Klein, the orthodox leader did not issue an immediate denial. Was Brixton telling the truth? For all intents and purposes, the Supreme Sage is brain dead, the challenging master provocatively declared. According to our rules, our government should have convened a council to declare a successor. It is clear that our current Supreme Sage has already died more than a year ago. What is left is simply an empty husk that the conservatives don't know what to do with. Each second his carcass is subjected to another experimental treatment is another second the conservatives are defiling his bodily remains. The plot was finally bearing its fangs. Many of the oddities that Ves had noticed in the past few weeks suddenly made a lot more sense. It turned out that the design duel was just a precursor to a much more shocking announcement. In turn, Dr. Navarro's loss combined with Master Brixton's unexpected revelation were both part of a greater plan to discredit the conservatives. The goal of the opposition was nothing less than to topple the current regime. Robbing the dominant conservative faction of their support was an essential step to depose it from its throne. If it turned out that the Supreme Sage had truly died in mind and spirit, then the conservatives no longer enjoyed the backing of their strongest and most powerful leader. This left them vulnerable and more exposed than ever before. The entire Life Research Association was shaking at the moment. Change was in the air, and no one believed that the conservatives would be able to control the situation at this time. Chapter 28:15 Age and Temptation. The bombshell that Master Brixton had dropped was such an enormous shock that it rippled through the entire state. Even the lifers who hadn't been paying to the design duel quickly heard about the explosive news. The Supreme Sage dead? Why did they hide this from us? What have the upper ranks been doing all this time? What will happen to us? How are we supposed to be able to move forward without the guidance of the Supreme Sage? Virtually every citizen in the LRA grew up under the calm and reassuring stewardship of this legendary figure. He was no different from a god to many people, whether they were lowly mech technicians or respected researchers. Entire generations had lived and died under the constant presence of the Supreme Sage. People were so used to looking up at this mythical biotech visionary that their heads were permanently pointed upwards. Yet no matter how brilliant the Supreme Sage turned out to be, he was still a human, not a god. An authentic god would have been able to transcend the limitations of his mortal coil, but the Supreme Sage had not reached that level. Even if he had touched upon some of the mysteries of spirituality throughout his long lifetime of studying remarkable lifeforms, how much could he have accomplished by himself? It was highly plausible that the Supreme Sage could die from an accident. Experiments were fraught with uncertainty. Cutting-edge research often required researchers to take a lot of risks. Those who adopted an overly cautious approach might be good at verifying results and refining existing applications, but they were never good at innovation. From what Ves had heard about the Supreme Sage, the ancient man was definitely an innovator. Ves briefly wondered what kind of experiment caused the Supreme Sage to suffer a personal accident. Ordinarily, someone like him would maintain a suitable distance from a dangerous experiment. The pinnacle labs he utilized would surely be stuffed with protective measures. The only realistic way for the Supreme Sage to be affected by his own experiment was, if he was the test subject himself. Ves widened his eyes. Even as Master Werther Klein and Master Lehigh Brixton hurled competing narratives at each other, Ves was already fantasizing about what kind of experiment could take such an esteemed and successful researcher down. He instantly recalled the case of the Newman. The giant humanoid biomech that Prescott Museum put on exhibit symbolized the failure of an unknown mech designer to escape the end of his life. In his first meeting with Master Klein, Ves learned that biotech experts were capable of performing many horrible and taboo experiments. They constantly had to resist the temptation brought by their knowledge. Usually, biomech designers and other professionals were able to maintain their composure. The punishment for failure or getting caught was too great. Any rational scientist wouldn't want to ruin their lives by performing an unnecessary experiment. What if it becomes necessary? That was a good question. When researchers reached the end of their lifespan and weren't able to procure any means of extending their lives, what then? The ordinary punishment of imprisonment or execution no longer held sway over their hearts. Since they were already about to die in a few years, why should they value what little they had left? From a rational perspective, performing a crazy experiment that would most likely fail but had a tiny chance of giving them a new lease of life made a lot of sense. Any punishments or accidents the researchers suffered was no worse than dying in their deathbeds shortly afterwards. Instead, by letting all of their restraints go, they might be the first ones to come up with a brand new treatment to effectively prolong a human's life. Ves could see this happening to many researchers who possessed the necessary expertise to conduct such experiments. From what he had observed about this society, the LRA's emphasis on science and rationality conflicted with its attempts to impose morality and ethics onto its researchers. While Ves had no doubt that the institutions of the LRA succeeded in swaying the majority of biotech researchers onto the right path, the problem was there were too many scientists in the state. Even if only 0.1% of all of those researchers turned out to be bad apples, that still represented many thousands highly competent experts who could create all kinds of biological horrors if they stopped holding back. Who was the best, smartest, most successful, most experienced, and most resourceful scientist in the LRA? The Supreme Sage. With his wealth of knowledge, his grand vision, and his control over the Pinnacle Labs, he could conduct far grander experiments than the Newman Project. Perhaps the Supreme Sage secretly collected all of the research data on illegal life extension and consciousness transfer projects that intermittently took place in his state. After all, even if all of those experiments ended in disaster, the data and results they produced were still of great value to other biotech experts. Human civilization didn't abide by the concept of tainted research. Even if some crazy doctor performed heinous and cruel experiments on his own patients, data was data. It didn't matter if thousands of patients were killed or mutilated under the twisted machinations of the doctor. As long as the research data was sound and corrected for any incorrect methodologies and biases, millions of other doctors would have no qualms at all in utilizing these valuable gains for their own ends. If the Supreme Sage was a pure scientist like Ves suspected him to be, then this old but brilliant man would definitely feel tempted to use the wealth of tainted data to form his own grand experiment. No matter how much of a role model he was to the entire LRA, if his body exhibited problems, and if every other method of extending his life had been exhausted, then Ves did not believe the Supreme Sage could remain a saint. Ves sighed. Even the greatest figures of humanity were fallible in the end. Gods didn't exist, and humans could never be gods as long as they were slaves to their baser desires. After realizing these underlying dynamics, Ves believed he figured out how the LRA worked. He no longer believed that the biotech-oriented state was so sincere about pursuing its noble mission. The stated aim of propelling biotech sciences forward and convincing the rest of humanity to switch to an organic tech base was nothing but a smokescreen as far as he was concerned. Starting right from the top, a cabal of selfish scientists merely foment a thriving research environment in order to further the progression of alternate life extension studies. The conspiratorial part of his imagination even came up with the notion that the higher-ups secretly tolerated experiments in this forbidden field. The LRA's regime might look very strict, but researchers actually possessed a lot of leeway as they climbed up the ranks. There were many ways an administration could subtly encourage old researchers to take the plunge and perform a taboo experiment. Even if these attempts inevitably ended up in failure, the institutions that recovered all of the data that remained behind would slowly be able to build up a considerable body of knowledge. It was as if the Supreme Sage performed 1,000 horrendously illegal and immoral experiments himself, but miraculously kept his name and reputation squeaky clean. As long as the rate of incidences remained controlled, then no one would even know that the Supreme Sage and his cronies were the ultimate beneficiaries of illegal research. What a brilliant scheme! Ves sighed in utter admiration. This is how a true master acts. He always performed all of his experiments in person and by himself. This left him open to getting caught by the big two or exposing himself to runaway reactions. This was an awful approach. Unfortunately, Ves had no choice but to act in person to perform his risky experiments. The Larkinson clan was nothing like a proper state such as the LRA. Ves didn't have thousands of scarily competent spiritual adepts and spiritual engineers under his command. Perhaps that might change in the future, but for now, Ves could only look up at the Supreme Sage's methods and admire the LRA's grand design. Of course, Ves was not just a bystander at the moment. He was in fact caught up in the middle of an oncoming storm. What do you mean we can't pass through? Venerable Janzi's force of will flared up and pressed against the biosuited guards blocking the entrance. Our patriarch has already concluded the design duel. Since an internal political dispute is developing, we have no business being here. Let us leave right away. Our apologies, Venerable, but our orders are strict. We are not allowed to let anyone pass through this exit without explicit instructions from our superiors. Then call your superiors. We have tried, but we have only been met with silence. Until we receive word, we cannot make any exceptions. The LRA was a hierarchical state where the lower ranks were expected to unquestionably obey the instructions of their superiors. Bending the rules sounded alien to them, and breaking them entirely was strictly unacceptable. While that led to a well-regulated state in times of peace, Ves had seen how such a rigid structure could easily become hindrance in times of chaos. Considering the escalating political fight happening not too far away behind him, Ves was growing more and more concerned. He wanted to be gone before anything happened. Yet because the guard officers were indisposed or distracted by the unfolding arguments, Ves remained stuck in place. What was worse was that his guards were stuck on the other side. Nita and his new honor guard were all armed to the teeth, but that didn't matter if they were too far away to come to his aid. Oh hell. Screw this all. Janzi, let's suit up and bunker down. Got it, she replied. Even if she detested his leadership and wanted to put someone else in charge of the Larkinson clan, this was not the time to argue with Ves. Having been with him for a long time, Venerable Janzi had gone through enough crises to develop her sense of caution. Both Ves and Janzi approached the backside of Vincent's hover chair. Ves opened up a hidden panel and inputted a brief code that caused the hatch to slide open. The pair of true-blood Larkinsons then proceeded to pull out dense metal coffer-like objects. After they verified their identities, the metal objects expanded on their own and enveloped the forms of the two humans. In no time, Ves suited himself up in his unending regalia. He finally felt safe now that he was covered head to toe with unending alloy. Out of a sense of caution, Ves did not choose to extend a cape from his back this time. That would only cause his form to become more eye-catching, thereby turning himself into an attractive target to anyone with an itchy trigger finger. While Venerable Janzi didn't enjoy the same degree of luxurious protection, her high-quality protective suit was certainly one of the better infantry gear that the Larkinson clan had recently procured. The only reason why Janzi didn't wear anything heavier was because they required special training and wouldn't fit inside Vincent's hover chair. Hey, what about me? Where's my fancy suit? The chair-bound Larkinson complained. Ves sneered behind his faceplate. You're already wearing a suit. The hover chair possessed a special function that caused the occupant's form to be covered by something akin to a hazard suit when activated. Vincent was already covered by it when he noticed the actions of his fellow Larkinsons. The only problem was that this hazard suit looked woefully inadequate. This isn't fair. I'm an expert candidate. I should be wearing something more solid. At least give me a codpiece. Chapter 28:16 Disappointed. While the Larkinsons were gearing up for war, the arguing masters failed to come to an accord. We have a duty to maintain the prosperity of the Life Research Association, Master Klein firmly said. The changes you propose are too radical and risk upending the structure that has provided stability to our people for centuries. While we are open to compromise, we must come together and decide together how we should proceed. That seemed to trigger Master Brixton. The time for compromise is long past, old friend. The possibility of cooperating with you and your compatriots has ended from the moment you conspired to hide what had happened to the Supreme Sage. Not only did you break the law by preventing the public from learning about his passing, you also lied about his true state. While you conservatives were merely taking advantage of the pinnacle labs that were previously under the Supreme Sage's control, you also had the temerity to desecrate his body. Do not twist the truth, Master Brixton. The Supreme Sage is alive, not dead. As long as his heart still beats and his lungs still breathe, there is always a chance to restore him back to health. We treated him as a patient, not a carcass that has been donated to science. The reason why we have withheld the details of his current condition is to respect his privacy and maintain stability. We did not wish to give any excuse for agitators like you to upend our entire state. Ha 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 ha! Brixton laughed in a maniacal manner. Excuses upon excuses! How shameless can you be? The only people who benefit from this conspiracy are high-ranked conservatives such as you. Your high-minded talk is nothing but a thinly veiled excuse to keep your people in charge and press everyone else down. Do you think we're idiots? What do you want? Master Klein asked in an exasperated tone. We demand an end to your abuse. Stop experimenting on the Supreme Sage's body and put it to rest already. Step down from your positions of power and let a new generation of leaders take over our state. Your actions and your schemes already make it clear that you are not suited to be in charge any longer. One way or another, you will pass on the torch. We can discuss some of your demands, but do not presume to take the Supreme Sage's place. If we have to appoint a successor to our honored leader, he or she will come from our ranks instead of yours. We are still the majority in our state. Are you certain about that, old friend? A sly grin appeared on Master Brixton's face. He pointed at a group of conservative biomech designers and other important officials. Come! Show him how out of touch he is. Show him what you think about his misdeeds. To everyone's surprise, over half of the lifers who previously aligned with the conservatives stepped out and joined Master Brixton's side. Master Klein couldn't believe what was happening. While the conservative faction was large and encompassed many subgroups, they were all united by common goals. No matter how much internal disputes took place within their ranks, the conservatives were firmly united against chaos and the opposition. Yet before his eyes, conservatives belonging to many different subgroups all stepped out and signaled their change of heart in the most direct fashion possible. There was no turning back for these defectors. They had pretty much thrown their lot with the opposition. Master Klein looked disappointed at his former comrades. He trusted them once. Now, he had to face the prospect of treating them as his opponents. I can believe that some of you have lost patience with our current direction. It has been too long since we have achieved any significant progress. However, why would you throw your lot with these radicals and fringe groups? Don't you realize they are just using you all to bring our state into turmoil? A senior known as Professor Bludder scowled. Look at where a slow and gradual approach has taken us. We have accomplished none of our goals. Instead, we have either remained in the same place or fallen behind. Nothing less than true change is needed to right the ship of our state. While I don't necessarily agree with all of the pet causes of our new friends, at least they are being proactive. Master Brixton grinned. Do you see how many comrades that you have disillusioned with your mistakes? You so-called conservatives have been burying your heads in the sand for so long that you haven't even been paying attention to your own people. I don't think there is a better way to ill.u.s. trait how little you care about others. Not everyone is content with the lack of progress made by our state. Isn't that right, Dr. Navarro? The loser of the design duel hadn't drawn any attention in the last few minutes, but suddenly attracted a lot of attention. An ambiguous expression appeared on his face. Federico Navarro hesitated for a few seconds. You too, Navarro? The journeyman looked resigned. Master Klein, I believed in your vision. For a long time, I believed that all was right with the LRA, and that we were slowly closing the gap with the conventional mech industry. What happened? I began to look past our borders, Dr. Navarro said, becoming more assertive as he did so. I took a very good look at the Komodo War and how the metallic mechs of both sides were pushing the limits of what they could do. I observed how groundbreaking mechs designed by Mr. Larkinson changed how mech warfare was being waged by virtue of their innovative features. When I looked at all of those impressive Friday Man and Hexer mechs and compared them to our own body of work, I feel let down. Our state is different from the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony, Master Klein explained. The two states were gearing up for war for many centuries. The pressure of confronting a strong opponent has stimulated them into designing the most destructive mechs they can realize. Then what does that make us, sir? Why are our biomechs so lackal.u.s. compared to the military mechs of other states? Why have we wallowed in mediocrity for so long? I am a biomech designer, Master Klein. I did not embrace my calling just to design adequate mechs that are merely competitive at best. My ambition is much greater than that. Yet, as the recently completed design duel has taught us, my biomechs are far from being able to compete against the products of a classical mech designer. You have no reason to feel ashamed of yourself, Dr. Navarro. You are comparable to many of your peers in other states. Mr. Larkinson is an outlier. Even if he is technically a journeyman, his products are as strong as the mechs designed by seniors or higher-ranking mech designers. You are using the wrong tool to measure yourself. Dr. Navarro thumped his cheesty with his hand. I know that, sir, but that does not change my point. I have always set my sights to the top. If I wish to aim for the top, how can I compare myself to ordinary mech designers? Only by challenging someone as formidable as Mr. Larkinson will I know where I stand. You know the results. In the current environment, it is extremely unlikely that I will ever be able to catch up to rising stars like Mr. Larkinson. Then work harder, Navarro. A biomech designer like you should never place too much emphasis on outside help. If you want to realize your design philosophy and reach my level, you won't be able to do so by destroying the stable infrastructure that has allowed our biomech industry to flourish for many years. It won't come to that, sir. Navarro shook his head. Master Brixton and the others don't wish to plunge our state into civil war. They just want to accomplish change. As long as enough people support this cause, I hope you will act sensibly and recognize that you and your fellow conservatives are not wanted anymore. As Dr. Navarro stood by the side of Master Brixton, many people sympathized with his choice. He was one of the many biomech designers who had become disillusioned with the majority. As a reluctant defector, he didn't necessarily support the opposition, but nonetheless found common cause with the movement. There were a lot more lifers like Dr. Navarro in the LRA. Biotech experts and other citizens were following everything through the broadcasts. Navarro just happened to serve as a great example of what they might do as well if they followed suit. At this point, Master Klein's momentum had stalled. From the moment Master Brixton spoke out, he pulled out card after card that successively weakened the reputation and prestige of the conservatives and the ruling authorities. The problem of being in charge for such a long time was that they always took the blame for every mistake. Ves, who had been watching the events unfold from the rear, didn't feel as if the conservatives were totally wrong on the matter. Even the numerous times they desecrated the Supreme Sage's body could be excused. If his close friends and subordinates thought they could revive him, then it made sense to try their best. No one wanted to pull the plug on the life of a great and irreplaceable researcher. As long as there was a non-zero chance of pulling him out of his brain-dead state, then many people would feel they had a duty to try their best. Yet, after 1.5 years of fumbling around, it didn't seem that the conspirators made any progress. The air between the two master mech designers had grown more and more tense. They not only competed with each other with their words, but also with their powerful mentalities. The pair had reached an impasse. Master Klein did not wish to meet the biggest demands of the opposition. He was confident that the conservative faction still held enough sway over the LRA to remain in charge. Master Brixton believed he had succeeded in doing the opposite. All of his revelations and other actions should have weakened the conservatives to the point where they were more vulnerable than they had ever been throughout their existence. This was the best time for the radicals, combinants, and other opposing factions to make their move. If they did not take advantage of this opening, then the conservatives would definitely utilize their institutional power and command over the established media to propagate a counter-narrative. As long as public support for change started to dip, then all hope of effecting change would evaporate. Master Klein keenly spotted Brixton's momentary hesitation. "You can still calm down. Don't do this. We can work this out when tempers have cooled." The leader of the combinant faction let out a deep breath. He knew he was at the cusp of a transition period. Even if he had second thoughts, it was too late for him to stop at this point. The opposition consisted of way more factions and groups than his own influence. "The revolution cannot be stopped," Master Brixton declared with a firm voice. "It has already begun from the moment Dr. Navarro lost the design duel. No matter what you say, you cannot deny the fact that we have grown weak under the leadership of your group. Only a complete turnaround will allow us to cure the malaise that has settled over our state." With those final words, the masters had spoken their piece. After glaring at each other one last time, both masters suddenly disappeared from view. "Huh! Where did they go?" "According to my sensors, they have just teleported away." "Why would they do that?" Master Klein and Master Brixton weren't the only ones who left in this manner. The 4 other masters who had been content to watch from the side had followed suit as well. Only a minor blur surrounded their forms before they shifted many kilometers away from Rosen Arena. The other people on the VIP platform began to smell trouble. A senior mech designer who looked like a middle-aged woman pulled out her pistol and fired at her colleague sitting to her left. Bright energy beams lanced against an energy shield, preventing the unsuspecting victim from dying. "What is the meaning of this, Teresa? You are an obstacle to change. As long as you are alive, you block all of our initiatives. The revolution cannot proceed unless you are gone." The victim helplessly pulled out his own gun and began to fire back. The pair weren't the only ones to do so. Many different VIPs got caught up in the frenzy as well and began to pull out weapons left and right to assail their real or imagined enemies. VS wasn't left out of the party either. In one moment, the gate guards helplessly expressed their inability to contact their superior. In the next moment, they simultaneously pulled up their heavy assault rifles and fired their weapons onto Ves with unmatched speed. Chapter 28 17 Madness. A total of 7 heavily armed guards opened fire on Ves. They all acted in unison and without warning. The good news was that not every guard was in on the scheme. 13 more infantry soldiers from the Planetary Guard reacted with stunned shock at the unprovoked actions of their colleagues. Why did they act without authorization? Who told them to attack their foreign guest? We must wash away the humiliation of our defeat. Don't let him leave this arena alive. Watch out for the cat. The rogue guards wearing heavy organic suits were hardly holding back in their attacks. They prioritized taking out the patriarch of the Larkinson clan at all costs. Due to the relative proximity of Venerable Janzi, they refrained from utilizing any destructive area weapons, but that did not restrain them much as their biorifles were already potent enough by themselves. Numerous positron beams, Gauss rounds and explosive shells impacted Ves from the front. The poorly protected form of Vincent uselessly raised his arms while desperately commanding his hover chair to move away. Don't shoot me! I'm an invalid! I'm not a threat! I surrender! The crippled expert candidate did not wish to get caught in the expanding crossfire. As the weapons held by the rogue guards finally fell silent, V's armored form remained standing. The unending regalia did its job. Aside from ruining the vulnerable coating on the surface, the underlying metal layers did not incur any damage. The rogue guards all paused for a moment. Even if Ves wore an excellent suit of armor, it was too ludicrous that not a hint of actual damage was visible. Yet before they could resume their fire, a very slippery cat snuck up behind their formation and began to claw the back of one of the guards with an energy claw. The potent energy claws tore right through the organic plates and directly cut the spine of the unlucky soldier in half. Meow! Behind us! Having slipped into the latest version of his misfortune harness, Lucky had turned into an incarnation of feline death. For some reason, the remaining 13 guards no longer stood silent. Perhaps out of a mistaken sense of needing to back up their comrades, they began to open fire at the Larkinsons as well. You brainless idiots! What is the point of attacking me? I'm not your enemy, damn it! Stop firing at me and let me leave in peace. I just want to go. None of these complaints had any effect. The outbreak of open hostilities happened so unexpectedly that many people caught in the storm simply didn't know what to do. Some of the panicky ones tended to look at the people they knew and blindly followed suit. Ves abhorred this stupid response. It showed that for all of their training, the Planetary Guard troops were not that good at responding to a genuine crisis. Even though he was confused and angry with the latest developments, he couldn't afford to waffle at this stage. Anyone who shot him was an enemy. No exception. No matter who the Planetary Guard troops answered to, as long as they pointed their guns at him, they were already dead in his eyes. The short battle soon turned into a slaughter once the Larkinsons got serious. Janzi fired at the guards with an integrated wrist-mounted laser blaster. Even though her attacks were too weak to overcome the armor of her opponents, she still exerted a considerable degree of pressure. Ves did not remain still either. He pulled out a kinetic pistol and pulled the trigger, causing the chest armor of one of the guards to splinter from all of the damage it withstood. Don't shoot me! Get me out of here! Vincent, on the other hand, flew his chair further and further away from the heat of battle. Even though various projectiles and beams whizzed near his form, none of them hit him so far. He wasn't important enough. The battle at the exit did not last long. While Ves and Janzi's attacks were only moderately effective against the combat armor worn by the elite guard troops, there was one more entity who sowed death left and right. Mio! Lucky furiously darted back and forth, clawing every hostile guard that he passed along the way. None of his opponents succeeded in blocking his powerful energy claws. The only instance where Lucky failed to take the life of a hostile soldier was when his claws slammed against the energy shield of a planetary guard captain. The officer was equipped with fancier gear. Lucky yowled in frustration. To be honest, Lucky could have eliminated the opposition a lot faster. Ves had ordered his cat to hold back, though. There was no reason for Lucky to expose his phasing ability. The energy shield that enveloped the rogue officer's form did not last long. It turned out that his energy shield was a vastly inferior model that was generally issued to valued middle-ranked personnel. Ves continually depleted the shield with his kinetic rounds. Lucky attacked the shield from the other side. The combination of pistol and claw attacks quickly exhausted the compact battery powering the mass-produced shield generator. It only took a single claw to decapitate the rogue captain. With his death, every hostile guard had died. The remaining planetary guard troops were frozen as they witnessed their comrades being massacred. They didn't know what to do. Perhaps some of them wanted to assist their comrades, but the speed in which the Larkinsons demolished their foes prompted them to think twice. As more lifers were continuing to fight each other across the entire VIP platform, any sense of order had disappeared. Normally, these respected experts and officials would calmly discuss their disagreements over a meal or something. If they wanted to resort to harsher methods, then they would never take action in person. This was what their underlings were supposed to do. Why take risks at all when they were capable of dispatching plenty of disposable minions to do the job in their stead? None of that was apparent at the moment. For some reason or another, seniors, ministers, and other important lifers decided there was no better time to get rid of their opponents by pulling out their guns and opening fire in person. Since all of their bodyguards were stuck at the other side of the fortified exit, none of the VIPs could leave the fighting to someone else. They all took action in person. This is crazy. This entire state has gone mad. Fortunately, none of the powerful lifers spared any attention to the Larkinsons. Most of them were too caught up in their personal vendettas to spare much attention to the foreigner who briefly humiliated their state. What worked in V's favor was that he had exhibited plenty of power. None of the lifers qualified to enter this platform were suicidal. They did not want to become the next idiots who died after an energy claw tore out their throats. Open the gates and let us pass already, Ves aggressively demanded the surviving guards. We can't. There are hundreds of bodyguards on the other side. If all of them engage in hostilities at once, this entire tree structure will collapse. It's well on its way of burning down at this rate. Ves really didn't want to shoot these neutral guards, but their continued obstruction was grating on him. Did he have to shoot his way out of this war zone? Before he could argue any further, the tall and giant tree structure shook. Massive groaning sounds echoed throughout the air as Ves and everyone else felt as if the floor underneath their feet was tilting. The fighting quickly died down. A couple of bodies were littered on the platform, but most VIPs were still okay. Hardly any of them possessed military training, so they were unable to overcome the energy shields worn by their opponents. What's going on? Someone asked. Are we under attack by mechs? It doesn't seem like it. It's as if the tree structure itself is moving. Crack. Just a few seconds later, the platform abruptly split in half. The tree structure groined and convulsed as its entire trunk was splitting into multiple slender trunks. It was as if someone animated the giant tree. The split trunks began to bend and swirl as if they were massive tentacles. Even though their movements were agonizingly slow, their humongous size meant that their movements were extremely violent. Fly! Everyone on the VIP platform activated their anti-grav modules or other means of flight. The guards who were stationed on the other side of the top floor had taken flight as well. At their level, none of them lacked the means to levitate themselves. However, being able to float was one thing. Being able to fly away fast enough to escape the convulsions of enormous tree tentacles was another thing. Ah! One VIP suddenly went splat as he got smacked by the tip of a tree tentacle. A dozen guards launched into the distance as another tree tentacle collided against armored forms. The powerful impact most certainly exceeded the inertial dampeners of their protective armor, which meant that their bodies had definitely turned into a bloody soup. Every survivor looked horrified at what had happened. The worst part about this was that this wasn't the only tree structure that had gone crazy. All of the other ones were going berserk as well. Hundreds of thousands of lifers who went out to witness the design duel in person were suddenly caught up in a nightmare as their own elevated seating platforms turned hostile. Since many of them were ordinary citizens, a considerable portion didn't possess any flight capabilities. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians dropped to their deaths. If the giant tree tentacles hadn't crushed or smacked them to death, then they most certainly lost their lives after impacting the ground. Screams of women, children, and other uninvolved people echoed throughout the entire disaster area. Ves and many other survivors couldn't process the madness of this act of slaughter. What was the point? Since Ruzan Arena's entire design revolved around surrounding the arena grounds with a crown of twisting tree structures, virtually every spectator got caught up in this tragedy. Those with flight capabilities started to cry and howl at all of the traumatic sights they witnessed. In just a couple of minutes, all of the surviving lifers had lost many friends, family, and fellow citizens. Patriarch! Nita and the rest of the honor guard finally reached Ves and surrounded him in every direction. Venerable Janzi and Vincent floated awkwardly outside the tight protective envelope. Meow. Lucky felt more at ease. With the arrival of the bodyguards, his job of protecting Ves had become a lot easier. We need to get you out of here, Nita insisted. Let us fly to the landing zone. The Infinity Guard has already prepared their armored transport for evacuation. Where are their infantry troops? Where are their guard master mechs? The underground landing zone has turned into a battlefield as well. Mechs and soldiers belonging to different factions are fighting at ground level as we speak. The mercenaries are trying their best to extricate themselves from the crossfire, but it will take time. Damn it! Ves gnashed his teeth. Lead the way! Get us away from these crazy trees before they start to launch with chi.p.s at us or something. A lot of other people had the same thought. They carefully maintained enough altitude to escape the reach of the tree tentacles and began to head to the sides in order to distance themselves from Ruzan Arena. Yet just as Ves and his group advanced a couple of 100 meters away, the air in front of them turned bright and hot as a giant laser beam inflamed the space in front of them. The beam was so bright and massive that the optical sensors of their helmets had to compensate for the brightness. The violence is spreading! There are mechs fighting below us. It's too dangerous to fly in the air. A revolution never remained calm for long. Chapter 28:18 Pressure Release. The revolution had begun. After centuries of peace and stability, the Life Research Association became embroiled in a conflict that could only be described as a civil war. As a society that had long operated under the stable but stagnant order of the conservative faction, A lot of grievances had built up over the centuries. The opposition factions resented the dominance of the conservatives. Rival biomech designers hated their direct competition. Minor bureaucrats wanted to get rid of their incompetent superiors. Mech pilots wished to prove their skills in actual battle. In hindsight, the citizens of the LRAACCU.MU lacked so much pent-up urges and E.S.I.es that many of them welcomed the outbreak of violence. Finally, they obtained an opportunity to unleash their darker side. This was why the initial outbursts produced so much death and destruction. When the adherents of the respective factions opened fire on each other, many other citizens who didn't share any relations to the ongoing political turmoil took the opportunity to pursue their own agendas. Because the vast majority of people hadn't received any advance warning about the start of the revolution, these brazen acts of violence were largely devoid of planning and forethought. After all, no one expected the Supreme Sage to experience an accident that pretty much left him dead. The abrupt exit of the longtime ruler of the state caused a lot of people to believe that a void had formed at the top. With the conservatives split and besieged from all sides, the government was in complete disarray. Without sufficient guidance or instructions, the overly rigid government institutions were far too slow to respond to the rapidly unfolding chaos. Let alone suppressing the troublemakers, the authorities weren't even able to defeat the defectors from within. "Johnny! Why are you attacking us? We're brothers in arms. We formed a pact with each other." "Ha! What a joke! I only sucked up to you because you're the district commander's crony. I never liked you from the beginning. The corrupt regime must fall, and getting rid of you will help my buddies in taking over this city." "You're mad. You won't get away with killing me. This is treason." "Hiding the Supreme Sage's death and experimenting on his body is true treason. Compared to the crimes of your friends, our cause is righteous." Everyone formed a different idea of what was right and wrong. As long as someone wanted to enact a plan, they came up with many possible rationalizations to justify their actions. Perhaps even the madman who activated Rosenarena's war mode came up with his own excuse. Around 2/3 of the people who bought a ticket and witnessed the design duel had died. Most plunged helplessly to their deaths, while others got smacked to pieces by the berserk tree tentacles. Only those with flight capabilities had a chance to escape the initial onslaught, but their suffering had not yet passed. Below and above them, hundreds of biomechs began to battle each other. Throughout the long centuries of stable development, many institutions had already become politicized. The lack of war caused many mech units to experience little upwards mobility. Aside from becoming more competent, the best way to attain a higher position was to play the game of politics. This caused many Planetary Guard members to develop second loyalties. Aside from answering to their nominal superiors, they also answered to their patrons, faction leaders, and other helpers. Now that the regular hierarchy had become paralyzed, some of these law enforcement units no longer executed their primary missions. Instead, they listened to the instructions of others who weren't above killing their own comrades in order to further their grand ambitions. While the mechs that went rogue only amounted to less than 10% of their respective units, the unfolding chaos quickly swept in other combatants. Neutral or ignorant mech pilots were suddenly compelled to hit back after their mechs mistakenly got hit by stray attacks. Others felt compelled to assist their buddies, not realizing that they inadvertently signaled that they had joined a side. Some just listened to the orders of their captains and commanders without hesitation, thereby turning themselves into unwitting tools. More Planetary Guard mechs attempted to suppress attackers from both sides, only for them to be regarded by an enemy of every group and faction. In fact, Prosperous Hill 6 was not the only planet that exploded into violence. though it was certainly the worst due to its population density, economic interests, and development level. The other planets of the prosperous Hill system became affected as well. Intermittent conflict broke out in major cities and sites with considerable value such as beast preserves and biomech production facilities. No one knew how long this revolution would last or what the next day might bring, but some far-sighted leaders were already attempting to secure valuable infrastructure and war assets in order to prepare for the long haul. Fortunately for most citizens, the conflict outside of Prosperous Hill was much more limited. Many planets didn't host as many competing interests or valuable industries. Some regions that fell under the sway of a strong and authoritative leader had remained fairly calm as loyal troops quickly suppressed any troublesome elements. Of course, none of that was relevant to Ves and the other survivors who escaped Rosenarena. With the crown of giant tree structures coming to life, blood stained the air as people were still dying left and right. This time, it wasn't the Berserk arena that was killing them, but attacks from mechs that had become embroiled in their own conflicts. "The authorities have gone mad!" Vincent shrieked as he clung on his floating hoverchair with his muscular arms. "Aren't they supposed to fight the bad guys?" Venerable Janzi sneered behind her combat helmet. "Everyone has become a bad guy in their eyes. Their fellow guards are not accepted." No rebellion was worth slaughtering over half of the arena visitors. It was even worse as there didn't seem to be a useful purpose to killing so many innocent people. Whoever was responsible for turning Rosenarena into a death trap deserved to die. "We need to get down as soon as possible," Ves commanded to everyone. "We can't stay up here and remain exposed to anyone who recognizes me and wants to kill me. While I'm not responsible for all of this, I doubt everyone will think the same way." He had witnessed so much stupidity and irrationality from the lifers that he wouldn't put it past them to think that Ves caused it all due to agreeing to a design duel. As far as many people were concerned, the LRA would have never descended into chaos if Ves and Dr. Navarro never met. "The fighting is more intense on the surface," Nita critically observed as her heavy combat armor continued to maintain altitude. "It's become a playground for land-bound mechs." "I know that, but there is an extensive tunnel network beneath the surface. As long as we slip inside, we won't be easy targets anymore for the hundreds of mechs that are fighting around us at this moment." They all descended to the surface, making sure to control their fall so that they did not lose control. It helped that many of the spectators also chose to take their luck on the surface. Hundreds of floating people had already been smashed to paste or vaporized into carbon as various beams, projectiles, and explosives devastated their ranks. Screams and cries of panic continually echoed throughout the air as this tragedy unfolded. Biomech after biomech forgot their original purpose of protecting people and instead put them at risk as they desperately fought to defeat their enemies, whether they were real or imagined. Due to the high-quality suits of armor worn by Ves and his entourage, their descent was faster and more stable than that of other people. Run-of-the-mill anti-grav clothing was particularly susceptible to shocks, gusts of winds, and other environmental variables. None of the mech pilots had time to squander on hunting down Ves. Not when there were hostile mechs right next to them that posed a much more immediate threat. It was also fairly difficult to pick out Ves and his group among the crowd of escaping people. Even though not everyone wore armored suits, there were still plenty of arena personnel, VIPs, guards, and other people who looked similar enough to make it difficult to distinguish their identities. The heavy combat armor worn by Nita and the other guards also possessed moderate ECM functions. This did not prevent a determined enemy from detecting their presence, but made it a lot more difficult to identify them unless subjected to targeted scanning. Meow meow meow! Lucky's black-clad form stuck closely to Ves. While he was a terror against infantry, he could do nothing against mechs, especially when they were kilometers away. "Hang on, buddy!" We're almost to the surface. The group descended at an angle away from the arena. Ves didn't want to go anywhere close to the out-of-control tree tentacles. While they were randomly whipping around in the air, they could easily whip the ground around the arena at any moment. They seemed to have landed in one of the rear areas of the arena grounds. This was the place where the majority of spectators arrived and left. Various shuttles and passenger transports were parked in a large and open landing zone. Right now, many visitors were flocking to these vehicles. They all wanted to get in and leave the premises as soon as possible. Boom! However, the fighting had not left this area untouched. Ves turned around to see a large transport with a capacity of 500 people getting crushed into half after a mech had slammed against the side of the vehicle. Not too far away, two swordsmen biomechs were swinging their blades at each other, uncaring whether their feet trampled any shuttles or humans who failed to run away in time. The power of mechs was too terrible. Vincent's crippled body was already shaking. What are we doing? Let's get out of here. Ves, can't you hack one of the shuttles and fly away? None of these vehicles are safe, Nita retorted. We won't make it far with all of the fighting that is going on. We need to get on board the armored transport prepared by the Infinity Guards. They had to go underground to do that, as the Infinity Guards assigned to escort Ves didn't dare to poke their necks out. Their escort mechs mainly consisted of guard masters, which excelled at defense but possessed little offensive capabilities. They quickly found the nearest entrance that led to the underground complex. Hundreds of panicking lifers were already trying to escape the violence on the surface, which caused the passageway to become congested. It turned out that the gate up ahead had been locked and sealed. Get out of the way! Nita boomed through her suit. No one listened to her command. Instead, they pressed their bodies forward even harder, as if they thought that could get them inside. Nita and some of the honor guards started to arm their rifles and point at the backs of the mass of people. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Yet before they opened fire, Venerable Janzi's armored suit jumped in front of their muzzles and pressed them down. Stop! Don't shoot! She urgently called. We are Larkinsons! We don't spill innocent blood! Nita narrowed her eyes but didn't argue with the expert pilot. Instead, she shifted towards Ves. Your orders, sir? Chapter 28:19 Fortified Tunnel Complex. More than 100 meters ahead of the wide corridor, a large and solid gate barred the way of fleeing arena visitors. The people who had reached the front of the passageway knew that there was no way forward, but the latecomers who were further back weren't aware of this. They just thought that the people in front were targeting them or taking their sweet time to pass through a narrow entrance. Whatever the case, since none of the people appeared to be in threat of getting attacked by mechs at the moment, they were highly unwilling to turn around and go outside. Obviously, this wasn't good for Ves and his group. The sheer crush of people was so dense that not even their armored forms could bull through so many bodies. Not without inflicting severe harm on them at least. It was too risky to do that though. Even though it was unlikely that any of these random people could harm armored soldiers, letting them get very close was a risk that Nita did not wish to take. To her, the solution of the problem was very clear. If the panicking civilians weren't willing to listen to her request, then she had to open up a path by force if necessary. Her mission trumped nearly every other consideration. If keeping Ves alive meant killing the people in front of her, then she would do so without hesitation. Yet Janzi had different ideas. Get out of the way, Nita growled. We are too exposed at the moment. This tunnel can collapse at any moment. I know that, but that doesn't mean we have to turn ourselves into butchers. Then how else will we get through? Let me try. We don't have to kill them all to reach the other side. As Janzi and Nita argued, Ves took a step forward, causing the two women to halt. You have 30 seconds to open a path, Janzi. If you can't do it, then don't blame us for what happens next. Consider it done. With every step, her momentum grew. Despite not interfacing with a mech, her force of will expanded, causing every single person in the crowded corridor to stop and turn towards the rear. Make way, she spoke. Her suit amplified her voice. The entrance to the tunnels below are blocked. Let us proceed forward and we will make an opening. Amazingly, the people formed a path. They pressed to the side and even took the initiative to take a few steps back in order to make room for others. Her force of will possessed a reassuring quality that somehow lessened the panic and hysteria of the crowd. While Ves and plenty of Larkinsons were already accustomed to Janzi's presence, the same was not the case for average civilians. None of them experienced the profound influence of an expert pilot before. They hadn't even come in touch with glows, so their sensitivity towards any mental pressure was still high. The first impression was always the most profound. The lifers didn't even know who Venerable Janzi was or what her true motives were. Yet due to the power and authority she exuded, the civilians instinctively trusted her and looked up to her. Her presence imposed a much-needed sense of calm over the crowd. While the lifers were still aware of the unfolding chaos on the surface, they somehow felt that the expert pilot in their midst would be able to lead them to safety. The blockade had parted. Venerable Janzi opened up a path without resorting to any excessive means. She turned to Ves and exerted a bit of pressure at him. She did not like the fact that she had to intervene in person to prevent a needless massacre. Let's go, Ves simply commanded. He ignored Janzi's silent challenge and walked all the way forward until he stopped right in front of the barred gate. The entrance was built like a vault door and looked like it could withstand a direct attack against a mech. The bone metal surface showed that it had been grown into shape. Ves didn't sense any living mechanisms though. Vincent's hoverchair stopped right next to him. Who would build such a ludicrously strong entrance? Is there a fortress behind this gate or something? Meow. Lucky was confused as well. Ves thought about it for a moment. I think Ruzen Arena was originally built to serve as a disguised fortress. It would explain why the tree structures were able to turn into killer tentacles. Whoever was responsible for activating them didn't turn them into killer machines. They were already designed to possess this hidden mode from their inception. They just never revealed their true capabilities since there was no war to be fought. Until now. Instead of being employed to repel foreign invaders, they were instead killing the very people they were supposed to protect. This was the tragedy of a civil war. Comrades turned into opponents and fellow citizens bore the brunt of a conflict that had no easy division of friends and enemies. The lack of internal order allowed any unhinged person to hatch their schemes. Ves had no doubt that Violin had turned into a giant war zone at the moment. How will we get through? Janzi impatiently asked. Let me see. Ves integrated a decent hacking module into his unending regalia, but that didn't mean he could crack any electronic security system. A true professional could do 10 times more than someone who was mainly versed in mech programming. After a bit of exploration, Ves looked a bit puzzled. While the security system isn't military grade, it's much better than I expected. Does that mean you can't get through? I didn't say that. I am just telling you that the underground tunnel complex might be more sophisticated than I thought. No one had noticed that Lucky had quietly slipped away. He flew underneath Vincent's hoverchair and phased through the floor. Once the gem cat left everyone's sights, he snuck up to the door mechanism and recognized how to tamper with the systems. During his time with Calabast, he learned a lot about messing with security systems. She even dumped a massive amount of data on how to recognize critical parts and how to sabotage them to achieve specific outcomes. Soon enough, the entrance beeped and began to slide open. The corridor rumbled a bit as something heavy impacted against the surface not too far away, but Ves and everyone else didn't care. Once the gate fully slid open, Ves and his fellow Larkinsons passed through with their weapons at the ready. The crowd of civilians behind them didn't dare to follow too close. "It's quiet," Nita said through their short-range communication channel. "The interior is laced with dampening materials. Our onboard sensors aren't able to resolve any details." Ves suddenly recalled the Odini mounted on his unending regalia. He had transferred it from the Valkyrie Prime to his personal combat armor a short time ago, but never thought about activating it until now. The Odini was absurdly effective, but it drained an immense amount of power. Still, considering the current crisis, Ves really needed to know what was up ahead. The tunnel complex underneath and around Rosen Arena was massive and winding. Who knew whether someone prepared an ambush? "Wait a moment." Ves cautiously activated the Odini and inputted some custom settings. A small pulse immediately started to emanate from the system bot object. The pulse was short, and weak enough to minimize the power consumption of the omnidirectional sensor. While it only provided Ves with a snapshot of his surroundings, he could still glean a lot of intelligence from the limited data. The low power setting combined with the dampened surroundings severely limited the effective range of the Odini. Beyond a couple of 100 meters, the sensor data quickly began to degrade. Trying to study it was like looking at pure signal noise. Trying to glean any useful pattern out of this mushy data was impractical without a supercomputer at his disposal. Accept this feed. A massive amount of weak signals milled behind them. The crowd of civilians had passed through the entrance but maintained a respectful distance from Venerable Janzi and the other Larkinsons. Above them, a gathering of random vehicles lay dormant on the open ground. Some of them had already been hit by various weapons. None of that interested Ves and the rest. Instead, they paid attention to what was ahead and below them. They noticed plenty of details. Perhaps a range of several hundred meters was nothing outdoors, but within a cramped and winding tunnel complex, this could allow them to avoid many dangers. "Look! There's a mech storage unit 4 stories down," Vincent exclaimed. "If we can get Janzi into one of those machines, we won't be helpless against other mechs. In fact, I can pilot one as well in an emergency. I don't have legs anymore, but that doesn't stop a true man from piloting a mech. Let's head over there and hijack those fighting machines." Ves stretched out his palm. "Those are biomechs, not the mechs that you are used to piloting. Some of their paradigms are radically different, which is enough to require special training in order to master their use. I have no idea how to prepare them, and I am not sure you'll be able to gain control over them without the required training." "Oh, come on, Ves! She's an expert pilot while I'm an expert candidate. There's no way an odd mech can stump us. Don't you want to increase our chances of making it out alive? I'm telling you, we need as many mechs as we can grab. I say we go for it. It's better than trying to sneak past all of the mechs without any form of defense against their firepower." While Ves didn't like to admit it, Vincent made a good point. Prosperous Hill 6 was a planet with very restrictive policies against private mech ownership. This prevented the Larkinson clan from bringing down and utilizing their new second-class mechs on the surface of the trade planet. This meant that even if Ves and his entourage managed to slip back to Gentle Lotus Base, he would still be vulnerable against enemy attack due to lacking enough mechs to ensure his safety. Considering that Rosen Arena was the biggest mech arena in the star system, a lot of mechs were parked in the vicinity. Ideally, Ves wanted to grab some metallic mechs, but his Odini failed to pick any of them up within its effective range. He also had no idea where the arena operator stored his damaged dueling mechs, but they were probably placed way too close to the violent tree tentacles for him to risk retrieving any of his own work. "Let's try and take a look," Ves reluctantly decided. "If the mechs are usable, then I won't say no to hijacking them. Just take into account that it probably won't work out. From what I have learned about biomechs, they're so different that it's like dealing with alien technology." The group of Larkinsons briskly navigated the tunnel complex in an attempt to reach the biomechs in storage. Since they were able to spot many potential threats in advance, the Larkinsons didn't worry too much about encountering any unknown surprises. They managed to take out automated defense systems in advance and silence any alarms before they had a chance to trigger. A few panicked guards and arena personnel occasionally passed through the tunnels up ahead, but the Larkinsons always stopped and stayed out of sight before they exposed their presence. While Ves didn't think that the arena personnel would do anything to him and his group, it was better to be safe than sorry. He wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. Unfortunately, halfway to reaching the site, some sort of crew had entered the space. The unknown individuals approached a couple of biomechs and began to prep them for deployment. Either they were acting under orders or they just wanted to secure their own safety. Regardless, their presence complicated the situation. Should the Ves and his men proceed or turn elsewhere? Chapter 28:20 Roving Hunters. Ves and the others decided to continue forward. While it was a bit worrisome that an unknown crew was trying to activate the biomechs, they weren't necessarily enemies. From the way they moved and how they interacted with the entrance, and the various devices in the hall, they were probably authorized personnel. Vincent made a surprisingly insightful comment. "The unknowns are likely employed by Rosen Arena or one of the competitive teams that regularly compete here. In fact, I think it's the latter. Notice how every biomech is different. I think they're all units prepared for team matches." The others studied the details pointed out by Vincent and agreed with him. The group of unknowns consisted of both mech pilots and mech technicians and possibly other personnel. Maybe they were scheduled to take part in a match scheduled in the evening, but the sudden outbreak of violence convinced them to activate their mechs early in order to fight their way to safety. When the Larkinsons reached the entrance of the underground mech hall, they encountered a locked gate. There was no way the crew of unknowns were stupid enough to leave the entrance open. With trigger-happy idiots shooting at anyone they didn't like, there was no way that any group could trust other groups. Even their own comrades might turn out to be enemies in disguise. "How do you wish to handle this situation?" Nita asked. "Don't kill them," Janzi warned from the side. While she held a weapon, she emphatically pointed it to the floor. "It's easy to regard every stranger as an enemy in these crazy times, but that is exactly what we need to avoid. Most lifers aren't our enemies. They are simply unlucky citizens who got caught up in the fighting. While they might be jumpy, they won't act unreasonably once they recognize that we aren't their enemies. In fact, we might be able to cooperate." Not everyone was as optimistic as Janzi. Ves was skeptical, but he was not entirely closed to the idea. While it was risky to talk to a group of people who were potentially able to get their mechs to work, he doubted that he'd be able to get the biomechs to work by himself. "You're the best person to initiate the conservation, Janzi." Ves turned to her. "From the way you subdued the crowd earlier, I think the people inside will react a lot more positively towards you than if I take the initiative to speak to them. I'm a very controversial figure in the LRA these days." The people inside might shoot at him outright if they formed the mistaken perception that he was the instigator of all of the fighting. Though Venerable Janzi didn't like the feeling of being used, it was the only way for her to make sure that the upcoming contact proceeded on her terms. "I'll send Lucky ahead as a hidden scout," Ves promised. "Meow?" You heard that right. Now go out and make sure that the people inside aren't secretly preparing an ambush or something. The gem cat grumbled a bit but did as told. He phased through the floor and secretly passed underneath the entrance. Along the way, he tampered with the security system and unlocked it so that the rest didn't have to shoot their way inside. They waited half a minute for Lucky to get in deeper before Venerable Janzi took the plunge. She pressed the button that caused the entrance to open. She stepped inside while keeping her weapon holstered. Her entry didn't go unnoticed. Intruders! The crowd of mech technicians and other people dropped what they were doing and scrambled for cover. The panic in their voices was very evident. Their arms shook as they held pistols or tools. Clearly, the majority of the group weren't trained for combat. They weren't even armed. Peace! I mean no harm, Venerable Janzi declared. She slowed her pace but continued to step forward. While her armored form looked intimidating, her empty and outstretched arms was a good sign that she didn't mean any harm. Of course, there were plenty of combat armor models that incorporated integrated weaponry, but it was the thought that counted. 20 seconds passed before the group of lifers calmed down. While Janzi hadn't come close enough for her force of will to reach out to their minds, she still possessed an extraordinary presence. While Ves didn't entirely ascribe to this theory, he could see that his cousin definitely had a talent for capturing people's attention. It reminded Ves of himself, actually. A man wearing a more formal suit than everyone cautiously stepped out from the crate he was using as cover. "Who are you?" he asked suspiciously. The man held a pistol in a steady grip. Even though he exposed himself, his posture and the tension of his body showed that he was ready if the situation went ugly. Janzi tapped the side of her helmet, causing her faceplate to turn transparent. "I am Venerable Janzi Larkinson of the Larkinson clan." A couple of seconds passed before the group of lifers processed her words. "She's an expert pilot." Larkinson? Isn't that the name of the guy who won the design duel? The crew didn't appear to be too disciplined, because they openly speculated without exhibiting too much care for their words. Their leader raised his fist. "Shut up! Let me handle this!" The mech technicians quickly did as ordered. "Are you involved in what is going on right now?" Janzi shook her head. "We are victims just as you. My fellow Larkinsons and I just want to leave this war zone. While we were trying to make our way out, we noticed the mechs here. Do they belong to your crew?" The man nodded. "That's right. Let me introduce myself. The name's Captain Cecil Rivington. I'm in charge of the roving hunters. The mechs behind me all belong to my team." "Roving hunters?" Vincent spoke up from behind. For some reason, he threw caution to the wind and drove his hoverchair forward. "You're a prime division team, right? Last I saw, you're a middle-of-the-pack team." "We're a top team. We are just in a slump. As long as we figure out how to respond to the new strategies, we can climb our way back up to a playoff spot." "That doesn't seem likely. The current top teams have built up quite a lead over the rest. While I haven't watched any matches myself, their success suggests that their strength is on another level. Even if you reach the playoffs, your team will just get steamrolled by an opponent who has a lot more practice at winning a match. They're already getting complacent. There is always a chance a lower-ranked team like ours will be able to achieve an upset." "I can believe that, but are you sure you can keep going? Even if you win against one of the seeded competitive teams, what about the one that comes next? The further you go, the tougher the opponent. You might be able to succeed once, but there's no way you can keep winning 3 or 4 times a row." For some reason, Vincent and the captain of the roving hunters got embroiled in a heated discussion about the strength of the latter's team. Everyone seemed to forget about venerable Janzi. Expert pilot or not, the members of the roving hunters were fiercely prickly over their competitive success. None of them seemed to have realized that their competitive season was likely suspended due to the civil war that broke out. Didn't these idiots realize that their passion was completely misplaced at the moment? Ves couldn't handle this inane discussion any longer. He stepped out along with the rest of his bodyguards. At this time, Ves performed enough examinations to know that the roving hunters didn't possess anything deadlier than a handful of pistols. They were also quite far from activating their stored biomechs. The entry of Ves and 12 heavily armored guards quickly caused the locals to shut up and grow nervous again. They all knew they stood no chance against the newcomers. Vincent managed to break the ice, though. While Captain Rivington grew tense again, he didn't exhibit any outright panic. That was good. Ves had encountered too many people who had lost their sanity. It felt nice to be able to talk with someone who kept their head on their shoulders. Captain Rivington, I presume you know who I am. Who hasn't heard of Ves Larkinson, the mech designer who precipitated the revolution? I'm not a part of this madness. This is all the fault of the opposition groups. Think, Captain. Would I be here with just a small group of guards if I was a part of some nefarious plot? Well, if you put it that way, that does sound stupid. Ves gained a decent handle on Captain Rivington. Even though he was the head of a fairly successful team of mech athletes, he possessed a grounded mindset. At the very least, Captain Rivington and the roving hunters were not involved in any political struggles. They were merely bystanders who were at the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's get to the point. Time is short and the chaos of war can reach our position at any time. I want to borrow some of your biomechs. Not much. Just 2. I hope we can use the strength of your organic machines to safely take us away from here. It seems like downtown Villain had turned into ground zero of this conflict, so having a couple of extra mechs around is quite handy. The roving hunters remained silent. Captain Rivington carefully considered the proposal. Ves expected to be met with rejection. No one liked to give away their mechs, especially at a time where military might was more important than ever. Our biomechs are custom jobs that are precisely configured by my teammates, Rivington replied. They aren't tools. They are personal steeds. I would hate to hand any of them over. They were never meant to be piloted by other people. Besides, are your mech pilots even qualified to pilot a biomech? Look at the situation we're in. Do you really think you're going to play another match at this rate? The arena where your matches are held has just turned into a literal death trap that has already eaten thousands of your fans. The citizens of this planet don't even need to attend an arena match in order to witness actual mech fights. They just need to watch from their windows to get the show of their lifetimes. Ves crossed his arms. Besides, reserving your competition match for a season that will likely be cancelled is a pointless endeavor. There are much more important priorities, such as preserving your life and the lives of your team. I see you have more biomechs than mech pilots. Let us utilize any spare machines that you have left. Together, we stand a much greater chance of fighting our way past the chaotic fighting. Do you really want to expose the lives of your fellow people because you were so fixated on maintaining the purity of your biomechs? According to his scans and Lucky's secret examinations, the roving hunters only had 3 mech pilots in their midst. There were 12 mechs stored in the back, so the competitive team had plenty of machines to spare. Captain Rivington was aware of this as well. Look, if you really aren't involved in all of this, then I am open to lending our biomechs to you. I want them back after we make it out. You have to help us all escape. We can agree to that. Ves smiled and relaxed. You've made the right choice. We stand a much greater chance of fighting our way out if we pool our strength. Chapter 28-21 Competitive Biomechs. The biomechs owned by the roving hunters all possessed flight capabilities. This was good. Flight translated to mobility, and mobility was essential to flee the most dangerous areas of Vialine quickly. Each biomech stood silently while locked within braces extending from the walls. The braces supported the biomechs while at the same time keeping them in place so that they wouldn't be able to go out without authorization. It turned out that one of the reasons why the roving hunters failed to get their biomechs out of the braces was because they didn't have the right codes to unlock them. Competitive teams were only allowed to bring their mechs out if they received permission from the arena. As you can see, our biomechs are stuck. Captain Cecil Rivington stated the obvious. Usually, an arena official will come and unlock the braces for the mechs that are scheduled to make an appearance. The rules are so strict because an incident occurred in the past. VS raised his eyebrow. What happened? There used to be a team that went on a 12-match losing streak. It got so bad that the team risked getting relegated to a lower league. When that happens, you lose your sponsors, mech pilots, fans, and a lot of potential income. Suffice to say, the team will pretty much be ruined, and the owner and team leader will lose the most. I guess that team leader didn't take his impending relegation too well. Correct, sir. The short story is that the team leader went bonkers and started to hop into his biomech. Back then, the braces were still there, but they were under the control of the team, so he easily managed to free his machine. I won't detail all the damage that ensued, but he was able to inflict a lot of damage before internal security intervened. All of this meant that Rusin Arena had become a lot more strict towards rogue biomechs since then. Not only were teams compelled to store their mechs in strong and secure braces, but they also had to implement other locking measures that prevented the machines from being used on an impulse. Removing all of these locking measures took time, and some of them couldn't be removed without the cooperation of an arena inspector. These suited form looked up at the mass of bone-like cages that kept the roving hunter machines in captivity. If this is the case, what was your plan to free your biomechs from these contraptions? We figured we could cut through enough braces to free an arm or something. Once one of our biomechs is able to move a limb, it could use its own strength to break the other braces. It will still take time to unlock the other locking mechanisms, but our mech technicians can handle those aspects. VS glanced at the crew responsible for maintaining the biomechs of the roving hunters. They consisted of a mix of young interns to seasoned specialists. While biomechs were famed for their low maintenance requirements, that didn't mean that every problem could be remedied by dumping them into a feeder pool. Regardless of whether they were made of metal or flesh, competitive mechs frequently incurred damage. Their battle frequency was so high that their wear and tear reached an insane level. And this did not even take into account the battle damage they suffered. Due to the peculiarities of biomechs, fixing major issues such as missing limbs required a lot of manual intervention. For example, reattaching a new limb and trying to integrate it with the older body not only demanded specialized knowledge, but also lots of practical experience. Every biomech was unique. Their growth always diverged from the template, and as they aged, they became more distinct. Every injury healed in different ways, and every replacement part caused the biomech to diverge even further from their starting point. In most cases, these changes might have detrimental effects on the performance of a biomech, but as long as the problems weren't too exaggerated, the impact was negligible enough. A competitive team that did not do their best to keep their mechs in peak condition risked suffering many preventable losses. A team of the caliber of the roving hunters actually employed over 100 specialists to care for their biomechs. Due to the complexity of organic machines, each biomech technician specialized in a narrow field. For example, there were biomech technicians who only trained in servicing and repairing joints. Others specialized in healing and servicing the biceps of biomech limbs. It couldn't be helped. The knowledge that someone needed to learn to master every essential aspect about servicing biomechs was too immense. The use of a decent quality cranial implant was essentially mandatory to be able to become the highest grade of biomech technicians in the LRA. They had essentially become biotechs experts themselves after they mastered all of this knowledge. This was one of the many reasons why most people outside of the LRA didn't bother with biomechs. While an ordinary mech was also a complicated product of engineering, mech technicians didn't need to know how all of it worked in order to straighten a piece of armor plating or replace a damaged component. Therefore, even though the crew answering to Captain Rivington were merely biomech technicians, Ves did not look down on them. As proud as he was in his ability to work with mechs, his expertise in machines made out of flesh and bones was vastly inferior to that of these humble techs. That said, Ves was not completely useless in this instance. He might know little about organic machines, but electronic machines were much more familiar to him. The arena systems mainly operated on conventional systems, which meant they were difficult for the biomechs to deal with but familiar enough for Ves to manipulate. With Lucky's hacking capabilities, the security suite posed little hindrance to Ves. He tore past the blockade and accessed the controls to the mech hall. "Make way! The braces are coming off!" The biomech technicians near the machines quickly flew back to a healthy distance. The entire hall rumbled for a tiny moment before the bone-like braces gradually retracted from the organic machines they clutched. The braces smoothly retracted into the wall. Ves only freed 5 out of the 12 biomechs. While it would have been nice if he was able to take away the rest, they simply didn't have the means to transport them at a time. Rather than leave them open for other parties to subvert, it was best to leave them locked so that delinquents wouldn't be able to use them for destructive ends. 3 of the biomechs were reserved for the mech athletes. Captain Cecil Rivington was a swordsman mech specialist. As the team leader, he not only possessed the highest skill, but also knew how to take charge. His swordsman biomech was the most impressive unit of the 12. The Tarragon's sculpted uncovered muscle drew admiration from Vincent, though he was quite distressed to see that there was nothing between the legs. A woman called Carly Jeanton was his second. She was a ranged mech specialist but knew her way around if an enemy ever got close. Since pure ranged mechs were a bit impractical in competitive matches, she usually piloted marauder mechs. The Blue Star was typical of this mech type. The speed-oriented biomech was capable of wielding both a mace and a carbine, though not at once. The third mech pilot was a younger man called Oliver Vlambeer. He was the rookie of the roving hunters and did not possess any exceptional fighting capabilities. His talent might be good, but at this point the 28-year-old could not compare to the likes of Venerable Janzi. He piloted a fairly sturdy spearman mech called the Optimon. It was a slower, more defensive-oriented mech that carried both a spear and a medium shield. Ves couldn't do much about it, though. After discussing with Janzi and Vincent, he set his sights on 2 spare biomechs. The first one was a knight mech, of course. Different from the Shield of Samar, the primary defensive mech of the roving hunters was a rather speedy and agile biomech. Most of the time, ranged mechs are of limited use in group matches, Captain Rivington explained as he gestured towards the knight mech. The Paringer isn't designed to stay put and absorb damage. In the arena, every mech must constantly stay on the move. It's impractical for a slow and heavy knight mech to be of use in these conditions. Our knight mech therefore serves a peeling function. They have to charge forward, get in the face of another mech and keep it occupied as long as possible, thereby peeling away an opponent that could threaten our more vulnerable units such as the Blue Star. I see, Ves murmured. It's meant to be annoying then. I'm a bit disappointed by its defensive capabilities though. I can see why it's classified as a knight mech, but to me it's a bit too skinny for my tastes. Captain Rivington shrugged. As I said, the current competitive meta favors mobility above all else. The Paringer is damn good at charging, and its slightly conal shield is great at ramming into other mechs. What do you think, Janzi? I would rather have the shield of Samar, she grumbled. I don't like to pilot other mechs, you know that. In fact, if it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't be willing to pilot another mech at all. I'm sure the Paringer is a decent mech, but I have no bond with it, and it's not even living. Just do the best you can. You can get back to the Shield of Samar soon enough once we solve our immediate problems. Ves turned to Vincent. Are you ready to pilot your first biomech? The crippled expert candidate was hastily browsing through a beginner's guide on piloting biomechs. The more technical explanations all went right over his head. I don't know. These biomechs are so different from the mechs I know that I'm not sure whether I can fight with any of them. Isn't there a normal mech around here somewhere? Don't complain. I want to get my hands on a classical mech as well, but there aren't any within range. We have no choice but to make do with what we have, and right now that means you should get ready to pilot the Rotenring. That's a stupid name, by the way. The oddly named Rotenring was a bit of an oddball among the competitive mechs of the roving hunters. It was a striker mech armed with a shotgun that also incorporated a chainsaw. The Rotenring possessed good protection but lower than average mobility. This was fine though, as the mech was meant to act as a finisher. Its arsenal allowed it to deal disproportionate damage against damaged opponents. The shotgun was able to inflict considerable damage to open wounds, while its wicked-looking chainsaw could grind through entire limbs. However, its lack of maneuverability meant that it had fallen out of favor as of late. The Rotenring might be rusty since it has been months since we last deployed it, Captain Rivington cautioned. What does that mean? The biomech should be fine, but the Rotenring might come across as stiff to its mech pilots. Just give it some exercise to loosen it up. Once a biomech gets moving again, it will gradually become more responsive. As the biomech technicians prepared all 5 biomechs for deployment, Ves began to study them as well. He referenced the manuals and technical schematics, and tried to see whether he could add to their strength. Chapter 28-22 Resist Temptation. This was the first time that Ves directly worked with biomechs. Before this point, he only viewed them from various distances. While a part of him felt tempted to learn how to work with them, he eventually decided against expanding his scope. Biomechs presented a lot of new responsibilities. They opened so many new doors that Ves wouldn't even know what to do with them all. Biomech designers were capable of implementing lots of features that ordinary mech designers could only dream about. Yet, for all of their distinctive advantages, they also came with a host of new problems. On top of that, Ves would have to invest so much in studying life sciences that he would have to scatter his focus to an excessive degree. Different from other mech designers, Ves had a chance to quickly master all of this additional knowledge. As long as he snuck out of sight, activated the system, received his recently earned DP before spending it all on various biomech-related skills, he may be able to do a lot more with the biomechs that were currently being prepped for deployment. If Ves managed to escape the city, then he'd be able to work with other biomechs as well. Prosperous Hill 6 was dominated by organic machines, and knowing how to work with them would doubtlessly grant more options to him. This might make a huge difference. He struggled with this dilemma. While learning to work with biomechs sounded tempting, he knew that it wouldn't amount to anything unless he invested in it all the way. That meant he wouldn't be able to invest his DP in skills and sub-skills that furthered his current focus. His design philosophy might also shift as a response. Ves was quite afraid of that, as he believed his current orientation was already the most suitable for him. He instinctively felt that delving into biomechs might cause him to go astray. As Ves explored his conflicted feelings, he comprehended why he felt so reluctant to study biomechs. He didn't want to have anything in common with the crazies of the 5 Scrolls Compact. The massive cult excelled in biotechnology. Their fanatical researchers utilized their extensive understanding of biology as a springboard to harness one of the greater powers of life, which was spirituality. "I'm a mech designer, not a man." Ves feared that he wouldn't be able to resist the many temptations that biotechnology and biomechs offered. He was already towing the line at his current state, and that was when he was only able to work with inanimate objects. If he somehow became able to combine his spiritual expertise with an understanding on how living organisms worked, then the horrors he could produce may very well put a dark god like the Unending One to shame. In the end, Ves resisted the temptation and turned away from this choice yet again. This was not the first time he entered this junction, but he was glad he was able to stay true to his heart. No matter how far he went or how often he broke the rules, in his heart he always held on to a noble image of what a mech designer should be. All of his innovations and all of his accomplishments had to tie into his main ambition. His ultimate goal was to change the way that the current mech community treated mechs. He wanted to introduce a new paradigm to everyone that presented them with an alternative approach to handling mechs. His focus laid specifically on classical mechs because they were the most widely used machines in human space. "I can think about expanding my design philosophy to biomechs another time," he muttered. "First, I need to worry about realizing my design philosophy, and that is already a difficult task. Spreading myself too thin will only bog me down." He only planned to reconsider this matter when he became a master. At that point, he not only attained his main goal, but hopefully reached a level of maturity and development that allowed him to keep his urges in check. Right now, he didn't trust himself to utilize his knowledge on biomechs responsibly. In fact, he was already plagued with thoughts of trying to design a successful version of the Newman. In an attempt to distract himself from these dangerous thoughts, he turned his attention away from the biomechs and on what else he could do to facilitate his escape. There wasn't much he could do to the biomechs anyway. Since he didn't design them, they lacked spiritual foundations, which meant that none of his spiritual shenanigans had any effect on them. He would have to spend hours and days with them to change that a bit, but obviously that was not practical under the circumstances. Ves instead spent his time on studying his surroundings. After gaining access to the systems of the mech hall, he managed to find an incomplete map that revealed the overall structure of the underground complex. It was larger than he thought. There was room for hundreds if not thousands of mechs. There were so many halls and facilities that over half of them weren't even labeled. Ves had no idea what they held and what their purpose was supposed to be. It seemed way too excessive to prepare so many underground rooms to support the operations of a mech arena. Well, that doesn't really matter at the moment. Ves had no intentions of getting anywhere near the core of the tunnel complex. The frequent rumblings and worrying signals picked up by his Odini signified that the fight over there was very considerable. What he had to worry about instead were more immediate threats. Within a range of several hundred meters, his Odini tracked the movements of hundreds of people. Most of them moved as if they were lost. They were probably innocent civilians who managed to make it to the tunnels but didn't know where to go from there. There were also others who moved with greater purpose. They were probably familiar with this section of tunnels and traveled to specific destinations. Even before the innocent civilians turned the corner, a couple of soldiers had already opened fire. Though his Odini was unable to perceive the bloody sight in great detail, Ves nonetheless winced as his imagination filled the blanks. These armored troops were ruthless. Despite killing innocent civilians, the group did not even halt their advance. They continued to march forward with their rifles ready to fire upon any possible threat. Fortunately, their guns were fairly loud, so the other refugees in their path had quickly moved away. Since Ves was still transmitting the sensor readings to his fellow Larkinsons, his honor guard quickly noticed the incoming threat. Nita voiced her concern. Sir, the unknown soldiers are marching in our direction. I'm afraid that they may be targeting us. Their direction is very clear. They might be going for the roving hunters instead. Which means we are also under threat. The aggressive posture by these incoming soldiers was way too threatening. If VS hadn't seen them gun down civilians, he might have thought he would be able to negotiate with them if he wasn't their primary target. As it was, he seriously doubted whether he could get a word in before they opened fire. While VS didn't feel threatened by these troops, he was already worrying about what came afterwards. The tunnel complex wasn't safe. Fighting had erupted in many places. The main reason why this section remained calm was because it was situated in the periphery. Only a faltering franchise like the roving hunters hung out at these parts. Yet now, a group of heavily armored infantry moved further and further away from the center. They're definitely on the hunt, VS judged. Whether they are targeting us, the roving hunters, or the biomechs, I can't tell, but I have a way of finding out. Lucky! Meow? The lazy cat had stopped sniffing around and simply decided to lounge on top of one of the consoles. Sneak over to those troops and try to hack into one of their suits. If you can, retrieve any data on their missions or instructions and send it back to me. We need to know what they're up to before they arrive, so you better leave quickly. Meow meow meow. Even though Lucky complained about the task, he nonetheless moved into action. The black-clad cat phased through the floor and quickly swam towards his targets. VS was very confident that Lucky would be able to retrieve useful intelligence. The incoming troops moved with such purpose that he felt it was unlikely they were merely wandering around. It didn't take long before Lucky returned. His head poked out of the floor next to VS. Meow. VS received a rather haphazard data burst. It not only contained a more complete map, but also other scattered data that seemed only partially useful. What VS paid attention to was both the allegiance of the soldiers and their current orders. Who the hell are the ultralifers? He frowned. He quickly approached Captain Rivington to inquire what he knew about this strange-sounding group. The team leader GRONED. Those guys are nuts. They're nationalists who think the LRA can do no wrong and that everyone must embrace biotechnology to a greater degree. Doesn't that sound similar to the conservatives? You're partially right. Originally, they used to be quite close to the conservatives, but the ultralifers eventually proved to be too extreme to remain in polite company. They are one of the most strident warhawks who want the LRA to go to war against its neighbors in order to impose biotechnology onto their people. If the ultralifers had their way, then the LRA would have already turned into a ruined mess after all of the destructive wars it went through. VS grimaced. That explains why they have been ordered to track me down and kill me. I knew that people would become pissed if I managed to defeat Dr. Navarro, but this overreaction is a bit extreme. That's the ultralifers for you. While they used to refrain from coming to blows, the Civil War must have loosened their restraints. Since VS knew that the approaching soldiers were unquestionably hostile, he no longer felt any qualms about plotting their demise. The data retrieved by Lucky also included equipment specs. While he didn't understand every parameter due to the biological nature of all of the gear, he could already ascertain that they possessed a lot of power. Several of them carried heavy weapons that were capable of inflicting heavy damage. Even mechs wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Well, that will just preoccupy me a bit longer. He did not ask for help from the roving hunters. They were better served with working on the biomechs instead. It's 14 against 52 if we count Lucky and I, he stated to Nita. We'll have to prepare the terrain in order to eliminate these ultralifers without a loss. Nita pressed a heavy gauntlet against his shoulder plate. You're wrong, sir. It's 13 against 52. You'll be sitting out this battle. With all of the data we've obtained, we can defeat the hostiles ourselves. What? I can fight as well, you know. My unending regalia is practically invincible against their weapons. Be that as it may, let us do our jobs, sir. We are your honor guard, so every time you have to intervene in person, our honor becomes more tarnished. Please don't hollow out our purpose. I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but that is still a distance away from being able to fight like a soldier. Let the professionals handle this. We won't let any of the hostiles step inside this hall. Very well. Ves glumly sighed. I'll be waiting here. If anyone slips past your net, don't blame me for taking action. Chapter 28-23 Outclassed. Since the aggressive troop of ultralifers had already covered a lot of ground, V's honor guard didn't have much time to prepare for battle. Nita immediately signaled them to exit the mech hall and meet the approaching hostiles in a more favorable location. Lucky, come with us as well. We need your claws. Meow! This time, Lucky was much less reluctant to obey orders. He happily jumped on top of Nita's thick helmet and perched on it as if he was sitting on a throne. One honor guard remained behind as an insurance. As powerful as the Odinite turned out to be, Nita didn't trust it to detect every possible threat. If some stealth infiltrator managed to avoid its gaze, Ves might easily get attacked when he thought he was safe. For this reason, the remaining honor guard hovered very close to Ves. Even though he felt this was a bit excessive, the alternatives were worse. It took less than a minute for the honor guard to pick their battlefield. They chose a relatively large space that was interspersed with various cargo containers. It was evidently used as a secondary loading hall, so it was both large and full of objects to hide behind. However, the ceiling was fairly high, so anyone who flew upwards would enjoy a commanding view of the loading hall. As Ves tracked the positioning of his honor guard, he found it curious that they chose to spread out and take cover by themselves. Barely 20 seconds passed before the soldiers entered the hall. They did so quickly and professionally. Not only did they avoid clumping up too much as they passed through the entrance, a couple of them also started to launch grenades that released a lot of sensor-blocking particles upon impact. The hostiles detected the presence of the honor guard in advance. Damn. I guess they're not that easy to fool, Ves observed. It wasn't difficult to detect the suit signatures of his honor guard. Their medium and heavy suits of combat armor were designed for frontline combat, not for preparing ambushes. Their energy signatures simply couldn't be hidden. Despite detecting enemies up ahead, the ultralifers refrained from storming forward. Even if their sensors told them that there were only 11 armored enemies ahead, they did not assume their superior numbers would avail them in a fight. At the very least, they had to be careful enough to prevent unnecessary casualties. Different from the honor guard, the ultralifers still kept their fire teams together as they spread out. 4 to 6 troopers stuck close to each other as they moved as a single unit. That made them a lot harder to deal with. Each member of a small fire team possessed a different specialty and responsibility. One carried a heavy weapon while another specialized in treating the wounded. No one opened fire yet. No one stuck out their necks. While the sensor-blocking particles prevented the enemy from detecting their presence from a distance, the ultralifers suffered from the same problem, if to a lesser degree. Their suit sensors were already configured to bypass the blockage to the best of their abilities. This allowed them to maintain a firm picture on the positions of the honor guard. As the fire teams distanced themselves from each other, they seemed poised to close the net. Once they confirmed that there were no other enemies besides the 11 unknown soldiers, the ultralifers would definitely take action. Yet before their commanding officer could issue any orders, Lucky took action first. Without anyone noticing it, a black blur shot out from beneath the feet of one of the soldiers and directly clawed the man's brains. This time, Lucky didn't hide his phasing powers. The sensor-blocking particles that inhibited sensors also inhibited communications, which meant that he was much more free to unleash his powers. Before the remaining members of the fire team could turn around and respond, Lucky dove into the crate that the fire team had pressed up against and disappeared. Seconds later, a black blur emerged from another cargo container. 2 different armored troops lost their lives in an instant as the insides of their heads turned into sliced ham. As more soldiers died in an inexplicable fashion, the ultralifers did not choose to retreat. Instead, they threw all caution to the wind and stormed forward. Kill the foreigners! LRA forever! Life is supreme! Heavily armed soldiers covered with bone-like plating coated in green jumped out of cover and surged forward heedless of the tiny terror that was harvesting their lives at a steady rate. Yet as deadly as Lucky could be, he did not excel at group attacks. It was at this moment where the difference in gear became evident. The energy and physical attacks that struck the exposed armor sections of the honor guard either bounced away or only inflicted minor damage. While the briar alloy that covered their forms was not the most resilient second-class material, it was still a notch above what the locals utilized. In contrast, the heavy assault rifles wielded by the Larkinson troops achieved good results against the bone armor worn by their opponents. While the ultralifers possessed an abundant amount of passion, their funding was not as high. They were just a fringe group that attracted modest support from fellow sympathizers. While their elite units might be better equipped, an ordinary strike force like the current one was equipped with much more standard gear. The disparity in quality quickly became evident as the well-trained honor guard managed to gun down numerous opponents despite their relatively tough shells. Employ kinetic attacks. Their bone armor is much less capable of withstanding physical damage. The bone armor was much more capable of dispersing the energy of incoming laser and positron beams. While they broke eventually, the time it took to do so was too long. Loud impacts sounded from both sides as the soldiers pummeled each other with their heavy rifles. As they drew closer, they also started to employ other weapons. Each honor guard was capable of launching grenades from the shoulder of their suits. At a certain point, they simultaneously launched their payloads in order to achieve as much surprise as possible. The grenades issued to the honor guard were laced with higher quality exotics. Their explosive fury was much greater than regular consumables. While the ultralifers mostly managed to survive the blast due to the protection of their combat armor, they did not come out of it unscathed. Of course, the enemy utilized grenades as well. The honor guard frequently had to reposition as their cover, and their surroundings got blasted by explosives with various effects. The ultralifers appeared to be fond of acid grenades. Whenever they exploded, they spread highly corrosive substances onto every nearby surface. Even briar alloy was unable to withstand the corrosion. The armor of the honor guard sizzled as the upper layers began to dissolve. While the acid alone wasn't enough to penetrate their armor, the affected sections had been weakened to such a degree that a strong attack might be able to punch through. This was exactly what happened as one Larkinson honor guard moved backwards in order to avoid getting surrounded. As he moved, a soldier happened to fire a powerful positron beam that bore straight through a weakened section located on the left leg. Oh! No! While Lucky was steadily killing hostiles left and right, the ultralifers advanced so quickly that more honor guards sustained considerable damage. This was especially when the ultralifers whipped out their more unconventional attacks. One soldier that was weighed down by lots of gear began to open some containers. Strange lizards emerged from them and raced towards their targets remarkably quickly. While many of the odd lizards got shot before they reached their destination, their hide was tough and covered with enough scales to withstand a couple of attacks. Once a surviving lizard managed to get close, the beast jumped and crushed the rifle held by an honor with its jaws. The crushing force of the lizard was so high that the weapon was already beginning to crack. Even though it was still able to fire, it was much harder to aim and turn with a hefty lizard hanging over the weapon. The honor guard threw away the bitten gun and pulled out a pistol with one hand and unfolded an axe with the other hand. Elsewhere, Nita achieved a much greater impact. Instead of hiding behind cover, she jumped out of it. Many attackers couldn't resist and fired their weapons at the enemy that was stupid enough to appear in the open. However, none of their attacks had any effect as the unending alloy that Ves had personally applied to the exterior remained unaffected. Nita was aware of the advantages of her gear. Her tall form stormed forward as her heavy rifle blasted every enemy that attempted to shoot at her. Gauss round after Gauss round flung out of the kinetic portion of her weapon and cracked through bone plating with considerably greater force than the shots fired by the rest of the honor guard. Even though her rifle was achieving a good effect, Nita quickly holstered it once she drew closer to the enemy. Instead, she withdrew a foldable sword that was similar to the ones issued to the other Larkinson guards. Yet as her armored bulk slammed into the form of one bone-suited ultralifer and cut the sword across the armor of another enemy, it became clear that this was no ordinary sword. Although it took considerable force to cut the blade through solid bone plating, the fact that it was capable of doing so at all took many ultralifers by surprise. "Avoid that sword! Don't get close to this monster!" Her close proximity along with her thundering approaches didn't produce too many kills, but that was because the ultralifers desperately wanted to avoid a close confrontation. Their fire teams quickly lost cohesion as they were forced to run away in order to stay out of the range of Nita's unending alloy-reinforced sword. Two ultralifers wielding hammers eventually approached. These melee champions wore a different model of bioarmor that provided much greater muscular enhancement. Not only did they run faster, but they also exerted more force as they swung their hammers at Nita from two different directions. At the same time, the soldiers who were further away fired their weapons at Nita's helmet. They tried to do their best to distract the deadly honor guard and prevent her from concentrating on the attacks up close. Their plan worked to an extent. The hammerheads glowed at the last second, causing their kinetic impact to become several times heavier. Bang! Bang! Even though Nita's combat armor miraculously remained untouched, her body nonetheless bent and flipped over because her suit wasn't able to mitigate the displacement force. One of the hammer-wielding soldiers attempted to swing his weapon towards her helmet, while the other attempted to pry the unnaturally powerful sword from Nita's grip. Meow! Fortunately, Lucky had come to her aid. A black blur managed to bypass all of the bone armor and instantly destroy the brain of the soldier who attempted to swing his hammer again. This gave Nita enough of an opening to kick at the enemy attempting to steal her weapon before closing in to stab the would-be thief in the faceplate. Soon enough, the battle ended. Despite their superior numbers and despite their weird methods, the ultralifers attempting to hunt down Ves had met their end. Nita looked dissatisfied as she took stock of her injured men. This was the first test of the honor guard, and it became clear that their performance was anything but satisfactory. "We only managed to get this far due to a cat," she sighed. He was the most prolific killer of this battle. Over half of the enemy soldiers had died to his claws. Meow. Even though he looked a bit exhausted due to all of the phasing he performed, Nita felt ashamed that a cat managed to outclass her entire unit. The honor guard had to obtain better gear. Chapter 28-24 Fog of War. When the honor guard returned to the underground mech hall, they dragged a couple of limping and infirm comrades. Against the onslaught of the ultralifers, the newly formed and equipped honor guard performed quite decently. After all, it was not easy to fight against opponents who outnumbered them several times over. Although the Larkinson soldiers mainly had Lucky to thank for their quick victory, they did not come out unscathed during the entire incident. Ves remained impassive as he saw the varying states of his own men. Some had lost limbs. Others suffered internal injuries after an attack penetrated their combat armor. One body didn't move at all. The honor guard had suffered its first casualty when the soldier that initially got struck through the chest suffered several gunshots to his head. The enemy troops managed to pierce the helmet and deal irreversible damage to the head. There was no going back after that. Fortunately, it didn't seem that count would go any higher. One of the honor guards also qualified as a medic. Together with the high-tech treatment capabilities of their armored suits, none of the injured clansmen risked dying anytime soon. No matter what damage they suffered, as long as the head was intact, everything could be fixed or replaced once they returned to safety. Nita looked disappointed as she marched up to Ves. "Sir, we successfully repelled the hostile infantry, but half of us have lost combat effectiveness." "I know. I tracked the battle. You performed quite well against second-class opponents, I think. You killed 52 enemy troopers while only losing one of your own in return. That's an excellent ratio. There is no need for you to feel ashamed of yourself. You don't need to be gentle to us. Our performance is not up to par. We need to do better in order to live up to the expectations of our role. We cannot remain dependent on Lucky all the time." Meow. Lucky nodded his head. The gem cat didn't want to fight all the time either. Taking action was tiring, risky, and not even his main purpose. Just because he had become good at it didn't mean he wanted to kill people left and right whenever Ves encountered trouble. Ves knew that Nita made a very good point. Up until recently, Ves invested much of his attention to strengthening the Larkinson clan's mech forces. His constant efforts paid off, and his mech forces had become much stronger as a result. He thought about what he had done to foster the growth of the avatars of myth, living sentinels, and so on. He designed Larkinson exclusive mechs that possessed unique advantages. He developed prime mechs that allowed his expert pilots to exert their strength to a greater degree. He invented battle networks to allow his mech pilots to pool their strengths and exert greater power than ever before. On top of that, he also directed the attention of his clan to strengthening his mech forces. Many Larkinsons endeavored to expand and improve these vital troops since the founding of the clan. The leadership and institutions of the clan had become so fixated on strengthening the Larkinson clan's mech forces that other priorities didn't get as much attention. The lack of development of the Larkinson's infantry forces had become more acute than ever now that Ves ended up in this situation. In a place where his own mechs were far away and where many indoor spaces only allowed the entry of human-sized combatants, he began to feel awfully exposed. "I'll allocate more resources and attention to strengthening my guard forces," Ves promised to her. "Considering my growth and status along with all of the dangerous areas we might enter, my threat level will only continue to rise. I'm already satisfied with the trajectory of our mech forces, so I don't need to invest as much attention to them. Providing you with better gear is already on my list." There were many more aspects that his honor guard and his other infantry forces had to work on besides acquiring stronger equipment. However, it took time and lots of continuous effort to raise the standard of his infantry from an afterthought to a reliable and powerful combat asset. Ves thought about one of the discussions he held with General Vril. Considering how little attention his infantry received so far, he felt it was better if they stepped outside the shadows of his mech forces. Even if the division complicated security matters, his infantry should nonetheless gain their own identities. Only in this way would they be able to take pride in their service. VS quickly studied the sensor readings from his Odinite to figure out what happened, but aside from seeing lots of people fall over or run around like headless chickens, he failed to spot a threat. I need to supply more power, he concluded. Being able to observe several hundred meters in every direction was very valuable, but it left him dangerously ignorant of threats lurking beyond. The area outside of the Odinai's current detection range was completely shrouded in darkness as far as he was concerned, and that was a very major deficiency. While the underground mech hall he was in right now was not as well equipped as a proper mech workshop, it still offered several useful amenities meant to make it easier to service giant machines. Power supply was one of the most essential functions. Some tools and equipment required lots of power to function, and it would be inconvenient if they couldn't be used because there wasn't a source of secure and stable power output nearby. VS looked around and quickly marched over to the side. He reached out and peeled away a biometal panel that hid an industrial power outlet. Such outlets were present in pretty much any area where mechs were being worked on. The only complication was that the outlet in this case was organic in nature. Well, electricity is electricity. It doesn't matter if it's being channeled by a regular cord or an organic cord. Despite not knowing too much about biotechnology, the design of the power outlet mirrored that of a conventional one. After a few seconds, he roughly understood its operation and pressed a few buttons. He performed some diagnostics and experimentally channeled external power to some inconsequential modules. After confirming that the external power source worked normally enough, he cautiously directed more and more power to the Odinai. Due to its relative size, VS had little choice but to mount it to the back of his combat armor. Right now, the orb glowed brighter and brighter as VS received more sensor input. In the vision provided by his implant, it was as if the surrounding retreated at a steady pace, revealing people, spaces, and assets that were previously obscured. Amazing! VS knew he couldn't sustain this condition for long, though. The Odinai was remarkably energy efficient, so it did not warm up due to waste heat generation, but the story was different for the power management system of his unending regalia. Parts of his suit were steadily warming up. Even though its heat management system was not a slouch, it was not designed to deal with power levels that were more usually seen in mechs than infantry suits. Still, as the fog expanded, VS managed to observe a lot of interesting activity. Most of them weren't immediately relevant to him. The refugees wandering around, the arena personnel using their privileges to hold themselves up into bolt holes, the invaders moving in to attack their enemies, and so on didn't interest him as long as he wasn't involved. Soon enough, he found out where the massive explosion came from. It turned out that a mech squad that consisted of 9 biomechs had forcefully breached a large hangar hatch 2 kilometers away. The hatch was heavily armored, so a single large explosion wasn't enough to break it completely. Several melee biomechs carefully applied force in order to expand the breach they made. VS grew a bit suspicious towards these biomechs. Why would they expend so much effort to create an entrance? He instructed his Odinai to resolve more details from this unknown mech force. There was a risk involved with doing so. Active scanning always allowed the target to pick up something unusual. Fortunately, the situation was so chaotic right now that VS doubted that his scans would attract too much attention. After his Odinai strained to gather more data, VS finally learned who they belonged to and what their mission might be. Damn! We're in trouble! He recognized a couple of signs that reminded him a lot of the deceased infantry that had attempted to work their way to this hall. It turned out that the unit that his honor guard had fought was merely a reconnaissance unit. Once the ultralifers confirmed V's current position, they quickly decided to send in the big guns. What is the matter? Captain Rivington asked. You guys need to hurry up. A hostile mech squad has just entered the tunnel complex some distance away. They're likely going to make their way here to kill us all before we can evacuate. How soon? A few minutes, maybe 10. It depends on how many obstructions they encounter and how much they insist on fulfilling their mission. Regardless, we need to get all of the mechs up and running in 5 minutes at most. The team captain cursed. Boys! You heard the man. Rush your work and don't pay any attention to the details. Skip every check and steps that aren't crucial. Mr. Larkinson, can you assist? I won't be of much use, but I will do what I can. Thank you. I'll be entering the CO-seek pit. All 5 mech pilots entered the CO-seek pits of their respective biomechs. Captain Rivington, Carly Jeanton, and Oliver Vlambeer did so with practiced ease and familiarity. It was different for Venerable Janzi and Vincent. Even though they both read through a crash course in piloting biomechs, these organic machines possessed so many different nuances that it was impossible to master their use in a single sitting. Not even expert pilots were capable of doing so despite their superhuman learning capabilities. At least the former possessed a tough stomach. Ugh, the things I do for the Larkinson clan. Vincent, on the other hand, was shaking in his hoverchair again. Ves had to approach him and push him forward in order to get the wavering expert candidate to move. Aren't you a man? Then go pilot this mech already. You'll feel much better once you have the Rodingring's formidable power at your disposal. It's a biomech, Ves. Don't you think it's icky for mech pilots to interface with a giant fleshy body? It's like piloting a human suit. Ves firmly clapped Vincent's back. Don't think so much and go. A biomech may be different from a normal mech, but its role is still the same. Hostile mechs are on the way, and it's likely they have it out for us. You can either choose to fight them in this useless hover chair or yours, or you can man up and fight our hunters with your full strength. Vincent reluctantly entered the CO-seek pit of the Rotenring. While the mech pilots seated themselves and got ready, Ves quickly checked the progress of the biomech technicians. They had sped up their work enormously after hearing that hostile mechs were on their way, so much so that they didn't even bother to fix obvious faults. Soon, the biomechs woke up. The ones piloted by the roving hunters booted up without a problem, but the other 2 were experiencing some difficulties. It was not that simple to interface with a biomech. Chapter 28-25 Sneaky. While Ves and the roving hunters were trying to bring a number of biomechs online in order to defend themselves against an approaching threat, elsewhere in the area the fighting still raged as hot as ever. The conservative faction lost a lot of credibility after losing the design duel and having their dirty laundry aired by Master Brixton. As a result, their leaders and authority figures no longer held sway over their organizations. Many subordinates either ignored the instructions from above or even rebelled against the current order. With so many people acting outside of the established pattern, the leaders lost so much control that their orders no longer conformed to the situation on the ground. This was why communication had turned into a mess. With leaders unable to determine whether their underlings were traitors and vice versa, trust in both sides of every relationship had dropped to the lowest point in the history of the LRA. Due to this breakdown, many units had to fend for themselves. They no longer transmitted information to each other or requested orders. This caused many contested planets in the LRA to enter a period of darkness where chaos reigned. While the more rural and monolithic regions of the state were spared from the violence, the citizens there were watching in horror as the more developed and more fractured regions were becoming more engulfed in the fires of war. The situation had gone out of hand. The glorious and righteous revolution that impatient leaders like Master Brixton had envisioned in their plans had morphed into something much uglier. It seemed that as soon as the rebels tore down the veneer of civility that had long suppressed their society, all kinds of shady interest groups popped up to pursue their own vendettas. After so many centuries of peace and stagnation, a lot of rot had built up in the LRA. Now that this filth gained license to do whatever they wanted, they pursued their own goals without any restraint. A pushback was inevitable. All of these troublemakers not only tarnished the noble cause, but also made the state vulnerable to outside intervention. No matter whether the conservatives or the opposition won in the end, either side wanted the neighboring states to take advantage of their weakness. Fortunately, the core military of the LRA remained staunchly neutral. While not every military unit was clean, it helped that both sides formed an unspoken pact to leave the main military forces out of the conflict. While some went on to squash the various fires that had broken out in important star systems, most mech divisions remained stationed at the border. Due to this vigilant posture, the neighboring states refrained from taking action. Their best option was to stand aside, because the LRA was already doing a very good job at wrecking itself. Once the revolution came to a close, the LRA would definitely be weakened. The only important variable was to what extent it diminished. While the fighting at Rosen Arena intensified for reasons that no one understood, at a certain area, a number of damaged mechs were stashed. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the damaged and broken mechs that had just starred in the design duel that precipitated the revolution. Their importance had faded the moment they fought in the matches and achieved victory or defeat. The lifers generally weren't interested in Dr. Navarro's dueling mechs. They already had plenty of biomechs, and they could have bought one from his mech company if they happened to be fans of his work. As for the mechs prepared by Ves, the fact that they were mechanical limited their attraction to the locals. Only foreigners and a small number of lifers comprehended their value and uniqueness, but few were in a position to do anything about it. The site where the arena personnel stashed the dueling mechs was largely inaccessible. The arena took the security of its dueling mechs seriously. There were too many instances in the galaxy where saboteurs and hackers managed to tamper with competitive mechs just before they participated in a match. This was why many competitive venues employed tight restrictions surrounding mechs that were employed in a recent match. Every time something happened under their watch, the arena would receive a lot of blame. Of course, at this time, hardly any arena employee could spare any attention towards safeguarding any dueling mechs. In fact, with all of the killing and destruction going on, they probably abandoned their posts and holed up in the nearest stronghold or bolt hole from their positions. Strange glows enveloped one of the 10 mechs. The Valkyrie Redeemer, which had previously fought a thrilling battle against the Froken, disappeared in a matter of seconds. A moment later, a shimmering glow began to envelop the ferocious piranha before taking it away. The two bright warriors soon followed suit before it was the turn of the transcendent Punisher. Only a minute passed before the mechs had been whisked away. Whoever was responsible for the theft did not even let up the broken parts and debris that had been piled in a corner. The entire space fell dormant again. No unusual glows or disappearances occurred again. The 5 damaged and broken biomechs of Dr. Navarro was left alone as if they were unwanted children. Several kilometers away, Ves was completely ignorant of what had happened to his work. In fact, he had long forgotten about his 5 dueling mechs as he was currently too far away to reach them and put them to use. Rather than dream about resources and assets that he would never be able to reach, he felt it was much more useful to focus on the more immediate situation. "The enemy mechs are rapidly closing in," Ves shouted as he eyed the progress of the 9 invading biomechs. "You need to move out now! This space is too small for you to fight and exert your strength." It was highly unfavorable for the Larkinsons and roving hunters to fight the hostile mechs when bottled up in this mech hall. With only a single exit, the enemy would be able to blockade those inside and wait for reinforcements. It was much more preferable to take the fight to a more open space such as the loading hall where his honor guard had recently fought against the invading foot soldiers. The heroic-looking Tarragon piloted by Captain Rivington walked out first. The floor thundered as multiple tons of dense exotic reinforced flesh walked from one end of the hall to the other end. The swordsman mech already held out a thick blade in anticipation of imminent combat. The Blue Star piloted by Carly G10 followed suit. The Marauder mech held a carbine for now, but its mace was within easy reach if it ever needed to whack an enemy mech up close. The Optimon piloted by Oliver Vlambeer followed at a more hesitant pace. The rookie that the roving hunters recently took on not only lacked dueling experience, but also felt apprehensive about fighting his first true battle. Unlike the veterans of the competitive team, Oliver hadn't built up the ACCU.mulation of fighting experience required to face the battle head-on. He had never killed an enemy mech pilot in his life, but the situation he was thrust upon might force him to do so in order to defend his life. While VS wasn't able to observe everything the mech pilots felt, he was still able to pick up some signs as he observed the three biomechs moving out. Mr. Vlambeer is the weak link of this team. He couldn't do anything about it. Captain Rivington should doubtlessly be aware of the younger mech pilot's nervousness, so VS didn't feel the need to intervene. He focused on his own mech pilots instead. The Paringer was a mech that diverged substantially from the current and future incarnation of the Shield of Samar. Compared to his first original mech design, the Paringer was many times more refined. As a second-class mech, the mech was not only capable of flight, but also resisted a lot more damage even when it faced other second-class mechs. Maybe I should design another offensive night mech as well, VS idly muttered. The Aurora Titan is still important, but it's just too slow to participate in offensive actions. That was something left for later. For now, VS wanted to make sure that his mech pilots were able to get a grip on their first biomechs. As an expert pilot, Venerable Janzi's adaptability was much better than ordinary mech pilots. The reading materials she skimmed through had taught a lot of basics to her, so she easily managed to get past the oddities and gain functional control of her biomech. The Paringer moved forward. Its steps were shaky and its posture wobbled a bit. Some of the nearby biomech technicians frantically moved backwards in order to stay well out of the way if the biomech ever lost balance. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. Night mechs were some of the easy mechs to pilot, and the Paringer did not possess any complicated gimmicks or unusual modules that complicated Janzi's life. The only significant shortcoming that displeased both VS and Janzi was that the mech lacked a shield generator. Aside from that, the mech possessed solid and relatively balanced specs, which allowed the mech pilot to adopt any approach they wished. How are you doing, Janzi? It's odd. The Paringer is an entirely new experience. It feels wrong for me to pilot it. I'm not used to fighting such a light and fast night mech, but I can handle it. I am getting more and more accustomed to its operation with each passing second. One of the greatest shortcomings was that the biomech was silent. As her powerful mind interfaced with the Paringer, she constantly expected the machine to welcome her presence and respond to her mental impulses. Instead, she fell into a void where nothing happened outside of the programming of the mech. While the mech obeyed her instructions well enough, it didn't convey anything extra. The mech didn't tell her whether it was worried, lonely, or anything. The Paringer didn't even have the capacity to remember its own mech pilot on an emotional level, which prevented it from forming deep relations.I.P.S. with anyone. Since Venerable Janzi was so used to working together with the Shield of Samar as a living partner, her discomfort with her current mech never abated. She didn't know how that would affect her performance in the upcoming battle, but she hoped that her strength as an expert pilot would be enough to make up the difference. This was also why she didn't share any of her concerns and irritations to VS. She didn't want him to assume that she would fail to do her part. Even if she was forced to pilot a biomech, she was still a far better mech pilot than anyone. Her pride did not allow her to admit her weakness to lesser mech pilots. As her conviction grew firmer, her force of will enveloped the hardy flesh and bone of the Paringer. The effect of this was rather minor, as the competitive mech did not incorporate any resonating exotics, but it nevertheless allowed Janzi to gain a greater feel over her temporary new biomech. Seeing that Janzi managed to get to grips with the Paringer, Ves no longer doubted her combat ability. When he wanted to see how the Rotenring was doing, he turned his gaze just in time to see the striker mech lose its balance and fall to the floor. A loud and earthquake-inducing impact rattled the underground mech hall as the entire biomech fell flat on its face,